Chapter 1188. In this world, only in that place would such an earth-shattering genius appear, which was why Meng Hongliang had panicked so much at the last moment. He had heard that the people there were indifferent and ruthless, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. At the very least, this guy named Yang Kai was quite good. It seemed that rumors really couldn't be trusted. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about the brilliant fire crystal essence, and Huang Shiran didn't ask, the two of them having a tacit understanding. For Huang Shiran, being able to get his revenge was already good enough, so how could he ask Yang Kai for the brilliant fire crystal essence? After all, it could already be considered the other party's spoils of war. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, Huang Shiran hurriedly picked up the few space rings scattered on the ground, took out the saint crystals and pills inside, and quickly left the place, preparing to find a secluded place to heal himself and see if he could contact his fellow sect brothers to help protect him. 5 days later, Yang Kai passed through the flame area and suddenly came to a place where the world energy was extremely rich. This place didn't have the ubiquitous heat of the flame area, nor did it have the fire poison that constantly invaded one's body. Looking around, there was lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. This place was simply like a paradise. The treasure area. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that he had finally passed through the first layer's flame area and arrived at the second layer's treasure area. The Lu Yen Desert was really strange. Each layer of territory was distinctly different from the other, but at the intersection of each territory, the flame area and treasure area were perfectly separated. The heat and fire poison were unable to penetrate this place at all. Since separating from Huang Shiran of Extreme Path sect, Yang Kai had been on the move for the past 5 days. As Yang Kai moved deeper in, he also encountered several cultivators from various forces. These cultivators were in groups and did nothing else but search for fire spirit beasts in the flame area, as well as looking for fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Of course, if there were precious ores like brilliant fire crystals, it would be even better. Basically, most of the cultivators from the major forces who entered this place would stay in the flame area to do this kind of thing, while the rest would enter the treasure area to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Those who were qualified to enter were the elites of their respective sects. It didn't seem very fair. Those with low strength and poor aptitude were fighting outside while those with high strength and good aptitude were peacefully searching for treasures. However, this was how the world worked. The higher the aptitude and strength of a person, the better the treatment they would receive. This was the same principle as the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. If he wanted to get good resources, he had to increase his strength first. Yang Kai's journey was peaceful and he didn't encounter anyone like Meng Hongliang who liked to cause trouble. Except for the strange looks that the cultivator gave him, everything else was fine. When the cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was low and that he was walking alone in the flame area, they simply thought that this guy didn't know the difference between life and death. Most of them just wanted to watch a good show, but there was a delicate woman that Yang Kai didn't know who ran over and advised him to turn back and not seek his own death. Yang Kai casually replied with a few perfunctory words. Seeing that Yang Kai insisted on going deeper, the woman no longer wasted her breath and just shook her head and sighed, thinking that there really were fools who didn't care about their own lives in this world. Originally, the flame area should have been completed in about 10 days, but because of the delay of the strange valley and the bewildering array, it took Yang Kai about a month to complete. By now, many people must have entered the treasure area, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Releasing his divine sense, he calmly began searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Wei Guchang had said that although there was no fire spirit beast in the treasure area, there were many monster beasts here, so Yang Kai still had to pay attention. For a few days, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone. His harvest wasn't great, and he didn't know if it was because others had beaten him to it or because this place was simply like this. But after so many days, Yang Kai's expectations for this place had gradually decreased. Moreover, he had seen the bountiful resources of the floating continent. The floating continent was a place rich in resources. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines everywhere, with countless origin grade and origin king grade ones. Most of the herbs harvested in the treasure area were Saint King grade mid-high rank, with a small number of origin-grade herbs. Such a harvest would be huge for anyone else, but Yang Kai didn't care. He hadn't been able to find the herbs he was looking for. After Lu Yen closed the sand field, Yang Kai wanted to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to enhance their strength. After all, Wu Yi and Yu Feng's strength was too low. On this day, Yang Kai was walking when he suddenly sniffed the air with a strange expression. He smelled a familiar scent, a very special one that carried a faint bitterness to it. The smell of emerald silk grass. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Emerald silk grass was one of the purposes of his trip. It wasn't that emerald silk grass didn't exist on Shadowed Star, but once it appeared, it would be snatched up by all the great forces because it was the main ingredient for refining origin condensing pills. Although the highest grade of alchemist on Shadowed Star was origin grade low rank, they could still attempt to refine origin condensing pills. Out of 10 batches of pills, they might be able to refine a single batch, which meant there was a high chance of producing an origin returning realm master. It was for this reason that emerald silk grass was one of the most sought-after herbs on the market. If Yang Kai wanted one, he could only pin his hopes on this trip to Lu Yan's sand field. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually discover something. This faint bitterness could only be emitted by emerald silk grass, and judging from the richness of this aura, there seemed to be a lot of them, otherwise, it would be impossible for their medicinal fragrance to spread so far. Yang Kai was so excited that he didn't even need to use his divine sense to quickly follow the source of this medicinal fragrance. After about half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. He didn't rush to collect the emerald silk grass but instead concealed his aura and looked around. Because he knew that where emerald silk grass grew, there was a high chance that there would be several special monster beasts. Yang Kai decided to first see if there were any traces of a monster beast here. Looking over there, Kai Yang's heart began to beat wildly, unable to contain his joy. Because in this large area, there were actually more than a dozen green grasses with 7 small leaves. Having 7 leaves meant that these emerald silk grasses were at least 500 years old and were fully mature herbs. In Yang Kai's hands, they were equivalent to more than a dozen origin condensing pills. Not far from these dozen emerald silk grasses, there was also a human-sized hole in the ground. This hole faintly exuded a fishy smell, and there were some slimy marks at the entrance of this hole. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood what the monster beast accompanying these emerald silk grasses was. Silver-horned lightning python. The silver-horned lightning python was a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. When it grew to its peak, it could transform into a flood dragon, a 9th order monster beast. Moreover, the silver-horned lightning python liked the bitter smell of emerald silk grasses, so it chose to live here. Yang Kai had obtained this information from the ancient books given to him by Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao. Otherwise, he would not have known so much about the herbs that existed in Rainfall Star's territory. Whether it was a 7th order monster beast or an 8th order monster beast, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He believed that after collecting these emerald silk grasses, he could quickly leave. Sweeping the hole with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that there were 2 silver-horned lightning pythons inside, both of which had reached the 8th order. These 2 monster beasts had lived here for who knows how many years, so it was not surprising that they had reached the 8th order. However, what made Yang Kai a little concerned was that he was not the only one here. There were 2 other cultivators who had arrived before him. The other 2 obviously knew that there was an existence in the hole that was not to be trifled with, so even if they had arrived before Yang Kai, they did not dare act rashly, seemingly discussing how to collect these emerald silk grasses. The best way was naturally for one person to lure the snake out of its hole while the other would be responsible for collecting the emerald silk grasses. However, both of them were only 2nd order Saint Kings, so facing one silver-horned lightning python wasn't a big deal. If they couldn't win, they could still run, but if they had to deal with 2 at the same time, it would be extremely dangerous. Neither of them was willing to take such a risk, so they hesitated. But before they could come to a conclusion, they saw a man in black robes walk out from nearby and quickly approach the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. Both of them were stunned for a moment before realizing that someone was trying to steal their treasures. The man in black robes didn't seem to realize the potential crisis at all, a joyful smile still hanging on his face. After being stunned for a moment, the two could no longer hold back. Regardless of whether this person could collect the emerald silk grasses or not, once he stepped forward and alerted the snake, with their strength, they would never be able to obtain them again. Hurriedly, both of them rushed out. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing the movements of these two, he increased his speed and arrived in front of the dozen or so emerald silk grasses in an instant. Gathering the dozen or so emerald silk grasses into his hand, Yang Kai threw them directly into his space ring. Only then did the two silver-horned lightning pythons in the hole in front of him become alarmed, and a blue arc of lightning suddenly shot out from the hole towards Yang Kai's abdomen. At the same time, a table-sized python head poked out of the cave. Its two triangular eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai as it flicked its forked tongue, and a single silver horn on its head exuded an incomparably dense lightning attribute aura. With a rumble, the huge body of the silver-horned lightning python crawled out of the hole, causing the ground to shake. Yang Kai's action of collecting the emerald silk grasses had obviously angered it. Not only that, but the other silver-horned lightning python also ran out. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he avoided the first bolt of lightning, but just as he was about to flee, he heard an anxious shout, "If you don't want to die, leave the emerald silk grasses behind." As soon as these words fell, Saint Chi surged and a majestic tiger head appeared, baring its fangs as it pounced towards Yang Kai. How could he give away something he had already obtained? Yang Kai knew that these two were a little anxious, otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed out so hastily. His figure flickered again and he easily avoided the tiger head's attack. The tiger head coincidentally attacked the second silver-horned lightning python that had run out of the hole. With a loud roar, this silver-horned lightning python's body flashed with lightning. Although it wasn't injured, it was angered by this attack. Chapter 1189. With a crackling sound, a black ball of lightning appeared on the horn of the second enraged silver-horned lightning python. With a flick of its head, the black ball of lightning shot straight towards the two cultivators at an incredible speed. One of the cultivators' expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged, while the other seemed to have focused most of his attention on Yang Kai, who was trying to escape, so he was unable to avoid the ball of lightning and was instantly enveloped by it. With a crackling sound, the cultivator's body twitched as his hair stood on end. Panicking, he hurriedly circulated his Saint Chi to resist the electric current that was invading his body. However, a huge whip shadow struck him head-on, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. Enveloped by the electric current, the cultivator's body was paralyzed for a moment, making it impossible for him to effectively dodge. He was directly struck by the whip shadow and was sent flying several dozen meters. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. This martial artist's body was caved in by a large margin and he vomited a mouthful of blood. An abnormal flush appeared on his face. It was only now that he could clearly see that what had attacked him wasn't a whip shadow, but the silver-horned lightning python's tail. After landing on the ground, the cultivator's body twitched a few times before he managed to stand up, but he staggered and fell down again before finally stopping moving. Struck by an 8th-order monster beast's lightning attack, coupled with a heavy tail whip strike, this second-order Saint King cultivator only managed to survive for a moment before dying. The remaining cultivator's expression changed drastically, never having expected such an outcome. In his plan, he had first launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and snatched the space ring from Yang Kai's hand. Then, while the silver-horned lightning python was attacking Yang Kai, he and his companions could easily retreat without encountering any danger. However, reality was very different from what he had expected. Yang Kai was unscathed while his companion had been killed on the spot. Now, he had no time to find trouble with Yang Kai because, like Yang Kai, he was also entangled by one of the silver-horned lightning pythons. A second-order Saint King facing an 8th-order monster beast was barely enough to survive, so he didn't dare to continue fighting. Quickly retreating, he took the silver-horned lightning python and left Yang Kai's line of sight. However, before he left, the resentful look he gave Yang Kai let him know that this enmity had been inexplicably planted on his head. The other party had launched a sneak attack first, trying to kill him and steal his treasures, and now they held a grudge against him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let them go. What's more, if he let them escape, he would definitely be in trouble. Once news of the emerald silk grass spread, it would inevitably attract people's attention. This wasn't a good place to silence people. The silver-horned lightning python was extremely difficult to deal with, and Yang Kai found that his demonic flame didn't cause much damage to it. Its tough skin was simply impervious to fire and water, and it even looked like it was covered in scales. This was a peak 8th order monster beast that was on the verge of evolving into a 9th order flood dragon. As long as it was given a dozen years, it would definitely succeed. On top of that, this silver-horned lightning python seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. Not only could it use the thunder attribute divine technique, but it could also spit out a green poisonous mist from its mouth, giving Yang Kai a headache. It would take a lot of effort to kill it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before giving up on the idea of killing it. Killing such a monster beast would only net him an 8th order monster core and some artifact refining materials. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai was in a hurry to silence it. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately took the initiative to leave the battlefield and chase in the direction the cultivator fled, soon shaking off the silver-horned lightning python that had been tailing him. Halfway through, Yang Kai saw the other silver-horned lightning python that had chased after him return to the cave. He immediately knew that the other cultivator, like himself, should have escaped from this difficult opponent. Inside a jungle, a second-order Saint King cultivator leaned against a large tree, releasing his divine sense as he panted heavily, cursing under his breath as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He could have obtained a dozen or so emerald silk grasses, but the heavens didn't let him. Now, not only had he failed to collect the herbs, his companion had also died. He completely hated Yang Kai in his heart and felt that the reason he had encountered such a situation was all because of Yang Kai. If this person hadn't appeared out of nowhere and acted rashly, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? A dozen or so emerald silk grasses. If he had been able to bring them out safely and hand them over to the elders of his sect, he would have definitely received a huge reward, but now, there was nothing left. He couldn't let this go, no matter what. He had to take the emerald silk grasses back from that person. Taking out his communication artifact from his space ring, he poured his divine sense into it and was about to inform his fellow sect brothers about what had just happened when a cold, hot, righteous, and evil aura suddenly descended from the sky. He raised his head in a daze, only to see a gigantic pitch-black palm ruthlessly slapping down at him. With a scream, he immediately pushed his defensive artifact and leapt out, crossing several dozen meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack of the huge palm. Someone had attacked him. The cultivator was frightened out of his wits. He had already spread out his divine sense, but he still couldn't find any trace of this person. This meant that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, but what kind of person would attack him? In the next moment he understood. A dark flame enveloped him and he stared at Yang Kai, who was walking over from not far away, exclaiming in horror, "It's you!" The demonic flames wrapped around his body, but he didn't have the hard skin of the silver-horned lightning python, so he was unable to resist them and was instantly reduced to ashes. His space ring fell to the ground along with a compass artifact. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this compass artifact, he knew that his guess was right. The other party had been preparing to contact his companions as soon as he escaped from the silver-horned lightning python. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, otherwise there would have been a lot of trouble. Bending down, Yang Kai picked up the space ring and checked its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with Saint crystals and pills. In addition, there were a few Saint King grade high-rank herbs and a few bean-sized fire crystal stones. It seemed that this was the harvest he had obtained along the way. Casually taking these things for himself, Kai Yang then picked up the compass artifact. Just as he was about to throw it into his space ring, a divine sense fluctuation came from the compass artifact. Someone was sending a message. Yang Kai was startled, wondering if he had come too late. Had the other party already contacted someone else? Frowning, Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, and after a brief investigation, his expression became strange. Someone was indeed sending a message, but it wasn't because of what had just happened. Instead, it was because the cultivator's companions were gathering people, seemingly having found some incredible treasure. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, he had just killed someone else's people, so there was no reason for him to contact these people, but in this divine sense message, the words soul-cleansing divine water were mentioned. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. When he was on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had read a lot of ancient books, not only information about herbs and pill recipes, but also many other secrets. Soul-cleansing divine water was one of them. This kind of treasure was not a naturally occurring treasure, but was instead born due to some coincidental opportunities. For soul-cleansing divine water to be born, 3 conditions must be met. First, the world energy aura must be extremely rich, preferably above an earth vein or spirit spring. Second, an Origin King Realm Master must have died here. Third, after the death of the Origin King Realm Master, their spiritual energy must not dissipate but instead perfectly integrate with the earth vein or spirit spring. Only then would there be a slim chance of producing soul-cleansing divine water. Of these conditions, the third one was the most difficult to achieve, because no matter how strong a cultivator was, once they died, their spiritual energy would overflow their body and quickly dissipate from the world. This was something no one could avoid. However, there were some exceptions. For example, the soul-warming lotus had the function of preserving spiritual energy. When Yang Kai obtained the soul-warming lotus, it was surrounded by a huge amount of spiritual energy because the soul-warming lotus itself had the function of preserving spiritual energy. If Yang Kai accidentally died, the same would happen. His spiritual energy would not dissipate but instead be preserved by the soul-warming lotus. The birth of soul-cleansing divine water was one of these exceptions. A person's spiritual energy contained their life experiences and memories, so no one dared to devour it at will. Yang Kai had to use his demon eye of annihilation to purify it before he could do so. But soul-cleansing divine water was different. It was a mixture of spiritual energy and a huge amount of world energy and was only born because of certain conditions. It did not contain the memories or life experiences of the deceased master. It could be said that these impurities had been wiped out by the countless years of the flowing time great emperor. Soul-cleansing divine water could not only rapidly improve a cultivator's spiritual energy, but if one was lucky enough to meditate in soul-cleansing divine water, they might even be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin King Realm cultivator. Of course, the chances of this happening were even lower than the chances of soul-cleansing divine water being born. Zhong Ao's ancient book had recorded this, but soul-cleansing divine water was simply too rare. An Origin King Realm cultivator was already a peak master within the star territory and had a long lifespan. How could one die casually, especially in a place with rich world energy? As such, Zhong Ao had only heard about it and had never had a chance to see it. What surprised Yang Kai was not that soul-cleansing divine water was actually here, but rather that Yang Kai was surprised by one of the conditions for its birth. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, didn't that mean that an Origin King Realm Master had once died on Shadowed Star? Since there had been Origin Kings before, why were there none now? The overall low level of alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star was also a strange phenomenon. While Yang Kai was contemplating this, the compass artifact in his hand was constantly sending out divine sense messages to the cultivator. Many people were inquiring about this in surprise while quickly gathering towards a certain place. Should I go take a look? Yang Kai frowned. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, it was worth seeing, but if it wasn't, there seemed to be no loss. At most, it would just be a waste of time. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. While secretly paying attention to the messages from the compass artifact, he rushed towards the location indicated by the cultivator. Chapter 1190. It took Yang Kai some time to determine the location, but fortunately, the location of the soul-cleansing divine water wasn't too far from where he was, otherwise, the communication artifact wouldn't have responded. When Yang Kai finally arrived, he discovered that it was actually a stalactite cave. The entrance to this cave was pitch black and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see what was inside with his naked eye and couldn't extend his divine sense very far. The soul-cleansing divine water is in this place? As soon as Yang Kai arrived, a group of 3 people quickly approached from the side. Yang Kai glanced around casually and was stunned because he found that 2 of these 3 were wearing the same robes as the cultivator who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. In other words, this group of 3 belonged to the same force as the 2 who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them and immediately knew what kind of force they belonged to. It was actually Heaven Battling Union. Because of this group of 3, the one leading them was none other than the extremely arrogant Chu Changfeng. Heaven Battling Union's entrance to the Lu Yen Sand Field was not the same as the one in the Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai had passed through the flame area, he hadn't met anyone from Heaven Battling Union, but now that he had entered the treasure area, it seemed that everyone would gradually have a chance to meet. After all, the deeper one went into the Lu Yen Sand Field, the less space there was to move around. At this moment, Chu Changfeng's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy as he led his 2 fellow disciples towards this place. Obviously, he had also received a divine sense message and couldn't wait to investigate. Soul-cleansing divine water was a huge attraction to anyone, not just a Saint King realm cultivator, but even origin-returning realm and origin kings could benefit from it. Unfortunately, those who could enter the Lu Yen Sand Field were only Saint Kings, otherwise, Saint Kings would never have been able to enjoy such a treasure. Concerned about the soul-cleansing divine water, Chu Changfeng didn't seem to have any intention of looking for trouble with Yang Kai, simply shooting him a glance before rushing into the stalactite cave. After his figure disappeared, another 2 to 3 cultivator rushed over from different directions. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and followed Chu Changfeng into the cave. The treasure was right in front of him. If he was fast, he would get it. If he was slow, he would get nothing. How could Yang Kai fall behind? There were countless cone-shaped stalactites hanging above the cave. They were pinkish-white in color. The air in the cave was clear, and the spirit energy was extremely dense. It seemed that there was some kind of spirit source hidden inside the cave. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai nodded inwardly. Of the several conditions for the birth of the soul-cleansing divine water, this place should have fulfilled the first one. The world energy here was indeed rich, and this was only the periphery. If they went deeper, the world energy density would only increase. The stone cave was completely silent. Only a few drops of water dripped from the ceiling, making a light dripping sound. Yang Kai went all the way in. The further he went, the denser the spirit chi became. After walking for a full incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly rushed into a huge stone room. Looking around, Yang Kai's expression froze. There were a lot of people gathered in the stone room at this time, at least 20 of them. Chu Changfeng was among them, and at this moment he was staring greedily at a certain spot. Beside him were 5 Saint King realm cultivators. These people were naturally cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. In addition to the 6 cultivators from Heaven Battling Union, the remaining dozen or so people were divided into 4 groups, each of which only had 3 to 5 people. There was even a man with a chiseled face and a resolute expression who, like Kai Yang, stood there alone, looking like he was all alone. However, when Yang Kai saw this person, he inexplicably felt a sense of danger. This guy was not weak, at least a 3rd order Saint King. Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. He had even killed a few 3rd order Saint Kings before. Ordinary 3rd order Saint Kings would not give him such a feeling. Being able to make him feel a sense of danger meant this person was very powerful. When facing Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong, Yang Kai did not feel this way. Who was this person? Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng withdrew his greedy gaze and saw this person, his brow could not help furrowing slightly as a trace of dread and annoyance flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. He had experienced Chu Changfeng's arrogance and disdain for others. He didn't even put Fang Tianzhong in his eyes, so what was the background of this chiseled face and resolute expression that could make Chu Changfeng show such an expression? Just as he was thinking this, Chu Changfeng suddenly cast his gaze over, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself, daring to come here alone with just a first-order Saint King realm cultivation. According to Chu Changfeng's character, he would definitely clear this place at this moment, and Yang Kai was his primary target. After all, who didn't want to monopolize such a good thing? But after some thought, Chu Changfeng's anger and unwillingness gradually subsided. Seeing that Chu Changfeng had no intention of finding trouble with him, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the front, wanting to see if the soul-cleansing divine water really existed. At the place where everyone's eyes gathered, there was a pool. This pool was less than 200 meters wide and was overflowing with golden water. This pool was extremely thick and gave off a soul-cleansing charm. All the cultivators standing next to the pool were enveloped by this aura and felt refreshed. Several of them even showed joyful and thoughtful expressions. Obviously, they had made some breakthroughs in their divine senses and cultivations. Is this really soul-cleansing divine water? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Feeling the power of this pool of water, Yang Kai immediately determined that this was indeed the legendary soul-cleansing divine water, but what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this soul-cleansing divine water was golden in color. According to Zhong Ao's ancient book, soul-cleansing divine water was generally milky white, but if the quality was good enough and it was stored for a long enough time, it might turn silver. Golden soul-cleansing divine water had never been recorded in Zhong Ao's ancient book, and it seemed that no one had ever had a chance to see it. Could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water here was better than the silver one? Was there some kind of problem? Yang Kai frowned as he thought to himself, turning his eyes to the others from time to time, wanting to see if they had any idea what was going on. But soon, Yang Kai was disappointed. The cultivator standing here only showed two kinds of expressions. One was a desire for the soul-cleansing divine water while the other was a dread towards Chu Changfeng. Only the third-order Saint King with the chiseled face remained calm and unperturbed. These people obviously didn't know much about the soul-cleansing divine water, so trying to pry information from them was undoubtedly a mistake. With a treasure in front of them, no one could remain unmoved. However, the reason why no one was in a hurry to jump into the pool to cleanse their soul was because there was a layer of dazzling golden restriction above the pool. It was like a semicircular cover that enveloped the pool. Obviously, someone had tested the power of this barrier before, and before it was broken, no one could enter the pool. On the other side of the pool, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how long this skeleton had been dead, but even the armor-like artifact he wore had become dim and tattered. There was no space ring on his hand, so it was unknown whether it had been taken away in advance or never existed. This person must have been an Origin King before he died. Only when an Origin King Realm Master died here would their spiritual energy dissipate and combine with the spirit spring here to form the soul-cleansing divine water. When everyone looked at this skeleton, they couldn't help showing a look of pity, because an artifact armor worn by an Origin King Realm cultivator was definitely not low-grade, possibly even more powerful than the highest-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. However, this artifact armor was clearly damaged and could no longer be used, so it was impossible to say how many years this Origin King Realm Master had been dead here. After Yang Kai entered, a dozen more people rushed in one after another, obviously all of them having received the news. Chu Changfeng's face became more and more gloomy, clearly dissatisfied that so many people had come to compete with him for this treasure. Even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. There were already 7 or 8 cultivator forces gathered here, so even if Heaven Battling Union was tyrannical, Chu Changfeng couldn't afford to offend them all. What's more, there were only 8 cultivator forces gathered around him at this moment, so he couldn't afford to offend everyone present. Why haven't Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu come yet? They should be active around here. Logically speaking, they should have received the message long ago. Next to Chu Changfeng, a thin man whispered softly, glancing out of the cave from time to time, trying to see if Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu were coming. Although the strength of these two wasn't very high, if they could come, Heaven Battling Union's side would increase their strength, and when it came time to divide the treasures, they would naturally be able to take more advantages. But now, not only had they not come, they had also not responded to any of their messages. If they haven't come yet, Then they won't be able to come, Chu Changfeng coldly snorted. The thin man's face changed as he understood the meaning behind Chu Changfeng's words. Indeed, if they could come, they would have already come, but now that they hadn't, it meant that they might have encountered some kind of accident. The treasure area was not a safe place, and there were many dangers lurking inside. However, none of them could have imagined that junior brother Fu and junior brother Lu had died at the hands of Yang Kai and the silver-horned lightning python's tail whip, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing more and more people coming in, the cultivator who had come here earlier finally couldn't sit still. If they waited any longer, the situation would be bad. Once more people arrived, the benefits they could get would only decrease. From one of the 5-person teams, a blue-robed man suddenly walked out and cupped his fists to Chu Changfeng. "Young Master Chu, what do you think we should do now? Shouldn't we take some action?" He spoke politely and respectfully, as if he was following Chu Changfeng's lead because he knew better than anyone that the person with the highest status here was Chu Changfeng. Not only was he the #1 genius of Heaven Battling Union, he was also the strongest person here. How to deal with this soul-cleansing divine water had to be asked for his opinion first. Acting rashly would only arouse everyone's hostility. In this situation, the only way was for everyone to discuss a solution and then distribute the benefits. Chapter 1191. Yes, young Master Chu, more and more people are gathering here. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid a long night will bring many dreams. Immediately, someone chimed in and the leaders of the 7 or 8 teams gathered here quickly expressed their approval for Chu Changfeng to come up with a plan. Chu Changfeng himself seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised by so many people. Hearing this, his gloomy expression finally eased as he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "Naturally, we need to act. As long as everyone works together to break this barrier, the soul-cleansing divine water will naturally be at our fingertips." We also have the same idea. Just now, this mistress junior brother tested the power of this barrier and found that although it has existed for a long time, it is extremely strong. I'm afraid 2 or 3 people won't be able to break it. Only by working together will we have a chance. A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Young Master Chu gives the order, everyone should attack together. I don't believe that with so many people present, we can't break this barrier. A burly man with a full beard shouted as he took out a hammer artifact and gripped it tightly with both hands, seemingly waiting for Chu Changfeng to speak before taking the lead. Chu Changfeng smiled lightly, giving off a refreshing feeling. At this moment he finally restored his previous elegant temperament and said lightly, "Breaking this barrier isn't a problem. It's only a matter of time before we obtain the soul-cleansing divine water, but before that, this Chu thinks we should discuss how to distribute it." Many people furrowed their brows when they heard what he said. The barrier hadn't been broken yet Chu Changfeng was already talking about distributing the benefits. Clearly, he was up to no good. However, they had no way to stop him. If they really angered Chu Changfeng, the consequences wouldn't be something they could afford. Heaven Battling Union had caused trouble for others more than once or twice, and many people who had offended them had ended up miserable. Young Master Chu, how do you think we should distribute this soul-cleansing divine water? The beautiful woman who spoke before smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes darting around as she asked this question, giving off a sense of charm. She wasn't trying to seduce Chu Changfeng. She knew that with her own ability, it was impossible to seduce a genius from Heaven Battling Union. She just wanted to show some goodwill so that Chu Changfeng would give her more benefits when the time came. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to her flirtatious charms as he already had a plan in mind. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, he said, "There are friends from 8 great forces present, so this Chu suggests dividing this pool of divine water into 4 portions." 4 portions? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and forced a smile. "If we divide it into 4 parts, how should we divide it?" Chu Changfeng proudly declared, "My Heaven Battling Union won't take too much, only 1 share." Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief as they couldn't help feeling a little surprised that Chu Changfeng would be so magnanimous this time. In their imagination, Chu Changfeng would ask for half, but now he only asked for a quarter. He had to accept this. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Everyone nodded vigorously. No one had any objections. They all looked like they had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing that all of them agreed to his proposal, Chu Changfeng was quite satisfied and his smile became even wider. Then, young Master Chu, how should we divide the remaining 3 portions? I'll have to trouble you to inform us so that when the barrier is broken, we won't be able to abide by the rules. We all live on Shadowed Star, so there's no need to quarrel over something as trivial as this. Someone else spoke up. This person's force had the fewest members, only 3. He knew he was alone, so he had let Chu Changfeng decide the distribution of the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, if they fought over it, they would only get less. As soon as this person spoke, many people glared at him fiercely. However, Chu Changfeng nodded without any trace of politeness. That's a good idea. If none of you have any objections, this Chu will also divide the remaining 3 portions. Although some people were reluctant, who would be stupid enough to stand up and question Chu Changfeng's status at this time? All of them could only pinch their noses and hope that Chu Changfeng wouldn't be too biased. After all, some of the forces here had good relations with Heaven Battling Union. Regardless of everyone's expression, Chu Changfeng just laughed and said, "Since that's the case, this Chu won't be polite. And of the remaining 3 portions, this friend will take 1. Does anyone have any objections?" To everyone's surprise, Chu Changfeng actually assigned the first portion to the male cultivator standing alone to the side, his face as sharp as a knife. Exclamations sounded as everyone stared at Chu Changfeng in amazement, then at the man, wondering what Chu Changfeng was trying to do. In their minds, Heaven Battling Union taking a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water was indisputable, but this man and Yang Kai were alone, so they had no ability or qualification to divide the treasures. They had long since subconsciously excluded these 2 people from the equation. Who knew that Chu Changfeng would suddenly give a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water to one of them, the same amount as Heaven Battling Union? Was there something fishy going on here? Many people began to wonder if Chu Changfeng was waiting for this man to take a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water before snatching it from him. However, if he really wanted to do this, the other First-Order Saint King cultivator would undoubtedly be a better target. So why did Chu Changfeng specifically choose this Third-Order Saint King? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, the other party didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew this would be the result, nodding slightly and saying lightly, "Good." He spoke matter-of-factly, without the slightest trace of embarrassment or flattery. This caused the faces of the leaders of the other forces to change slightly as they all frowned, seemingly thinking of something, but none of them refuted Chu Changfeng's allocation plan and simply acquiesced. At this moment, all of them turned to look at this man with a firm expression, their eyes filled with dread. Yang Kai frowned as he vaguely guessed the origins of this man, but he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and didn't know much about the customs here. Next, Chu Changfeng overstepped his authority and distributed the remaining half of the soul-cleansing divine water to the various great forces present. The principle of distribution was based on the number of people present. The more people who came, the more shares they would get, the fewer who came, the less shares they would get. This distribution was barely fair and didn't deliberately favor anyone. Even the beautiful woman who had been flirting with Chu Changfeng didn't receive any benefits, causing her to feel quite depressed, her pretty face becoming so cold it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Of all the people present, the only one who wasn't distributed was Yang Kai. No one was surprised because they had already excluded Yang Kai in their hearts, so it would be strange if Chu Changfeng really gave Yang Kai some of the soul-cleansing divine water. After the distribution of benefits was completed, many cultivators turned to look at Yang Kai, some ridiculing him, some mocking him, some sympathizing with him. Everyone's expressions varied, but no one showed any intention of standing up for him. Yang Kai stood in place with an indifferent expression and didn't say anything. He was also amused in his heart. He wasn't sure whether this golden pond water was soul-cleansing divine water or not before, so pinning his hopes on someone else was no different from hoping a pig could climb a tree. These people didn't understand soul-cleansing divine water at all. The barrier hadn't even been broken yet, but they had already discussed the distribution of benefits. Yang Kai wanted to see what they were going to use to take away this soul-cleansing divine water. Once the soul-cleansing divine water left the pool where it was born, the soul-cleansing divine water would immediately disappear. If they really took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, they would only get a pile of spirit liquid instead of the soul-cleansing divine water. So no matter how extravagant Chu Changfeng's distribution was, no matter how these people tried to exclude him, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. If these things couldn't be taken out of the pond, what was the point of a good distribution? In the end, they would still have to soak themselves in it. Once their distribution plan failed, the situation would become chaotic, and Yang Kai would be able to fish in troubled waters and fish for benefits. After the distribution of benefits was completed, everyone immediately began to attack the golden barrier covering the pond under Chu Changfeng's command. For a time, the light of various artifacts and martial skills filled the air, causing ripples to appear on the golden semicircular membrane covering the pond. In order to avoid any unexpected surprises, everyone put forth their full strength. As soon as they began fighting, everyone's strengths and weaknesses were immediately apparent. The strength of the third order Saint King Cultivator was almost the same, but Chu Changfeng's performance was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The artifact he used was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, a bronze-colored long spear. Although he couldn't display the full power of this artifact with his third order Saint King Cultivation, every strike he made was powerful enough to cause the barrier around the semicircular membrane to tremble considerably. It was not surprising that Chu Changfeng had such ability. After all, he was a genius of Heaven Battling Union and enjoyed a great reputation on Shadowed Star, so it was normal for him to have such a powerful artifact. What was surprising though was the man with the firm expression. He didn't use any powerful artifact, simply wearing a pair of black gloves on his fists as he smashed down on the barrier. This light attack was no weaker than the one Chu Changfeng had made. Everyone confirmed their previous conjecture and understood why Chu Changfeng was willing to share a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water with this person. After figuring this out, everyone silently displayed the power of their artifacts and martial skills, no longer paying attention to this person. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, seemed to want to compete. He couldn't casually find this person to exchange pointers with, so he only wanted to suppress the other party in terms of attacking the barrier. The more Saint Chi he pushed, the bigger the commotion he created. However, no matter how Chu Changfeng pushed his Saint Chi, this person's attacks remained neither fast nor slow, as if he didn't put Chu Changfeng in his eyes at all. This made the genius disciple of Heaven Battling Union so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Punching out heavily but hitting nothing but cotton, this was the feeling of being frustrated. Chapter 1192. While everyone was cracking the barrier, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either and instead helped out. After all, he was going to reap the benefits later, so if he just stood by and watched, it would only give others an excuse to expel him. So, under everyone's surprised gazes, Yang Kai condensed his Saint Chi into a long sword, not daring to use his demonic flames, and calmly slashed at the golden barrier. Yang Kai's attack was neither strong nor weak, only capable of displaying the strength of a first-order Saint King Cultivator. The others just thought he was bored and didn't pay any attention to him, but they all secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that no matter how hard this person tried, the soul-cleansing divine water wouldn't be available for him, so why bother making a fool of himself? If he really wanted to snatch it, anyone here would be able to kill him on the spot. The beautiful woman was standing beside Yang Kai, using an artifact that transformed into countless flaming birds that constantly flew towards the barrier, wearing it down. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai struggle and couldn't help trying to persuade him, "Little brother, don't fight, it's useless. If you have the time, it's better to leave this place and look around outside to see if you can find an opportunity of your own. You're just wasting time here. With your cultivation, it's not easy for you to break into the treasure area." She obviously thought that Yang Kai's luck had been off the charts all this time, allowing him to pass through the flame area and arrive at the second layer's treasure area. In her opinion, since Yang Kai had such luck, he should naturally make good use of it. Why waste time here? Since she was trying to persuade him out of goodwill, Yang Kai didn't say she was meddling in other people's business and simply smiled faintly, putting on a silly look. The beautiful woman saw how insistent he was and couldn't help her pretty face turning cold, feeling that he didn't know how to appreciate kindness and no longer paid any attention to him. At that moment, one of the cultivators suddenly shouted excitedly, "The barrier is about to break, everyone put in more effort." As his voice fell, the entire golden semicircular membrane shook even more violently. Layer after layer of ripples spread out from the surface, layer after layer, as if someone had thrown countless stones into a calm lake. There was no need for Yang Kai to remind them, as everyone had already noticed the changes in the barrier. This barrier was indeed powerful. There were 30 to 40 Saint King realm elites from the various great forces present, but after attacking it for a stick of incense worth of time, they were barely able to break it. Moreover, this barrier itself had existed for countless years. If this barrier had been intact, no one would have been able to break it open no matter what they did. As the barrier began to crumble, everyone's eyes filled with joy as they increased the output of their Saint Chi. After half a cup of tea's time, along with a soft cracking sound, a small crack, a moment later, it disappeared. The moment the barrier, however, was broken, an invisible wave of energy spread out from the pool and swept everyone present. In an instant, everyone showed a look of shock and immediately became overjoyed. Because in this instant, everyone felt that their spiritual consciousness had some subtle changes. It seemed that the power of their spiritual consciousness had become a little stronger. Soul-cleansing divine water, it really lived up to its reputation. Excitement and anticipation filled everyone's faces. If it were any other time, everyone would have already rushed up to grab this treasure, but after all, everyone had just discussed how to divide up the benefits, so even if they were excited at this moment, they could still suppress their excitement and turn their eyes to Chu Changfeng. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng smiled lightly. "Many thanks for everyone's hard work, we've finally broken this damned barrier. I hope everyone will continue to collect the soul-cleansing divine water in an orderly manner. If anyone dares to ruin what we've discussed before, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, his expression became cold and gloomy. Everyone hurriedly said they wouldn't dare. Chu Changfeng was probably looking forward to someone not following the rules so he could have an excuse to kill them and take their share. Everyone present was an elite from one of the great forces, so how could they not understand what he was thinking? Naturally, they wouldn't comply with his wishes. A trace of hidden regret flashed across the depths of Chu Changfeng's eyes before he unceremoniously motioned to a male cultivator with disheveled hair next to him, "Go." The cultivator nodded excitedly before rushing over to the pool, condensing his Saint Chi into the shape of a bowl before scooping up some of the soul-cleansing divine water from the pool and preparing to put it into the space ring he had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow twitched as he felt his heart ache. Sure enough, the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had scooped up had undergone an astonishing transformation under everyone's watchful eyes. Originally, it was a golden liquid, but as soon as it left the pool, it immediately transformed into countless strands of golden energy that filled the sky. These strands of golden energy only lasted for 3 breaths of time in the air before suddenly dissipating. This scene caused everyone to be taken aback. "Brother Chu, something's wrong." The cultivator responsible for scooping up the soul-cleansing divine water suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" After scooping it out, the effect of the soul-cleansing divine water seems to have disappeared. The cultivator pointed to the big bowl he had condensed with his Saint Chi with a sad face. "What?" Chu Changfeng was startled. Looking around, he saw that the soul-cleansing divine water in the bowl was no longer golden and thick like before and had instead turned into a pool of clear spirit liquid. Although this spirit liquid was very good, even better than high-rank Saint crystals, how could it compare to the value of soul-cleansing divine water? How could this be? Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as he reached out and dipped a drop of spirit liquid from the big bowl of Saint Chi into his mouth, confirming that it was just spirit liquid and no longer had any soul-cleansing effect. Refusing to believe such nonsense, Chu Changfeng personally stepped forward and scooped up a handful of water from the golden pool. The exact same situation as before played out. When Chu Changfeng took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, countless wisps of golden energy immediately flew up into the air and disappeared. Young Master Chu, could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water can't be taken away? Someone guessed. It's possible, otherwise, why would the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool be fine but lose its effect once it is taken out? How could such a thing happen? I don't know, I've only heard that soul-cleansing divine water is one of the 3 great spirit liquids of the world, but I don't know how to collect it. I don't know either. 3 great spirit liquids? Yang Kai's brow rose as he listened. He didn't know what these 3 great spirit liquids were, but soul-cleansing divine water was undoubtedly one of them. Chu Changfeng's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Listening to everyone's noisy discussion, he could no longer maintain his gentle and refined temperament, his expression becoming fierce as he shouted, "If we can't take the soul-cleansing divine water away from here, how can we collect it?" The group of people was rendered speechless by this question. Just now, Chu Changfeng was responsible for dividing up the benefits and everyone had agreed to give him face, but now that the soul-cleansing divine water couldn't be taken away, the division just now was obviously a joke. Chu Changfeng was obviously a little angry because of this, so who would dare remind him at this time that they should all go in together? Chu Changfeng wasn't stupid, he must have thought of this himself, he just didn't want to say it out loud. The reason he didn't say it out loud was obviously because he wanted to redistribute the benefits. Others didn't dare to say anything, but the man who had always looked indifferent took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's very simple, just go in and absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Saying so, ignoring everyone else, he leapt up and landed directly in the center of the pool. This pool was so thick that one's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, but it was clearly not deep because this man sat cross-legged in it, exposing his chest. Everyone was dumbfounded as they turned to look at Chu Changfeng. The cultivator who followed Chu Changfeng was even more furious, but even though they were angry, they didn't dare casually scold this cultivator for acting on his own accord. Chu Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot and his breathing was obviously heavy. Just now, when he was distributing the soul-cleansing divine water, he had scruples about the other party's identity and face, giving them a quarter each, but now, the other party didn't give him any face at all, making Chu Changfeng very angry. Even Feng Tianzhong couldn't ignore him like this. Chu Changfeng stared at the man with a gloomy face, but the other party didn't say anything, just closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, his expression faintly showing a hint of joy. It seemed that he was already absorbing the great benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. The other party had already taken the initiative, so many cultivators were anxious and couldn't wait for Chu Changfeng to speak. What's more, looking at Chu Changfeng's expression, it seemed he didn't dare to say anything. Many people secretly looked at each other, and then jumped into the pool together. With someone taking the lead, naturally others would follow. Everyone was afraid of falling behind, so the scene suddenly became chaotic. Except for the few cultivators from Heaven Battling Union who didn't move, everyone else rushed into the pool. This pool wasn't small, more than enough to accommodate a few dozen people. Although there seemed to be a lot of soul-cleansing divine water, in fact, the medicinal efficacies it contained were only a part of it, so everyone who jumped in wanted to occupy an advantageous position. Naturally, the most advantageous position was in the middle. Among the dozen or so people who jumped in first, 5 or 6 of them landed in the middle. However, the indifferent man suddenly opened his eyes and swung his fists twice. With 2 punches, the air in the entire stone room seemed to have been sucked out, and the incomparably violent fist force sent the 5 or 6 people flying. They all spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and when they landed on the ground, their expressions were filled with shock and dispirited. They knew this man wasn't to be trifled with, but they didn't expect him to be so fierce. 1 against many, 2 simple punches had repelled all of them. Although there was some suspicion that this was a sneak attack, he had clearly shown mercy. No one doubted this. If he had really intended to kill, at least half of the 5 or 6 cultivators would have died. Anyone who comes within 3 meters of me will die. After throwing out 2 punches, he said indifferently before closing his eyes again. He wanted to monopolize the 3-meter area in the center. Chapter 1193. The indifferent man declared that he wanted to monopolize the surrounding 10 meters, his tone extremely overbearing. However, no one thought there was anything wrong with this. Even Chu Changfeng, after witnessing the power of the other party, was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. He had met many geniuses on Shadowed Star during this time, but no matter who they were, none gave him the same impulse to fight this indifferent man. Because Yang Kai didn't know if he could win against this person with his current means, he couldn't wait to test this uncertainty. However, now was not the time to find this person to fight. The soul-cleansing divine water was the most important thing right now. Yang Kai still had to move around Shadowed Star in the future, so sooner or later he would have a chance to compete with this person. So soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly when he first entered this place. When he entered the stone room, for a moment, Yang Kai even had the idea of driving everyone away so he could enjoy the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water alone. If he had attacked at that time, he might not have been able to win against this person, and if he had fought with him, not only would he have exposed his true strength, it would only have allowed Chu Changfeng and the others to reap the benefits. This world was big, and there were indeed many strange geniuses. This indifferent man was the most powerful Saint King Yang Kai had seen so far. Even Shui Yu of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was not his opponent, causing Yang Kai to secretly become vigilant and feel that he could no longer casually underestimate a cultivator in the same realm. Inside the stone room, except for the few people from Heaven Battling Union who stood still, everyone else found a place to sit down cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, beginning to cleanse their souls. Everyone's face showed an inexplicable look of joy, some even moaning as if they were extremely comfortable. Enter! Chu Changfeng no longer wasted any time and waved his hand with a gloomy face. The several Heaven Battling Union disciples who had been waiting for Yang Kai to make a decision all entered the pool in a single file and sat down cross-legged. Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as the anger in his heart could not be quelled, but even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare find trouble with this stern-faced man. Not to mention whether or not he was this man's opponent, the behemoth behind him was something even Heaven Battling Union feared. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, Chu Changfeng felt very uncomfortable, so for some unknown reason he actually rushed over to Yang Kai and coldly shouted, "Scram, this position is mine." Yang Kai's position wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. Just now, when Yang Kai had entered this place with everyone else, he hadn't paid much attention to it and had just casually found a place to occupy, but how could he have known that Chu Changfeng would also be eyeing it? Yang Kai knew in his heart that Chu Changfeng was just venting his anger and didn't really want to occupy this position, because there were many better positions than this one. Chu Changfeng deliberately acting this way was clearly looking for trouble. Because Yang Kai's strength was the lowest and he was alone, if Chu Changfeng didn't find trouble with him, who else could he find trouble with? Obviously, he was also concerned about this stern-faced man. Yang Kai's expression went cold, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't act up and instead stood up obediently and sat down in an empty spot nearby. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Seemingly recovering some face for himself, his expression gradually eased, and after sitting down cross-legged and beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, his face immediately filled with joy, all his previous displeasure disappearing. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who had advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at this moment. Seeing him being driven away by Chu Changfeng, she smiled and comforted him. "It seems you were right to insist on staying here. Compared to this great opportunity, there's no need to worry about anything else. Elder sister has been sitting here for a while now and feels that the bottleneck of her soul cultivation has loosened a little. You should quickly absorb the efficacies here, Perhaps you'll be able to comprehend something. Yang Kai didn't want to say much to her and simply nodded before beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. The reason why the function of soul-cleansing divine water was so wondrous was entirely because of the strength of the soul of an Origin King Realm Master. When an Origin King Realm Master died here, their spiritual energy would fuse perfectly with the spirit liquid here, and after countless years of transformation, it would form soul-cleansing divine water. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing divine water here was golden, after a short period of absorption, he was certain that this was indeed soul-cleansing divine water. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. The beautiful woman was right. Cultivating here could not only enhance one's soul, but also allow one's spiritual energy to become more condensed and solid. If one's luck was good enough, they may be able to comprehend some of the dead Origin King Realm Master's soul skills. How could the methods of an Origin King Realm Master be lacking? As long as one could comprehend even a tiny bit of that master's divine technique, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their life. So far, the only Origin King Yang Kai had seen was Guizhu. However, Guizhu's earth-shattering methods were something Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for. Presumably, other Origin Kings weren't any worse than Guizhu. Opening his pores, Yang Kai's physique wriggled and a trace of golden energy drilled into Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs before rushing straight to the top of his head and into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings carefully, dividing half of his consciousness to guard against any movement outside to avoid being attacked at this critical moment, while the other half entered his knowledge sea to observe the magical effects of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai could clearly see that within his knowledge sea, which was burning like a raging inferno, there were many golden threads pouring into it. Although there weren't many of these golden threads, their colors were very distinct, and they were particularly eye-catching in the red sea of flames, like golden fish swimming freely. Half of the golden threads quickly merged with the seawater in his sea of consciousness, increasing the strength of his sea of consciousness and tempering the tenacity of his sea of consciousness. Although the increase was negligible, it was already amazing. A cultivator's cultivation could be summed up in 4 aspects: the strengthening of one's physical body, the accumulation of Saint Qi, the tempering of one's soul, and the comprehension of one's realm. The simplest of these was the accumulation of Saint Qi, because this kind of accumulation could be achieved by relying on external materials, such as pills and saint crystals. When a cultivator cultivated, they would use these 2 things. The most difficult aspect was the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators had reached the requirements for advancement in the other 3 aspects, but were unable to break through their bottleneck because their comprehension of their realm was insufficient. 90% of the 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters on Shadowed Star were stuck in their comprehension of their realm, unable to advance any further for the rest of their lives. As for the strengthening of one's physical body, it was relatively easy in the early stages and could be done with the help of external forces, but as one cultivated to the later stages, it would become more and more difficult. It was almost impossible to reach the peak. Yang Kai's powerful physical body was only possible because he had encountered countless opportunities, but his physical body was still far from its peak, so he would still suffer some damage from powerful attacks. It could only be said that compared to a cultivator in the same realm, or even an Origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai's physical body was countless times stronger. On top of that, the massive vitality contained in his golden blood gave him a terrifying restorative power, so after being injured, he would be able to restore himself to his original state in a very short time. The cultivation of spiritual energy was countless times more difficult than the accumulation of Saint Qi, and it was even more difficult than the enhancement of one's physical body, second only to the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators, after breaking through to a new realm, would deliberately choose to enter retreat for a period of time to focus on cultivating their spiritual energy in order to enhance it. The effect of taking pills to cultivate one's spiritual energy was not very obvious, and no matter where one went, soul cultivation secret arts were extremely rare, each one extremely precious. This was the case in Tongshen realm, and it was the same in Star territory. 80% of cultivators cultivated their spiritual energy by cultivating soul skills, constantly using soul skills to exhaust their spiritual energy and then replenish it. This cycle repeated over and over again, and in this cycle of exhaustion and recovery, one's spiritual energy would slowly increase. This was a stupid method, but it was the simplest and most practical one. Yang Kai did not need to use this method to enhance his spiritual energy because he had the soul-warming lotus. What's more, he did not have much time to spend in retreat to cultivate his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was still much stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, comparable to that of an origin-returning realm master. The reason for this was none other than the soul-warming lotus. This supreme soul-nourishing treasure had been obtained by Yang Kai when he was still very weak and had coexisted with him for more than 20 years. With his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complementing each other, not only did his spiritual energy grow, but the soul-warming lotus also continued to grow. Now, the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water had been displayed, and even though it was only a small amount, it had allowed Yang Kai to reap great benefits. His spiritual energy seemed to have become stronger, comparable to what he had accumulated over many days, making him very happy. Under the watchful gaze of his spiritual energy, some of the golden threads that had not yet been integrated into his knowledge sea seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed towards the location of the six-colored island in his knowledge sea, quickly disappearing into it. This phenomenon did not surprise Yang Kai. Because the soul-warming lotus had such a function, Yang Kai had swallowed some spiritual energy-enhancing pills in the past, the soul-warming lotus would absorb a lot of it and use it to grow. Although in the short term, Yang Kai's benefits were taken away by the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complemented each other. Over the years, the benefits provided by the soul-warming lotus were far greater than the nutrients he provided to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse and purify one's soul, so it was naturally effective for the growth of the soul-warming lotus. But to Yang Kai's surprise, after the soul-warming lotus swallowed these golden threads, it actually took the initiative to emit an incomparably powerful attractive force. In an instant, the golden threads several dozen times larger than before were absorbed into Yang Kai's body and rushed into his knowledge sea. Chapter 1194. Yang Kai only had time to absorb 1% of the golden threads that had been drawn into his knowledge sea by the soul-warming lotus. The rest was snatched away by the soul-warming lotus, causing the six-colored light to become even more dazzling than before. Startled, Yang Kai quickly controlled the attractive force produced by the soul-warming lotus, not daring to make such a big commotion again. If he had been alone here, Yang Kai would have been pleasantly surprised instead of suppressing himself. But now there were more than 30 people here. Once he made such a big commotion, he would definitely be targeted and expelled. If he could absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water so crazily, how could anyone else? Although Kai Yang had suppressed it very quickly, he had still alarmed the beautiful woman who had been talking to him earlier and was standing right next to him. The beautiful woman opened her beautiful eyes suspiciously and stared at Yang Kai strangely. Just now, she had clearly noticed an abnormal attractive force coming from this first-order Saint King, but when she tried to sense it carefully, she couldn't find anything. Shaking her head secretly, she thought it was just an illusion and quickly closed her beautiful eyes again to continue absorbing the benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai secretly sighed in his heart. He hadn't known that the soul-warming lotus would desire the soul-cleansing divine water so much. If he had known earlier, he would have simply found a more remote corner where he could act more freely. Although he could do so now, Yang Kai had to be extremely careful not to arouse suspicion, especially when it came to the beautiful woman not far away. Thinking so, Yang Kai gradually released his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, only stopping when it reached a certain level. In an instant, 10 times more golden threads than before poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. 1% of them was swallowed by Yang Kai's knowledge sea while the rest poured into the six-colored island as usual. This speed was just right. Not only would he not be discovered, but Yang Kai would also be able to reap enough benefits. Now, the medicinal efficacies he absorbed from the soul-cleansing divine water were comparable to the sum of the other 10 people combined. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He could not help but feel a little anxious. There was only one pool of soul-cleansing divine water. Everyone was fighting for it, and there would be a time when it would run out. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At this time, it was naturally better to fight for as much as possible. Unlike the others who were wholeheartedly absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he was able to divert his attention to other things. He was prepared to secretly observe the others. If these people were immersed in the pool and unable to extricate themselves, he decided to increase the speed of absorption. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered by others. Moreover, it was best to stay away from that beautiful woman. Her strength wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, but she was still a bit too sensitive. With that in mind, Yang Kai quietly swam to a remote corner. Although his movements alarmed a few cultivator, causing them to open their eyes and look at Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, no one had the time to criticize him. They simply glanced around before closing their eyes again, racing against time. A moment later, Yang Kai finally arrived at a corner of the pool. This location was very remote and almost no one would choose to stay here, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. Just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to relax a bit, Kai Yang suddenly felt something poking him from under his buttocks. Quickly reaching out and picking it up, Kai Yang felt that it was slightly warm, but before he had time to investigate what it was, he suddenly felt a strange energy flow from his fingertips into his body, all the way to his mind. Wherever this energy passed, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly condensed his Saint Chi to block it. The demonic flame burned fiercely in his meridians and Yang Kai seemed to hear a faint howl in his ears. The cold energy seemed to know the terror of his demonic flame and didn't dare to go any further, instead quickly retreating and was smoothly forced out of his body by Yang Kai, disappearing into the pool. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked around in the direction of the others and was surprised to find that no one had noticed the movement here, as if he was the only one who had heard the miserable howl just now. Not only that, the thing he had just held in his hand was no longer warm and had become ordinary. No matter what it was, if it could appear in the soul-cleansing divine water, it was definitely extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly threw it into his space ring, preparing to investigate it carefully after leaving this place. His brow furrowed as he looked around the golden pool, trying to find the cold energy that had just rushed into his body, but this pool was invisible to the naked eye and his divine sense was also unable to penetrate it. Yang Kai searched for a long time but was unable to find anything. However, since this energy was afraid of his demonic flame, Yang Kai wasn't worried that it would harm him again. What made Yang Kai puzzled was what this thing was and why it was here. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai no longer thought about it and quietly released the suppression of the soul-warming lotus, allowing the soul-warming lotus to attract the golden threads faster. The stone room was quiet for a while. Everyone was frantically tempering their divine sense in the pool. Moreover, everyone's luck seemed to be very good. Ever since everyone jumped into the pool, no one else found this stalactite cave. Most likely, everyone who had received the news had come here. About half an hour later, a sudden change occurred. A huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly rippled out and the strength of this spiritual energy was comparable to that of a master from the first-order origin returning realm, sweeping across the entire stone room. All the cultivators sitting in the pool opened their eyes in horror and looked in the direction of the source of this spiritual energy. At first glance, there were those who were shocked, those who were envious, and those who were stunned. The source of the movement was actually the indifferent man sitting in the center of the pool. At this moment, his face was trembling slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was frowning. It was a very strange sight. Around his body, there was a conspicuous circle of golden light. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Countless golden threads were madly drilling into his body. This movement was so obvious that it caused the entire pool to become turbulent. He really comprehended it. The beautiful woman's cherry lips opened slightly as she looked at the indifferent man in disbelief and exclaimed. Hearing what the beautiful woman said, everyone suddenly realized that the benefits this stern-faced man obtained from the pool were not only tempering his soul, allowing his spiritual energy to reach the level of a first-order origin returning realm master, but also allowing him to comprehend a soul skill that the origin king who died here had mastered before his death. This made everyone's eyes turn red. Compared with the soul skill of an origin king, the small benefits they had just obtained were simply negligible. For a time, everyone stared at him in a daze, forgetting to continue absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Among them, Chu Changfeng's expression was the ugliest. Before, he had vented his anger on Yang Kai and had finally calmed down a lot. In any case, he could still obtain benefits from his current position, so there was no need to be so calculative. But now, this man had actually comprehended an Origin King realm soul skill while he had only tempered his soul slightly. In comparison, the benefits he had obtained were simply heaven and earth. But why was this person able to comprehend a soul skill? Why wasn't it his turn yet? He was also a peerless genius who wore countless dazzling halos in Heaven Battling Union and was worshipped and admired by many of his fellow disciples. He was the most dazzling star of Heaven Battling Union. So why couldn't he comprehend a soul skill? Just because he occupied the best spot in the center with a radius of 30 feet all to himself? Chu Changfeng was so depressed he almost vomited blood. But he could only watch helplessly with a look of jealousy on his face, not daring to interfere. Although this was the best opportunity to interfere with the indifferent man's comprehension, who knew how powerful this man's angry blow would be? So, Chu Changfeng could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. While everyone else was shocked, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been suppressing the attractive force of the soul-warming lotus because he was afraid of causing too much of a commotion and attracting the attention of others, but now, this stern-faced man had attracted everyone's attention, causing the entire pool to become restless. At this moment, even if Yang Kai made a big noise, it would be covered up. How could he hesitate? Immediately releasing all his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai allowed it to absorb the golden threads here. In an instant, a large amount of golden light poured into Yang Kai's fiery red knowledge sea, so much so that it almost overshadowed the original fiery red knowledge sea. The energy contained in this golden light was so shocking that even with Yang Kai's ability, he was unable to refine and absorb it in time. Instead, all of it was given to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus had become even more terrifying than the cold man's body, and no matter how many golden threads it received, it was able to absorb them. The originally dazzling golden color of the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, but everyone was immersed in horror and envy. Not a single one of them noticed this change. As a result, Yang Kai became even more unscrupulous. Although Yang Kai was somewhat envious of the cold-faced man's opportunity, he was more open-minded than anyone else. Soul skills were just a clever use of spiritual energy. Just like martial skills, they were ingenious uses of Saint Qi, allowing one to exert the greatest amount of power at the lowest cost. So what if it was an Origin King realm soul skill? When he grew stronger in the future, Yang Kai felt that he could even create his own soul skill. But the benefits he was receiving now were a kind of fundamental change. Although the indifferent man's soul skill was incredible, compared to the benefits he was receiving, it was still far from enough. While he was eating meat, he had to let others drink some soup as well. Everyone had their own opportunities, so jealousy was useless. How did the color of the pool become so light? A sudden exclamation pulled everyone's attention back. When everyone looked down, their faces all paled. In just a cup of tea's worth of time, the originally thick golden liquid in the pool had become extremely dim, with only a few traces of golden light flowing through it. The pool was no longer as thick as before, and it was now possible to see the bottom of the pool with one's physical body and use one's divine sense to penetrate it. Chapter 1195. The originally rich golden light in the pool was now extremely dim. Everyone hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to try and absorb it, only to find that the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in this pool were incredibly weak. This both shocked and angered everyone. "It's him!" Chu Changfeng ground his teeth as he glared at the indifferent man and couldn't help shouting. In an instant, several dozen pairs of eyes turned towards the indifferent man, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai also grit his teeth, as if the benefits that should have been his had been snatched away. At the same time, he once again suppressed the soul-warming lotus. In that short period of time, almost 90% of the soul-cleansing divine water's medicinal efficacies had been absorbed into his knowledge sea and into the six-colored soul-warming lotus. As for the remaining 10%, half of it had been absorbed by everyone, so there was at most half left in the pool. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to continue absorbing it, but that the mood of the cultivator here was very unstable and extremely vigilant. If he continued to act as he did just now, he may be discovered by others. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't allow himself to become the target of public criticism. Yang Kai decided to let the indifferent man take the blame. In any case, not only was this indifferent man's personal strength tyrannical, but the force behind him was also extremely powerful. Presumably, no matter how dissatisfied and angry these people were, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Sure enough, although the 30 or so cultivator were glaring at him with murderous eyes, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chu Changfeng didn't have such intentions. After a while, everyone closed their eyes again and raced against time to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in the pool. Now that there was only so much soul-cleansing divine water left, if they didn't fight for it now, others would only benefit them. The indifferent man seemed to have reached a critical juncture in his comprehension and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He also didn't know that he had become Yang Kai's scapegoat. Immersed in comprehending the subtleties of an Origin King Realm Master's soul skill, this indifferent man's harvest was simply unimaginable. The little remaining soul-cleansing divine water in the pool rushed madly towards him. About a day later, sitting cross-legged in the pool, nearly 30 cultivator opened their eyes one after another. Everyone's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but within that surprise, there was also a lot of regret and indignation. Everyone who soaked in this place had obtained a great improvement in their spiritual sense cultivation. In just one day, the growth of their spiritual sense was almost equivalent to many years of painstaking cultivation. Furthermore, after being purified by the soul-washing divine water, some of the hidden dangers left behind by the injured divine sense of the cultivator in his early years were all gone. Running their divine senses, they all found that their divine senses were clearer and more condensed than ever before. They also seemed to have obtained some fundamental benefits, which made them very happy. The fundamental change of their spiritual energy meant that it would be easier for them to cultivate their spiritual energy in the future. Such a huge change happened in just one day. What would happen if it took longer? But it was a pity. If it wasn't for someone taking all the benefits, they could have soaked in this place for at least 10 days. No one dared to imagine what kind of improvement and change their divine sense would have in 10 days. For a time, everyone's eyes towards the indifferent man once again became filled with hatred. The indifferent man had also thoroughly comprehended an Origin King Realm soul skill at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his inflexible face. However, when he found that everyone present was staring at him with hostile eyes, he was still a little confused, wondering what he had done to provoke such indignation. But soon he attributed the hostility of these people to jealousy. Although the disappearance of the soul-washing divine water's medicinal efficacies surprised him, when he thought about the fierce improvement of his spiritual energy after comprehending the soul skill just now, he seemed to have found another reason. Did I really absorb more than half of the soul-washing divine water? Is that why they are so angry? The indifferent man also couldn't figure out the situation, but he had no intention of getting entangled with these people. Letting out a cold snort, he stood up from the pool and flew out. Midair, He circulated his Saint Chi to dry the water on his body before landing on the ground and walking away without looking back. The biggest benefit of this place had been taken away, so he naturally didn't want to stay and be treated with hostility. The remaining 30 or so people glanced at each other, none of them having expected this man to be so carefree. He got off too easy this time. Chu Changfeng ground his teeth bitterly as he smashed his fist into the pool, his expression fierce. No one else dared to answer casually, and after a while, they all stood up from the pool one by one, sighing and walking outside. Looking at the pool of spirit liquid, everyone's expression became a little dispirited. If it had been any other time or place, encountering such a pool of spirit liquid would have made everyone ecstatic. After all, spirit liquid was a rare treasure that took countless years to form. It was far more beneficial to a cultivator than a high-rank Saint Crystal, whether it was used for cultivation or for restoring one's strength. However, after witnessing the wonders of the soul-washing divine water, this spirit liquid didn't count for much. After all, it was a remnant of something that had lost its soul-washing effect. Even so, with such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be unreasonable not to take it, but everyone's mood was somewhat indescribable. "Young Master Chu, how should we distribute this spirit liquid?" The beautiful woman looked at Chu Changfeng cautiously and asked for his opinion, a trace of self-mockery appearing on her charming face as she said, "Our family's business is small, unlike that person who doesn't even put this pool of spirit liquid in his eyes. This spirit liquid is also a good thing for us." "Yes, young Master Chu, what do you say? Everyone will listen to you. If anyone dares to disobey, we'll kill them together." Immediately, a cultivator from a force that had a good relationship with Heaven Battling Union expressed his support. Just now, when they were distributing the soul-washing divine water, Chu Changfeng had taken care of him. Although the distribution plan had become a joke, now was the time for him to show his loyalty. Hearing this, Chu Changfeng angrily said, "If that's the case, my Heaven Battling Union will take half of this spirit liquid." His anger didn't disappear because of everyone's praise. As long as he thought about how he hadn't obtained much of this soul-washing divine water, Chu Changfeng couldn't help feeling resentful. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly, some of them even muttering in a low voice, "Didn't you say it would be a quarter before? What, do you have an opinion?" Chu Changfeng glared at the speaker coldly, a clear murderous intent flashing across his eyes. "Young Master Chu misunderstands, this one's junior brother just doesn't know how to speak, how could he dare have an opinion? Young Master Chu, Master is magnanimous, please don't lower yourself to his level." Immediately, a man dressed like a scholar stood up and looked at Chu Changfeng cautiously before shouting at the speaker, "If you don't know how to speak then shut up, no one will treat you as a mute." Quickly apologized to young Master Chu. Everyone knew that Chu Changfeng couldn't be provoked at this time. He was clearly angry and couldn't find an excuse to vent, only a fool would try to provoke him. If the Confucian scholar didn't speak up for his junior brother, Chu Changfeng would definitely go on a killing spree. Whether or not Chu Changfeng would give up now, the Confucian scholar didn't know. He only hoped that Chu Changfeng wouldn't vent his anger on his junior brother. The person who spoke before was also tactful. Knowing that he had spoken without thinking, he hurriedly stood up and respectfully apologized. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, "Only this once, next time you dare speak nonsense, I'll directly take your life. So what if you take half of the spirit liquid? Even if this young master monopolizes this place, what complaints do you have?" "We wouldn't dare." Everyone nodded, looking embarrassed. The biggest benefit had been taken away by that indifferent man, so if Chu Changfeng really monopolized this place, they really wouldn't gain anything this time. "Go get it." Chu Changfeng ordered one of his sect brothers, who immediately stepped forward and began collecting the spirit liquid. Everyone stood aside and waited quietly, hoping that Chu Changfeng would really keep his word and only take half. Chu Changfeng's eyes suddenly turned to Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. The moment Chu Changfeng looked over, Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do. This guy was really looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. Everyone else was in groups of 3 or 5 and the forces behind them weren't weak, so Chu Changfeng couldn't really attack them. Instead, he had set his sights on Yang Kai, a lone cultivator with no background. Grinning at him, Yang Kai quickly retreated and rushed out of the stone room. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled with this guy. Although he wasn't afraid of him, if he accidentally killed him, he would only provoke heaven battling union. With so many people here, unless he killed them all, news would definitely leak out. Yang Kai didn't want to face a behemoth like heaven battling union right now. Chu Changfeng's strength wasn't bad, so Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. The origin-grade high-rank artifact Chu Changfeng used before was already extraordinary. The drop of spirit liquid wasn't a necessity, it was only better than high-rank Saint crystals and wasn't a precious treasure, so Yang Kai decisively left without any hesitation. You ran fast. Chu Changfeng was stunned, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's actions to be so fast, but he didn't chase after him and instead just shouted angrily. This pool of spirit liquid seemed like a lot, but after it was divided among the 8 forces present, it was quickly emptied. The milky white crystals that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool were all scraped clean by them. After searching the stone room for a while and confirming that there was nothing to be gained, everyone left the stone room one after another. Their expressions were somewhat reluctant to part with the stone room. Outside, everyone bid farewell to Chu Changfeng and walked off in different directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a group of 3 people stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the stalagmite cave. These 3 people were from the group with the least number of people in the stone room. Of these 3 people, 2 were third-order Saint Kings while 1 was a second-order Saint King. At this moment, the second-order Saint King was cursing and scolding Chu Changfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-cleansing divine water was first distributed, they were allocated the smallest share, and when the spirit liquid was distributed later, they were also allocated the least. The reason was simple, they had the smallest number of people. Chapter 1196. Among this group of 3, the elderly man who was the leader of the group listened to his companion's endless cursing and finally couldn't help but interject, "Forget it, who told them to be so powerful? Our flowing cloud valley can't afford to provoke them, we'll just have to endure. It's not like you don't know what kind of people heaven battling union is, so why keep complaining?" "I just can't swallow this insult," the man angrily said. "So what if it's heaven battling union? Does Chu Changfeng really think he's some big shot? If it weren't for heaven battling union supporting him, how could he dare act like this? I think this man's reputation is unwarranted. If we really fought, he would definitely not be your 2 brothers' opponent." The elderly man's face sank as he reprimanded, "You're wrong. Although Chu Changfeng is an overbearing playboy with a bad reputation, he does have genuine ability. Otherwise, with just the prestige of heaven battling union, how could his name be known to all of Shadowed Star? Do you know Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fong Tianzhong? I heard that he and Chu Changfeng have exchanged pointers no less than 10 times, but every time the 2 ended in a draw. Since he can fight Fong Tianzhong to a draw, this brother is definitely not his opponent. In the future, you must not underestimate those with reputations. With their reputation, they naturally have their own confidence." Even Fong Tianzhong couldn't beat him? The junior brother was shocked, realizing that he had underestimated Chu Changfeng's ability. Naturally, that's why every time these 2 met, they would oppose each other, as if they were water and fire. Your brother Lu Yi is very clear about this. When the elderly man spoke, he glanced towards the 3rd person. Why does brother Lu Yi know about this? The elderly man said, because brother Lu Yi was once outside and happened to encounter these 2 fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi told him about the situation at that time, lest he look down on the heroes of this world in the future and lose his life without even knowing why. In an instant, the second-order Saint King cultivator turned a curious look towards his brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was thinking about something. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he hadn't heard the elderly man's words. "Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking about?" the elderly man asked suspiciously. Since coming out of the stone room, Lu Ye's soul seemed to be a little out of place, as if he was sleepwalking. Even now, he still hadn't recovered. "Heh, Lu Yi suddenly let out the low chuckle. For some reason, when this chuckle reached the ears of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, they couldn't help shivering as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The elderly man was startled, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to Lu Yi while he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, hurriedly asking, "Junior brother Lu, are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine, I'm better than ever before." Saying so, two strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. These green lights were like two flickering ghostly flames, giving anyone who saw them a feeling of dread. Lu Ye's originally calm face became extremely ferocious at this moment as he suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed his Saint Qi into the second-order Saint King's chest, and plunged it directly into this second-order Saint King's chest. How could the cultivator have imagined that brother Lu Yi, who was usually gentle and polite to everyone, would actually try to kill him? When he felt the pain in his chest, he looked down and saw that Lu Ye's hand had already pierced into his chest. His heart inexplicably convulsed as he saw Lu Yi pull his hand out of his chest, revealing a blood-red hand holding a still beating heart. "Is this my heart?" This was the only doubt that flashed across the cultivator's mind before he fell backwards, a large amount of blood gushing out from the big hole in his chest. "Lu Yi, what are you doing?" The elderly man's expression changed greatly. He had never expected that such a thing like killing his fellow disciples would actually happen right under his nose. Shouting angrily, he condensed his Saint Qi and prepared to attack this person who had just killed his fellow sect brother. But how could he have imagined that a shocking spiritual energy would suddenly rush straight into his knowledge sea, instantly breaking through his defenses and causing his knowledge sea to turn upside down? The elderly man let out a muffled groan as his knowledge sea was damaged, and the Saint Qi he had condensed dissipated without a trace. Immediately, he saw Lu Yi rushing towards him with a ferocious smile on his face, the green fluorescence in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. "You're not." The elderly man opened his mouth and exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, his entire head was chopped off by Lu Ye's palm, causing blood to spurt out from his headless corpse. Lu Yi stood up lightly, shook off the blood on his hand, and coldly snorted, "Of course I'm not." It seemed like he had easily killed two Saint King realm cultivator, but Lu Yi still showed a look of dissatisfaction at this moment. This body's aptitude was not bad and was very suitable for cultivating his secret art, but its cultivation was too weak. Compared to his peak, it was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Lu Yi was very satisfied because he had finally escaped from that damned place. How many years had it been? 5,000 years? 10,000 years? 20,000 years? It had been so long that he couldn't even remember. If no one had found that stone room in another 1,000 years, his soul would likely have really dissipated from this world. In order to break through some of the barriers surrounding that stone room and allow others to discover it, he had not hesitated to consume the energy of his soul source. If not for that, the stone room would likely still be covered in dust. Fortunately, all his efforts had been worth it. Someone had really gone to that place, allowing him to fulfill his wish of many years. Lu Ye's face paled slightly for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Forcibly using his secret technique had placed a great burden on his body, and even now, he had not fully familiarized himself with this new body. It seemed that he would not be able to use any more secret techniques in the short term. Lu Yi raised his head to look at the blue dome of heaven, then looked at the fiery red flames of the flame area on the horizon. He sneered, "3 suns ring of fire, what a grand move." After saying such inexplicable words, Lu Yi searched the rings of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, burned their bodies, then immediately turned around and ran towards the stalactite cave. A moment later, Lu Yi returned. There was nothing left in the stone room, and the pool had been scraped clean. Even the skeletons that had been lying on the side had been attacked by someone before they left, and now they were all over the floor. Seeing this scene, a trace of annoyance flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he walked over to the scattered bones, bent down, and carefully sorted them out, putting them all into his space ring. As he did this, Lu Ye's expression became somewhat strange, a mixture of sadness and nostalgia. After collecting the bones, Lu Yi jumped into the empty pool and stood there contemplating for a while before suddenly walking forward at an irregular pace. Every time he took a step, he would pour some Saint Qi into the bottom of the pool, alternating between light and heavy. Lu Ye's expression was also extremely serious, as if he was doing something extremely important. After walking like this for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Lu Ye's eyes gradually filled with expectation. A moment later, Lu Ye's figure paused and he took a final step while pouring just enough Saint Qi into the pool. Kacha, at the center of the bottom of the pool, a crack suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and quickly stepped forward, picked up a space ring hidden in the secret compartment, and put it on his finger, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. As long as he had this space ring, he could easily make a comeback. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that his most important possession had been taken away by this First-Order Saint King cultivator. On top of that, the power in this cultivator's body was too strange, a kind of burning black flame. When Lu Yi had entered his body and tried to seize it, he had almost been burned to death. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of black flame before, one that alternated between hot and cold, good and evil, a contradiction to the extreme. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly tried to escape. If he had remained inside this cultivator's body for another 3 breaths, Lu Yi had no doubt he would have been burned to ashes. That was a good body. If only he could seize it, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little regretful. How could you take away something that belongs to me? Lu Yi sneered as he released his divine sense. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was carrying that thing, even if it was hidden in his space ring, Lu Yi would be able to accurately find it. Because that thing was his to begin with. However, after investigating it, Lu Yi was shocked as he couldn't feel the aura of that thing at all, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Impossible! Lu Yi roared madly, his face filled with hysteria, unable to believe that the aura of that thing had disappeared. The only possibility was that the other party had fused with it. But a trivial First-Order Saint King, even if he had great ability, was incapable of fusing with it. Doing so would only result in his death. That thing was Lu Ye's most important possession. If he had taken it out, it would have set off a bloodbath across the entire star territory. Now that it had disappeared, how could he not be angry? Without it, it would take Lu Yi at least 2,000 or 3,000 years to restore his soul and cultivation. At this moment, Yang Kai was already 50 kilometers away from the stalactite cave. After perceiving Chu Changfeng's murderous intent, Yang Kai immediately left without any particular target, simply moving as he pleased. At first, Yang Kai wanted to enter the treasure area to search for treasures, but after entering, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced here disappointed him. With the exception of the emerald silk grass, which was a pleasant surprise, the other gains were simply not worth mentioning. Although they were all very expensive, Yang Kai didn't lack money at all, so there was no need to waste time collecting them here. His biggest gain was naturally the benefits he obtained from the stalactite cave. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water didn't need to be mentioned. Yang Kai himself didn't obtain many benefits from it. Although his spiritual energy had improved somewhat, it wasn't obvious. After all, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators at his level, but the benefits his soul-warming lotus received were unimaginable. Chapter 1197. After the soul-warming lotus swallowed so much golden energy, its 6-colored light continued to flicker, as if it only needed to devour a little more to evolve. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful as he knew how difficult it would be for the soul-warming lotus to evolve. When Yang Kai first obtained this precious treasure that could nourish his soul, the soul-warming lotus was only 5-colored. Even after taking so many pills to strengthen his soul, the soul-warming lotus didn't change much. In the end, Yang Kai had to eat a saint-grade high-rank pill that had formed pill clouds and was thousands of years old to allow the soul-warming lotus to evolve to 6-colored. Yang Kai hadn't held much hope for the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its final 7-colored form before, thinking that being able to achieve this goal in his lifetime would already be a great achievement. But now, this lofty goal was actually showing signs of being achieved, which made Yang Kai both excited and somewhat regretful. He was already considering whether he should refine some spiritual energy-enhancing pills after Lu Yan's desert closed and desperately take them to help the soul-warming lotus evolve. How much he could absorb from these pills wasn't the main point, as long as it could help the soul-warming lotus evolve. Even if he had to spend more saint crystals or waste more pills, it would be worth it. Secretly thinking about this for a while, Yang Kai was in a good mood. He was looking forward to what kind of help the soul-warming lotus would bring him after it evolved into its final form. In the past, his strength had been low, so although he could feel the various benefits of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have a thorough understanding of them. Now, with the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai was more and more aware of the importance of the soul-warming lotus. He had never deliberately cultivated his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was far superior to that of any other cultivator in the same realm. 80% of this was due to the soul-warming lotus, but of course, the demon eye of annihilation also played an important role. Without the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to freely devour others' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing his own understanding of cultivation to reach a bottleneck, or allowing his spiritual energy to grow so recklessly. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Yang Kai took out something from his space ring. This thing was the unknown object that had hit him in the pool. At that time, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate it and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Only now did he discover that it was actually a hexagonal crystal about the size of an egg. It looked like a perfect piece of jade. However, other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about it. When Yang Kai touched it in the pool, there was still a trace of warmth. In addition, a cold energy seeped out from it and poured into Yang Kai's body. But now, it was completely ordinary. Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy from it at all. After frowning and observing it for a long time, a layer of demonic flame appeared on Yang Kai's hand. The demonic flame roiled and slowly wrapped around it, but no matter how Yang Kai burned it, it didn't change at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to Yang Kai. His current demonic flame was something even ordinary origin-grade artifacts could not resist, let alone a piece of ordinary stone. Unable to feel any energy fluctuations and unable to burn it with his demonic flame, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to probe it. Who would have thought that as soon as his spiritual sense touched this hexagonal colorless crystal, it would disappear from his hand. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread from his mind. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the fiery red ocean was tumbling, and the six-colored light of the six-colored island was shining brightly. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a hexagonal colorless crystal had appeared at some unknown time. It was the same crystal that he had held in his hand before. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As far as he knew, the knowledge sea was an invisible thing, so even if a cultivator's head was cracked open, their knowledge sea would not be able to be discovered with the naked eye. In this invisible sea, only some soul-type artifacts could enter it. The demon eye of annihilation could barely be considered a soul-type artifact, while the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure used to nourish one's knowledge sea. But what was this hexagonal colorless crystal? The moment he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it had actually entered his knowledge sea? But now, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. It only gave him an unimaginably refreshing feeling that was harmless. Yang Kai originally wanted to investigate it carefully. After all, no matter who it was, having such an inexplicable thing appear in their knowledge sea would cause them to feel uneasy. But before Yang Kai could take any action, the six-colored island suddenly transformed into a six-colored beam of light that shot out from a great distance and wrapped around the colorless crystal like a ribbon. Then, under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, it was dragged back to the island in one fell swoop. The six-colored island wriggled and transformed back into the original form of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, the six-colored light quickly converging. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed and his soul avatar instantly appeared above the six-colored soul-warming lotus. Looking down, as he expected, The colorless crystal was lying quietly on the bud of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, reflecting the 6 colors of the soul-warming lotus. Soon after, the petals of the lotus closed towards the center like an open hand clenched into a fist. Soon, it turned into a flower bud. It looked like a budding lotus flower. Yang Kai's complexion changed rapidly as his soul avatar trembled with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, as the master of the soul-warming lotus, he could still tell that the soul-warming lotus had begun to evolve into its final form. Yang Kai had previously considered refining pills to nourish the soul-warming lotus, but now there was no need for that. And the reason for this change was the colorless hexagonal crystal. The last time the soul-warming lotus evolved, such a situation had not occurred. Its color had only gradually increased with the nourishment of a large amount of energy. But this time, before it evolved, it had turned into a bud. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Yang Kai was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption, full of peerless power. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud, discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern, like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but it had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were 2nd or 3rd order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Lu Yen Desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chun, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator, his strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down," a burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chun, that guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us, once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share. It's not worth it." The 4 men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him, but this was the Lu Yen Desert. Helping others was fine anywhere, but here, there were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their lives. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they spare any effort to help others? After the 4 men and women finished speaking, the beautiful woman let out a faint sigh, her red lips parting slightly as she softly asked, "You all think his strength is low and he has no skill, right?" "Yes, isn't it obvious? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" The burly man with a pockmarked face stared widely as he thought of a possibility. "That shouldn't be the case." The beautiful woman shook her head. "If that's the case, why bring him along?" "Ha, you all know he has no skill, but why was he able to come here? Why was he able to break through the flame area?" Chapter 1198. As soon as the beautiful woman asked this question, all 4 of them froze for a moment, thinking that it made sense. Just how unbearable the flame area was, they had all experienced it firsthand. At that time, the 5 of them had spent a great deal of effort to break through the flame area and set foot in the treasure area, so how did a little First Order Saint King manage to do so? Senior Sister Chin, do you know the reason? The 4 all looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. "I don't know, but I think he's a man of great luck." A man of great luck. The 4 men and women around the beautiful woman looked at each other. The beautiful woman surnamed Chin chuckled and pursed her lips. "I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with better luck while others are born with worse luck. This is the result of different opportunities, which is why cultivator with the same aptitude can develop differently in life. I've seen many people with such luck over the years, and every time I follow them, I can more or less obtain some benefits." The burly man's mouth couldn't help twitching as he hesitantly asked, "Senior Sister Chin, what you mean is that if we take him with us, we may obtain some unexpected benefits?" "Exactly. Think about it, it's already a miracle that a First Order Saint King cultivator like him was able to pass through the flame area. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but rather found a safe path to enter the treasure area. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to pass through the last section of the flame area. What he relied on was his own luck." The beautiful woman's voice was soft, and although her words weren't convincing enough, they were still very comfortable to listen to. Of course, this alone isn't enough to explain everything, but what happened in that stone room later, I'm sure you all know. That stone room. Everyone thought back for a while, naturally recalling Yang Kai's performance and experience at that time. For a moment, all of them couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. "Do you understand now? At that time, I thought that after the soul-cleansing divine water was distributed to Chu Changfeng, it would be impossible for him to obtain any benefits. I even advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who could have guessed that in the end, everyone would have to soak in the pool together. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. There are more than 10,000 cultivators who entered Lu Yen Sandfield, and there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators who entered the treasure area, but only 30 or so people benefited from the stone room, and he is the only First Order Saint King. From what Senior Sister Shin said, his luck is pretty good." The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin and gently nodded. It seemed that he felt that the beautiful woman's words weren't without reason. Luck was an illusory thing, but no matter how one looked at it, the First Order Saint King cultivator's luck couldn't be too bad. "Senior Sister, there is a saying that from the depths of misfortune comes bliss. What if he runs out of luck?" Another female cultivator in the team secretly worried. There was no such thing as endless wealth in this world, and there was no such thing as inexhaustible luck. "It doesn't matter. In any case, we have nothing to lose by bringing him along. If we really find something good, we'll just share some with him. If we don't find anything, it's just our bad luck." The beautiful woman smiled freely. "Since Senior Sister says so, then let's bring him along." The pockmarked man saw that the beautiful woman was determined and no longer objected. Indeed, as the beautiful woman said, bringing him along wouldn't be a big loss. At most, they would just share some benefits with him. He was just a trivial First Order Saint King. How could he resist? If they really encountered some kind of great danger, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In any case, Senior Sister Shin said that he was a person of great destiny, so he shouldn't die casually. With the pockmarked man's words, everyone stopped talking and under the guidance of the beautiful woman, walked forward. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and wore a strange expression. A person of great destiny? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing dumbly. Being able to find that stone room had something to do with luck, but it was more because he was bold and didn't fear Chu Changfeng, so he chose to stay behind. If it had been anyone else, they would have left long ago. How could they have obtained any benefits? As for breaking through the flame area, was that really that difficult? It had nothing to do with luck, right? However, now that he had figured out why they had followed him, Yang Kai's displeased look disappeared. After all, these people didn't have any malicious intentions. Relatively speaking, they had good intentions. However, Yang Kai didn't want to act with others. If they thought he was dragging them down, he would think they were dragging him down. It was much more convenient to be alone. If he really found something good, he wouldn't have to share it with others. The beautiful woman's group wasn't far from Yang Kai, and perhaps because they had immediately chased after him after obtaining the spirit liquid, the group of 5 soon appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. In order to avoid any misunderstandings from Yang Kai, the beautiful woman surnamed Chin called out enthusiastically from a distance, "Little brother." Yang Kai pretended to have only just discovered their whereabouts and immediately showed a look of vigilance as he slowly got up. Little brother doesn't need to panic. The beautiful woman seemed to have expected this scene and her seductive face filled with a kind smile, her beautiful eyes clear as she said, "We have no malicious intentions." Saying so, she quickly led the other 4 men and women over to Yang Kai. After they arrived in front of him, Yang Kai asked in a lukewarm tone, "What do you want?" "Hee, it's nothing. I just saw that little brother was alone, so I came to take a look." The beautiful woman replied with a smile. "Did you come here alone?" "You can say so," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're really amazing." In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably be stuck in the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the 2nd layer. Naturally, he was quite amazing. Yang Kai's face was filled with a sweet fragrance, and his mouth was also filled with sweetness. In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably only be able to reach the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the 2nd layer. "Young lady, if you have something to say, just say it." Since he knew their purpose, Yang Kai didn't bother to beat around the bush and simply waited for her to bring it up. Quite a temper. The pockmarked man couldn't help sneering. In his opinion, Senior Sister Chin being willing to bring him along was a direct reflection of his good luck, but he hadn't expected this little brat to not give him any face at all. "Young lady." When the beautiful woman heard Yang Kai address her as such, she couldn't help smiling. She hadn't heard anyone call her this for a long time, so she quickly said, "It's like this, we are from Clear Sky Sect." After reporting her sect, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, seemingly thinking that since her sect was not weak, Yang Kai should be a little surprised, but Yang Kai still looked indifferent, making her feel quite embarrassed. Coughing lightly, she continued, "My name is Chen Tao, and these are my junior brother and junior sister. Seeing you wandering here alone, I'm afraid little brother doesn't know much about the dangers of the treasure area, right? Not only are there many monster beasts here, but there are also many inexplicable barriers and traps. It is very dangerous for someone with your cultivation to wander here. If you aren't careful, you may lose your life here." At this point, according to the beautiful woman's estimation, Yang Kai should panic and fear, so she would take advantage of this situation to say a few words of comfort and smoothly win him over, but she never expected him to remain indifferent, as if he didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Chen Tao groaned in her heart, wondering what kind of family this little brat came from. It seemed he didn't know anything about Lu Yen's sand field. Left with no choice, she could only cut to the chase. "If you are willing, you might as well act with us. Although the 5 of us aren't very powerful, It's still better than risking your life here alone. Of course, if we can find something good, we won't treat you unfairly. My Clear Sky sect's disciples have a very good reputation outside, and there are no scums who bully the weak. What does little brother think? It wasn't good to give a straight answer, so Yang Kai pretended to ponder for a while, but just as he was about to decline, he couldn't help frowning and turning his head to the side. Not far away, a fiery red light was rapidly approaching them like a bolt of lightning, arriving at their side in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen flying fire? Yang Kai's first thought was that this thing was Lu Yen flying fire. But soon, he denied this conjecture because this fiery red light was different from the Lu Yen flying fire he had seen before. Although its speed wasn't slow, it was definitely not as fast as Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai released his divine sense and was even able to catch a trace of it. What's more, this was the second layer's treasure area, so how could there be a Lu Yen flying fire? Wei Guchang had said that something like Lu Yen flying fire only existed in the flame area, so it was impossible for it to appear in the treasure area. At the same time that Yang Kai discovered this fiery red light, Chen Shitao and the others also noticed it. The burly man with the pockmarked face stared in the direction the red light disappeared and after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "A world spirit treasure?" Everyone else was visibly moved. Yang Kai also saw what that thing was. It was indeed a kind of world spirit treasure, but he couldn't determine its specific type. When that red light flashed in front of him just now, Yang Kai clearly felt a trace of vitality, so if it wasn't a world spirit treasure, what could it be? Not waiting for Kai Yang to give chase, from the direction the red light had come from, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as he stood in place. This person soon arrived in front of everyone. Originally, he was still a little vigilant. After all, he was chasing after a treasure and suddenly having 6 people blocking his path made him feel uneasy, but when he saw that one of them was Yang Kai, he immediately relaxed and rushed over. Foreign Elder Chang. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted him. This person was none other than Chang Chi of the Haiku family. Yang Kai, you're here too. Chang Chi's face was filled with excitement, as if he had seen a close relative, laughing heartily. Chapter 1199. Chang Chi wasn't surprised that Yang Kai could come here. Others didn't know how great Yang Kai's strength was, but Chang Chi was very clear. He had seen Yang Kai fight with a third-order Saint King cultivator several times, so if such a person couldn't break into the flame area, it would be too unreasonable. Chang Chi was happy that the two of them actually had a chance to meet here. Where's Foreign Elder Hao? Yang Kai looked behind him but didn't see any trace of Howen, so he quickly asked. Old Hao didn't come with me, we haven't seen each other since we came in, but don't worry, although Old Hao is quite old, he should have no problem breaking through the first layer of the flame area with his ability, Chang Chi smiled. It wasn't until this moment that he turned his eyes to Chen Shitao and the others and asked in surprise, we're from Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shitao smiled, thinking that this old man should be a cultivator from the same family as this young man. It seemed they weren't from a big family, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such an old man. Clear Sky Sect. Unlike Yang Kai, when Chang Chi heard these 3 words, his expression immediately became dignified and he quickly cupped his fists. So it's Clear Sky Sect, my apologies for not recognizing you. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, unable to figure out how Yang Kai was related to Clear Sky Sect. Clear Sky Sect's forces weren't any weaker than Shadow Moon Hall's, and although it didn't have any outstanding disciples these years, its many years of accumulation and heritage had given it an extremely resounding reputation. So when Chang Chi heard Chen Shitao say they were from Clear Sky Sect, he didn't dare act negligently. This is the reaction a person of low birth should have when hearing about Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shitao thought to herself, the awkwardness caused by Yang Kai's indifference being swept away. Foreign Elder Chang, were you chasing that world spirit treasure? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Chang Chi patted his thigh, a look of annoyance filling his face. That thing was simply sentient. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary little snake, but as soon as I got close, it turned into a streak of fire and flew away. I've never seen anything that can fly in the flowing flame sand field before. Hearing him say this, everyone was shocked. Just now, when the spiritual object of heaven and earth flashed by, everyone was so excited that they completely forgot that the laws of heaven and earth here restricted all flying abilities. Now that they thought about it, it was really quite incredible. That thing was extraordinary. This thought popped into everyone's minds, causing the eyes of the 5 Clear Sky sect disciples to burn with excitement. "Hurry up and chase after him," Yang Kai said, and immediately rushed in the direction where the red light had disappeared. Chang Chi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed and walked side by side with Yang Kai. "Senior Sister Shin." The pockmarked face man licked his dry lips and muttered, "He really is a person of great fortune." Before, when Shin Tao said that this young man's luck was extraordinary, they were all skeptical, but how could they have known that just after coming into contact with him, they would encounter a world spirit treasure? This kind of thing was extremely rare and each of them was priceless. With the facts in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it now. Looking at Shin Tao, their eyes were filled with admiration, thinking that she was truly a good judge of character. "What should we do?" another female cultivator asked. Chen Tao stomped her foot and shot forward while the other 4 hurriedly used their movement skills and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits. Yang Kai, those Clear Sky sect disciples. Chang Chi looked back at the 5 people who had caught up with him with some uneasiness. "I'm not familiar with them, we've just met by chance." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Don't worry about them, if we can catch up with that world spirit treasure, just snatch it. It'll belong to whoever grabs it, but if they dare to use force, we won't be polite either." "Good, with your words I can rest assured." Chang Chi's expression relaxed as he became full of energy. He had come to the Lu Yen Desert in search of opportunities, and now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, let alone Clear Sky sect's disciples, even if Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect's disciples stood in his way, he would fight for it. After all, he wouldn't live for many years, so dying for the martial Dao would not be in vain. Although the 6 people in the 2 groups had all raised their speeds to their limits, the fact that they couldn't fly in this place still caused them a lot of trouble. Yang Kai had been delayed for a few breaths while waiting for Chang Chi, but now it was impossible for him to catch up with the flame, so he could only carefully follow its path and sense the vitality and aura it left behind. This was the only way to avoid losing track of it. "Foreign Elder Chang, tell me more about that world spirit treasure," Yang Kai took the time to ask. "I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like a small cyan snake that was lying motionless on a patch of soul-nourishing flowers. I only found it when I was collecting those soul-nourishing flowers." "Soul-nourishing flowers?" Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally had the right to speak about the effects of herbs. Soul-nourishing flowers were Saint King-grade herbs, and the medicinal fragrance they emitted could calm one's mind and nourish one's soul. They could be used to refine several kinds of pills. However, world spirit treasures were essentially spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so why would it absorb the medicinal fragrance of soul-nourishing flowers? Could it be that this small snake-like world spirit treasure had developed a soul and gained sentience? But even so, it shouldn't be interested in soul-nourishing flowers. It was really strange. While Yang Kai and Chang Chi were talking, Chen Tao and the others behind them were quite surprised. Because they discovered that Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, was not slower than any of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to him. Chen Tao was greatly surprised and couldn't understand this First-Order Saint King cultivator. Not long after, Yang Kai and Chang Chi came to a stop in front of a large plain. This plain was covered in thick grass that was 2 to 3 meters tall, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here. It was as if this fertile land was only suitable for growing weeds. This situation was very unusual. Yang Kai had chased them all the way here, but the vitality and aura left behind by the fiery light had been cut off here. He didn't know whether it was hiding or for some other reason. However, Yang Kai was certain that the small snake-like world spirit treasure was hiding here. Let's split up and search. With so many weeds, it should be difficult to find it. Pay attention to any special energy fluctuations. Maybe there are some kind of barriers here, Yang Kai said lightly. Okay. Changqi nodded and immediately separated from Yang Kai. A moment later, Qin Shi Tao and the others also arrived. Seeing Yang Kai and Haoan disappear into the weeds, the four of them immediately turned their eyes to Qin Shi Tao. Let's also split up and search. Qin Shi Tao made a prompt decision. With a world spirit treasure right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? The 5 people from Clear Sky sect also followed Yang Kai and Changqi and scattered in 5 different directions to begin their search. Searching for something in this kind of place was a headache. Even if Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful and could cover a wide range, he didn't have much of an advantage. Who knew how that world spirit treasure was able to conceal itself without revealing the slightest flaw? After searching for 2 hours, Yang Kai was considering whether to give up and not waste any more time here when he suddenly noticed an energy fluctuation coming from a place 10 kilometers away. Did someone discover something? Yang Kai's face lit up and he immediately rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the location where the energy fluctuation was coming from and found that the 5 people from Clear Sky sect had actually gathered around a large hole, all of them wearing excited expressions. Several of them were peering into the hole, but none of them dared to enter. The burly man with the pockmarked face was talking to Qin Shi Tao, and from what he was saying, it was obvious he had inadvertently discovered something unusual here, so he had attacked it, but how could he have known he would create a hole in the ground? However, whether this hole was a blessing or a curse, he wasn't sure, so he sent a message to Qin Shi Tao and the others to gather together and carefully discuss what to do next. When Yang Kai arrived, the 5 people all glanced at him but didn't show any intention of driving him away, instead continuing to discuss. A moment later, Changqi also arrived, apparently having heard the same movement as Yang Kai. Did you find it? Changqi stared at the hole and his eyes lit up. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found anything noteworthy from this hole, but the appearance of a hole here was really intriguing, so naturally, it was necessary to explore it. However, this hole had been discovered by others first, so Yang Kai couldn't be the first to enter. If he really did so, he would inevitably draw the ire of the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, so he could only wait. While Qin Shi Tao and the others were discussing, they glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, some shaking their heads while others nodded, as if there was some kind of dispute. However, Qin Shi Tao quickly said a few words and those who shook their heads could only nod in agreement. After reaching a consensus, Qin Shi Tao suddenly smiled and walked over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained calm, and although he didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't feel the slightest malice from her. Little brother, do you and this old man want to explore this hole? Qin Shi Tao asked. You're willing to let us in? Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. Naturally, although this hole was discovered by my junior brother, in the end, we all chased here together, so discovering this hole is also thanks to your efforts. Qin Shi Tao smiled lightly. It's not that simple, is it? Tell me your conditions. Yang Kai smiled thoughtfully. Qin Shi Tao was startled for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother really is a sensible person. Then I'll be frank, no one knows what's inside this hole, but there may be some kind of opportunity or hidden disaster. You also know that Lu Yen Desert is full of dangers, so although this hole looks ordinary, who knows what dangers lie below? We don't dare to go down. Yang Kai gently nodded, not interrupting, motioning for her to continue. Qin Shi Tao continued, little brother seems to have very good luck, so I was wondering if you could be the first to explore. With your luck, you should be able to avoid many dangers. Of course, you must consider this matter carefully. If you don't want to, we won't force you. So, they want me to explore the way. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Even if they didn't say anything, Yang Kai would have gone down himself, not to mention now that they had invited him, it was perfectly justifiable. Chapter 1200. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai didn't immediately express his opinion, instead showing a look of hesitation as he rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Just as Chen Shitao was secretly worried that Yang Kai would refuse, Yang Kai finally spoke. There's no problem with being the first one to explore, but how do you plan to distribute the benefits we obtain? Little brother can rest assured, we are not heaven-battling union, so we won't act so overbearingly. As for the benefits we obtain, we'll distribute them according to the number of people present. You see, there are 7 people here, so when the time comes, we'll divide the treasures into 7 parts, each of us taking a share. This kind of distribution seemed to give Clear Sky Sect an advantage. After all, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would naturally take more, but in reality, it was very fair. After all, the other side had 5 second or third order Saint Kings. If it had been Heaven Battling Union's cultivator, they would have driven away Yang Kai and Chang Chi or even killed them, so how could they share anything with them? Chen Shitao being able to make such a proposal was already extremely fair. However, what they didn't know was that if they really dared to drive them away, the only ones who would suffer would be themselves. What if there isn't enough to divide into 7 parts? Yang Kai asked a very sharp question. That's simple. If there really isn't enough to divide into 7 parts, then everyone can bid for the treasures they obtain, the highest bidder wins. In this way, those with financial resources will get treasures while those without will get Saint Crystals. This is how we usually do things when we go out adventuring. Chen Shitao had obviously encountered this kind of situation more than once or twice, so she immediately came up with a plan that satisfied Yang Kai. Since the other party was so sincere, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything more, immediately nodding. Good, then we'll do as you say, I'll take the lead. I'm young and strong, so I don't fear any danger, but this foreign elder Chang is already quite old. I'll bring up the rear. How about this old sir walk in front of this mistress? Chen Shitao smiled lightly. She knew what Yang Kai was worried about and immediately took the initiative to assume a certain amount of risk. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, having no choice but to admit that this beautiful woman named Chen Shitao really had some skill. She was the kind of person who was able to consider the risks and concerns of others and put herself in their shoes. It was no wonder the other 4 men and women all looked at her as if she was their leader. This made Yang Kai have a good impression of her, as there weren't many such people nowadays. Yang Kai estimated that Chen Shitao's mind her name, she should have some reputation in Clear Sky Sect and was likely a core disciple or something. After discussing this matter, he didn't waste time. Was the first place Chen Shitao? Chen Shitao, Yang Yangs of Yang Kai, and Chen Shir, Yangs, Ants, Yang, this. The 5 Clear Sky Sect disciples all looked at each other with strange expressions. Now they were more and more certain that Yang Kai was a man of great destiny. This guy had acted so rashly and impulsively, jumping into an unknown hole without even taking out a defensive artifact to protect himself. Even if he didn't use an artifact, shouldn't he at least circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself? Yet he had just jumped straight down. If he wasn't a man of great destiny, with his style of conduct, he would have died countless times along the way. How could he have survived? Ahem, let's follow him. Chang Chi saw the 5 people standing still and couldn't help reminding them. If Yang Kai and the others really encountered some kind of danger down there, it wouldn't be good for them to just stand there. Let's follow. Chen Shitao nodded helplessly. The other 4 men and women from Clear Sky Sect immediately pushed their Saint Chi and jumped into the hole one after another. After they jumped in, Chang Chi followed closely behind while Chen Shitao brought up the rear. The hole was very deep, so after Yang Kai jumped in, he began sliding down. This hole should have been naturally formed as the walls were as smooth as jade, so he didn't need to expend any effort to descend. Although Yang Kai didn't use a defensive artifact, nor did he push his Saint Chi to protect himself, his divine sense was always on high alert. If there really was danger, he would immediately take defensive measures. To his surprise, there wasn't the slightest dangerous aura in this hole. After sliding down for half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai estimated that he had descended at least 3,000 or 4,000 meters into the ground without encountering any danger. Suddenly, an extremely pure energy rushed up from below, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This energy was so rich that it was even purer than the aura of the spirit liquid in the stalactite cave. Being able to produce such a rich aura, it was obvious there was something good down below. After sliding down another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally stepped onto the ground, his figure flickering as he moved away from his original position to make room for the person behind him. Next, he took out a strange illumination stone from his space ring. Releasing a soft light, Yang Kai used the illumination of the illumination stone to see where he was. This was an underground cavern with an underground river flowing not far away, the water of which was so clear that he could see the bottom. The cavern wasn't very large, only about a few dozen meters in diameter, but around this underground cavern, there were numerous tunnels leading to unknown depths. From each of these tunnels, there was an extremely rich world energy. Looking left and right, Kai Yang's eyes lit up when he saw a certain passageway. He actually found a faint trace at the entrance of the passageway. It was exactly the same as the trace he saw when he was chasing after the small snake-shaped spiritual object of heaven and earth. Although the aura was very faint and quickly dissipated, it was definitely a trace left behind by it. It had actually come here to hide. Yang Kai didn't rush to find it and instead stood in place and waited. A moment later, the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect and Changqi arrived one after another. After discovering the strangeness of this cavern and the richness of the world energy aura here, all of them were overjoyed and excited. Senior Sister Chen, what is this place? What good things are inside? Among the group, another female cultivator couldn't hold back her joy and hurriedly asked Qin Shitao. How would I know? Little brother came down first. Did you find anything special? Chen Shitao turned her eyes to Yang Kai. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I've been waiting for you here since I came down. Chang Qi frowned, seemingly thinking of something, and his expression couldn't help changing. Chen Shitao observed Yang Kai's expression and couldn't help casting her beautiful eyes towards him. Has old sir discovered something? If so, please enlighten me. Chang Qi chuckled. Young lady is too serious. This old man wouldn't dare enlighten you. But if this old man is not mistaken, this place should be a mineral lode. A mineral lode? Chen Shitao and the others were surprised. A Saint Crystal mineral lode. Chang Qi's voice was low as he uttered these words, adding, and it's a rich mineral lode. Is it really a Saint Crystal mineral lode? Chen Shitao's beautiful eyes flashed with a thick sense of surprise, while the expressions of the other 4 men and women were not much better, all of them extremely excited. This old man doesn't dare make any guarantees, but he is at least 80% certain, Chang Qi smiled faintly. Because this old man once mined Saint Crystals from a Saint Crystal mineral lode in Shadow Moon Hall, he is somewhat familiar with this place. As for whether it really is a Saint Crystal mineral lode, we'll know once we investigate it. Everyone thought about it and immediately decided to investigate. There were many passages in the cave, but Yang Kai still took the lead and deliberately chose an inconspicuous entrance to enter. After entering less than 300 meters, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Even though he had seen many great storms and had a net worth of over 100 million Saint Crystals, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge, intact Saint Crystal mineral lode. This Saint Crystal had not yet been cut and was the size of several houses, blocking the passage ahead. Judging from the purity and impurities of this huge Saint Crystal, as well as the world energy fluctuations it gave off, it was definitely a high-rank Saint Crystal. Even deeper inside, there was no telling how many more Saint Crystals there were. From behind Kai Yang came the sound of someone swallowing their saliva, gudong gudong gudong. On Shadowed Star, Saint Crystal mineral lodes were extremely rare. Although the great forces and sects were extremely generous at treasure trove pavilions auctions, that was because they had accumulated many years of wealth and heritage. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yen Sand Field was about to open, everyone didn't hesitate to spend more Saint Crystals to purchase defensive items for their disciples so they could obtain as many benefits as possible from the Lu Yen Sand Field. This was a kind of investment, And as long as these disciples could make good use of the items they bought, any benefits they could obtain from the Lu Yen sand field would be enough to make up for the Saint crystals they spent. However, no matter how generous these people were, they still couldn't hide the scarcity of Saint crystal mineral lodes on this cultivation star. Clear Sky sect was a great sect, no worse than Shadow Moon Hall. Chen Shitao had heard that the sect controlled more than a dozen large and small mineral lodes, of which only 2 were high-rank Saint crystal lodes while the rest were mid-rank and low-rank Saint crystal lodes. Moreover, none of them were rich mines. The amount of Saint crystals they could extract was far from the standard of a rich mine. What was a rich mine? A rich mine was the Saint crystal lode in front of them. A lode of Saint crystal that could be seen anywhere was a rich mine. So when she saw this huge high-rank Saint crystal lode floating in the air, Chen Shitao couldn't help feeling excited. If such a lode was completely mined, it would definitely allow Clear Sky sect's financial resources to rise to a whole new level. There was actually such a coveted lode hidden in the Lu Yen sand field, so how come no one had ever discovered it before? There's no need to distribute it, right? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked, pulling Chen Shitao's attention back from her shock. No need, although I haven't checked the other channels yet, I think they should all be the same. Let's all mine our own and keep whatever we mine. Chen Shitao waved her hand quickly. It had only been a little over a month since the opening of the Lu Yen sand field, so there was still about 5 months until the deadline. If they stayed here to mine Saint crystals for such a long time. Chapter 1201. Chen Shitao was already worried about whether or not her space ring was big enough and whether or not she should contact some of her fellow sect brothers and sisters to mine together. This was the biggest opportunity of all. Even if they didn't need the spirit grasses and spirit medicines outside, as long as they had enough Saint crystals, how could they not be able to buy anything good? Considering all this, Chen Shitao suddenly turned a burning gaze towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see just how strong his hidden destiny was, allowing him to casually lead them to such great benefits. Just in case, everyone went to investigate the other channels, wanting to see if there was anything else besides Saint crystals. Unsurprisingly, after exploring a few of the channels, all they saw after entering were huge high-rank Saint crystals exposed to the air. There's still plenty of time, let's split up and mine as much as we can before the Lu Yen sand field closes. If we can mine all the mineral lodes here, that's naturally a good thing, but if we can't? A trace of hesitation flashed across Chen Shitao's face as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only say, then let's bring this news back to the sect and wait until the next time the Lu Yen sand field opens, we'll have others come to mine. According to her thoughts, at this moment, it was natural to contact her fellow sect brothers and sisters. The more people there were, the faster the mining speed would be and the more benefits they would obtain, but now, in addition to the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, there was also an outsider, Yang Kai, so Chen Shitao couldn't call others over to avoid arousing disgust. Changqi didn't care, but this young man named Yang Kai's destiny was not small, so Chen Shitao wanted to make friends with him. Perhaps she would be able to obtain some benefits from following him around in the future. Her decision made Yang Kai very satisfied and he immediately nodded in agreement. The 7 of them immediately scattered and each found a channel to enter before using their own methods to mine Saint crystals. Yang Kai naturally chose the Saint crystal channel he had been eyeing for a long time, but after walking less than 100 meters in, the road ahead was blocked by a huge block of Saint crystal. Yang Kai condensed his demonic flame into a sharp knife and easily cut into the Saint crystal mine, cutting off large chunks of Saint crystal the size of a wash basin before throwing them into his space ring. Although Yang Kai wasn't as keen on mining Saint crystals as others, having more Saint crystals wasn't necessarily a bad thing. While working hard to mine, Yang Kai carefully looked around, trying to find where the little snake-like spirit creature of heaven and earth was hiding. Although he was sure that it had entered this passage, there was no other way out, and Yang Kai didn't find anything suspicious. The heaven and earth spiritual object seemed to have disappeared after entering this place. This made Yang Kai very puzzled. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation other than drilling into the Saint Crystal Mine, but could a world spirit treasure drill into a Saint Crystal Mine? He didn't know what kind of world spirit creature could have such an ability. On top of that, there was something strange about this place. Logically speaking, with such a large Saint Crystal lode underground, the plains above should have been filled with spirit grasses and spirit medicines, but there was nothing here except weeds. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai could only dig deeper as he investigated. Large chunks of Saint Crystal were thrown into his space ring, and the Saint Crystal mine in this channel decreased at a rapid rate. The sharp knife condensed from demonic flame was extremely sharp and could easily cut through Saint Crystal, but the demonic flame had the ability to burn everything, so when it cut through, it would cause a lot of damage. The loss of 1 or 2 Saint Crystals wasn't great, but over time, the loss would become difficult to estimate. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and transformed it into the shape of a short sword. The golden blood short sword casually sliced through the Saint Crystal mine like it was tofu. The ease with which it cut through the Saint Crystal was unimaginably easy. Now, not only did his speed increase, but he also didn't lose any Saint Crystals, making Yang Kai quite satisfied. One day later, Yang Kai had harvested a large number of Saint Crystals, but there was still no trace of the little snake-like world spirit creature, and the passage he was in was a dozen or so meters deeper. Just as Yang Kai was working hard to mine Saint Crystals, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave and Chang Chi's figure appeared. Foreign Elder Chang wore an excited look at the moment as he suppressed his aura and footsteps. Seeing Yang Kai look over suspiciously, he couldn't help beckoning to him with a mysterious look. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he must have found something good and his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he quietly walked over. Following Chang Chi out, Yang Kai asked with his divine sense, "Did you find the trace of the world spirit creature? Is it hiding here?" Chang Chi gawked, a blank expression appearing on his face. "It was hiding here. It went to my passage, but unfortunately I didn't find it." Chang Chi shook his head and replied, "I didn't come to find you because of it, but because I found something very special." This old man's eyes were too poor to recognize it, nor did he dare touch it rashly. "You came from the outside world and are quite knowledgeable, so you must know something about it." Hearing Chang Chi say this, Yang Kai was a little disappointed, but he was also a little expectant, immediately falling silent and following him to another passage. Some of the Saint Crystal in this passage had already been mined by Chang Chi, but not as much as Yang Kai had, only half of it. Even so, it was still a huge fortune. "Take a look, do you recognize this?" Chang Chi pointed forward. Yang Kai looked in the direction Chang Chi was pointing and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Inside the Saint Crystal mine in front of him, there was actually a small tree-like thing. This small tree was about a meter tall, and whether it was its tiny branches or leaves, they all seemed to be polished from crystal stone, pure white and crystal clear, giving it a very beautiful appearance. It seemed to have grown out of the Saint Crystal mine, but at the same time, it also seemed to have been frozen like a fossil, giving it a lifelike appearance. Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality from it, but there were all kinds of wonderful auras emanating from its branches and leaves. Whether it was Chang Chi or Yang Kai, when they sensed this aura, they both felt a sense of enlightenment. Chang Chi even noticed that the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years showed faint signs of loosening. This situation gave him a fright and he quickly suppressed the restless Saint Chi in his body, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. This was the Lu Yen Sand Field, and any origin returning realm master who entered the Lu Yen Sand Field would die without a doubt. Chang Chi was now a peak third-order Saint King, but once he broke through here, he would reach the origin returning realm. At that time, he would only die under the world principles of the Lu Yen Sand Field. It was because of this concern that Chang Chi hurriedly went to find Yang Kai after discovering this white jade-like tree. Firstly, he didn't recognize this thing and didn't know how to deal with it, and secondly, he didn't dare to touch it casually. If this thing allowed him to break through, it would be a huge mistake, even though he knew it was definitely something good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscrupulously immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a look of comfort appearing on his face. But soon, he returned to normal and stared at the small tree in the middle of the St. Crystal mine with a fluctuating expression. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and said, "This should be the 9-branched jade crystal tree." 9-branched jade crystal tree? Chang-Chi was obviously hearing this for the first time and couldn't help asking in amazement, "What is that?" "It's a supreme treasure of heaven and earth," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "It's an existence even higher than world spirit treasures. I've read about it in an ancient book before. It can only be found in rich high-rank St. Crystal mines and has a very small chance of being born. After absorbing the essence of the St. Crystal mine for 10,000 years, a small seedling will be born. This 9-branched jade crystal tree has already grown to a height of 3 meters, so it must have existed here for at least 20 or 30,000 years, perhaps even longer." Chang-Chi couldn't help feeling shocked. No matter what it was, existing for 20 or 30,000 years was a very extraordinary existence. Even a weed could gain sentience and become a world spirit treasure. However, this 9-branched jade crystal tree was born from a St. Crystal lode and was one of the richest high-rank St. Crystal lodes. Just this alone was already extremely valuable, so it was easy to imagine how astonishing its value was. Yang Kai knew all of this because he had read about it in Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao's ancient books were very messy, but thanks to this, Yang Kai was able to learn about some very wonderful things. That ancient book not only recorded the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also the soul-warming lotus, as well as a variety of other supreme treasures. Although the value of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was not as great as the soul-warming lotus, it was still incomparable to ordinary treasures. However, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the 9-branched jade crystal tree, in the entire territory of the starry sky, most cultivator had only ever heard of them, never seen them. Only a very long time ago had they appeared for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. What use does it have? Can it be used for alchemy? Chang-Chi saw that Yang Kai really had some understanding of this thing and immediately asked. Alchemy? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally it can be used for alchemy, but using it for alchemy is really a waste of heaven's treasures. If those masters who know about the existence of the 9-branched jade crystal tree were to learn of it, I'm afraid they would turn us into ashes. Ahem ahem. Chang-Chi's face turned bright red, knowing that he had been a bit ignorant and had probably asked a ridiculous question. You should have experienced its greatest use by now. If one cultivates near it, it can help a cultivator break through their bottleneck. It's a very good thing, Yang Kai nodded. Most of the things that could help a cultivator break through bottlenecks were special pills, but if a cultivator couldn't break through after taking a pill, taking a second one would have no effect. However, the 9-branched jade crystal tree was different. It could allow a cultivator to integrate their state of mind into their cultivation, naturally eliminating bottlenecks. Taking a pill was an external push, but the wonders of the 9-branched jade crystal tree could fundamentally solve a cultivator's bottleneck. The effects of the two were simply not on the same level. Sure enough, when Chang-Chi heard this, his eyes lit up and his body trembled with excitement. Chapter 1202. The reason why Chang-Chi and Howen were unable to break through to the origin returning realm was because they were stuck at a bottleneck. The Haiku family did not have the ability to purchase origin condensing pills for them, so without some kind of special opportunity, they would remain third-order Saint Kings for the rest of their lives, never reaching the origin returning realm. The two of them had come to the Lu Yen Desert to fulfill their agreement with the En and to find an opportunity to break through. But now, this little tree in front of them could easily help them break through their bottlenecks, so how could Chang-Chi not be excited? When he thought about how he and Old How could finally take that step forward, Chang-Chi couldn't help bursting into tears. There was one thing Yang Kai didn't tell Chang-Chi, and that was the magic of this 9-branched jade crystal tree. It could help a cultivator break through any bottleneck. Whether it was a bottleneck in cultivation, martial skills, or spiritual energy, as long as it was a hindrance to the cultivator's progress, it could help the cultivator. Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the benefits. When a cultivator cultivated, they pursued the heavenly way and martial Tao, but the further they advanced, the more difficult it would be to break through. This was not only the accumulation of time, but also the comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. If breaking through to the origin returning realm was so difficult, one could imagine how difficult it would be to break through to the origin king realm. But the 9-branch jade crystal tree could help a cultivator solve this problem. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could only be used by one person, but the 9-branch jade crystal tree could be used by countless people. It's not difficult to explain why there are only weeds growing on the plains above and no spirit grasses or spirit medicines. Yang Kai smiled. Chang Qi reflexively asked, why? Because it is impossible for there to be any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this place. It has already absorbed all the heavenly luck within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Yang Kai said, suddenly frowning. Chang Qi apparently also thought of something and quickly asked, but isn't that world spirit treasure here? Yang Kai slowly glanced at him and guessed, that may not be a spirit object of heaven and earth. In any case, with this 9-branch jade crystal tree in hand, Yang Kai and Chang Qi had completely forgotten about the matter of world spirit treasures. Chang Qi didn't dare to touch this precious treasure for fear that he would break through here, but Yang Kai didn't have any scruples. Wielding his golden sword, he dug out a large chunk of Saint Crystal from the 9-branch jade crystal tree and threw it directly into the black book space. Inside his space ring, there were only a few unimportant things, while the important ones were all hidden inside the black book space. Exalted Chang, I'll keep this for now. When you return, I'll take it out and return it to you. It'll definitely help you break through to the return to void stage. After all, it was Chang Qi who found this item. Although Yang Kai coveted it, he wouldn't take it for himself. Chang Qi quickly waved his hand and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. You're treating me like an outsider. It's not that this old master doesn't know the value of this thing, but this old master understands his own situation. This kind of treasure is not something I'm qualified to possess. Possessing it is a disaster, not a blessing. This old master is already so old, and his only wish in life is to break through to the origin returning realm. When this old master and old Hao were at our most helpless, it was you, Yang Kai, who helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the Lu Yen sand field. If you hadn't brought this old master here, this old master wouldn't have been able to reach this place. You can keep this 9-branch jade crystal tree with you. When we leave, old Hao and I can cultivate next to it for a while. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai no longer acted polite and immediately nodded. Good, in the future, when you and foreign elder Hao come to Dragon Cave Mountain together, you'll definitely live a better life than you did in the Haiku family. Breaking through to the origin king realm isn't impossible. Chang Qi laughed. That will be my goal in the future. Obviously, he didn't have much hope. He hadn't broken through to the origin returning realm yet, so how could he hope to reach the origin king realm? What's more, it had been countless years since an origin king realm master had appeared on Shadowed Star, so Chang Qi didn't think he could break through this barrier. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. In any case, his goal was to reach the origin king realm. If Shadowed Star wasn't enough, then he would go to another cultivation star. He wouldn't be trapped here. When the time came, he would take them with him. After obtaining the 9-branch jade crystal tree, Yang Kai returned to his own tunnel and began mining again. The entire underground cavern was quiet, with only the sound of mining coming from inside each tunnel. Whether it was the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect or Yang Kai, Chang Qi, all of them had a huge harvest. Time flew by, and soon 4 days had passed. Yang Kai had already dug more than 300 meters into his tunnel and had obtained a total of 3 million Saint Crystals, but he still hadn't found any trace of the little snake-like world spirit treasure. Now that the 9-branch jade crystal tree had appeared here, he was even more curious about the little snake-like spiritual being of heaven and earth, because he really wanted to know how it had grown in the place where the 9-branch jade crystal tree was. or if it had accidentally entered this place in order to avoid their pursuit. As such, Yang Kai continued to dig deeper. 2 days later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he wondered if he should give up. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in entering the Lu Yen sand field was to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, but the flame area in the first layer didn't meet his requirements, so he didn't stay there for long. Instead, he wanted to go to the flame area behind the treasure area to see what was going on. Wasting time here wasn't worth it. Although Saint crystals were valuable, Yang Kai felt that if he wanted them, it would be a simple matter, so there was no need to waste time here. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and decided to dig for 2 more days. After 2 days, no matter what the result was, he would have to leave this place. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but half a day after Yang Kai made his decision, after digging out a large piece of Saint crystal, he immediately felt a distinctive aura overflow from it. This aura was very strange, and although it was extremely faint, it contained a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Kai Yang even had a feeling of fear and trepidation, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, ready to kill him at any time. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his body lighten, and when he carefully examined himself, his expression became strange. This kind of majestic aura was very familiar to him. It wasn't the majesty of the demon eye of annihilation, but rather the feeling the golden dragon tattoo on his body gave off when it materialized. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Sensing this anomaly, Yang Kai immediately became excited and accelerated the movements of his hands, throwing piece after piece of Saint crystal into his space ring. As he went deeper, the majestic aura became more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai even felt a burst of heat coming from his body, not because of anything else, but because the golden dragon tattoo was swimming around his body at this moment, as if it had come to life, and even a faint dragon roar resounded in his ears. Not only that, but the Ice Phoenix tattoo that had been his brand all this time also seemed to have been stimulated and was now letting out a loud phoenix cry. What was inside that had caused the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances to stir? A few dozen meters further in, when Yang Kai cut out a piece of Saint crystal, a blue light suddenly burst out in front of him, illuminating the entire passage in a strange green hue. Yang Kai immediately narrowed his eyes and pushed his Saint Chi to resist the fierce pressure coming from in front of him. In an instant, his breathing became somewhat difficult and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, but in the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the blue light continued to shine brighter and brighter. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. In the passage he had dug out, there was a sealed space. This space wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in diameter, and inside this space was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but there was a small green snake swimming inside. This snake seemed to have its own sentience, and when it saw Yang Kai looking at it, it began swimming even faster, as if it was alive. Yang Kai felt the aura of a soul from this little snake. It was definitely the little snake that Chang-Chi had chased after and which he had mistakenly thought was a world spirit treasure, but now, Yang Kai discovered that it really wasn't a world spirit treasure, but a soul. In other words, there was a reason why Chang-Chi had found it near the soul-nourishing flower. Souls couldn't exist for long, so every once in a while, they would have to go to the soul-nourishing flower to absorb its fragrance to maintain the stability of their soul. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Chang-Chi would accidentally discover it and chase it all the way here. The dignified green light was emitted by this small snake, but it was clearly very weak at the moment. It seemed to be powerless as it swam within the pillar. The dignified aura only burst out for a moment before subsiding. Its soul was incomplete, so it must have suffered some kind of injury before, so it shouldn't have much of its consciousness left. Yang Kai was curious as to what kind of soul it belonged to, and how could it be so powerful. Next to the round bead where the little snake was, there was a bone several feet long. It was as thick as a baby's arm and looked like a crystal jade pillar. Although it had been there for countless years, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. Instead, there was an extremely fierce aura coming from it, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. Feeling this fierce aura, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This bone wasn't the bone of a human, but the bone of a monster beast. It couldn't be a dragon bone, right? Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Combining this with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances, Yang Kai's mind suddenly surged with an incredible idea. Only this could explain why the Golden Dragon tattoo and the Ice Phoenix tattoo were so excited. The little snake inside the round bead didn't look normal either. Not only did it have 2 horns on its head, but it also had claws and 2 whiskers on its chin. It was clearly a miniature version of the legendary ancient dragon. Yang Kai's heart pounded. Even when he obtained the 9-branched jade crystal tree a few days ago, he hadn't been so excited. This was because he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation, so the existence of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. The biggest use of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was to help his friends and family break through. Chapter 1203. Although the 9-branched jade crystal tree was extremely precious, a priceless treasure, Yang Kai didn't need it, so when he discovered it, he was only a little excited before quickly returning to normal. However, when he thought that this long bone in front of him might be the dragon bone of an ancient dragon, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Dragons and phoenixes were 2 of the most powerful creatures, born from the birth of heaven and earth. They were the emperors of the monster race, but they only existed in legends, whether it was Tong Xin realm or star territory. No one had ever seen a dragon or a phoenix, but many descendants of these 2 powerful creatures still existed. For example, in Tong Xin realm, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon had a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline flowing through his veins. There was also the predecessor of the Thunder Wood that Yang Kai had previously obtained, the 10th Order Thunder Luan monster beast, which had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline flowing through its veins. After the Thunder Luan died, its essence, chi, soul, and even its monster core condensed into one, allowing the Thunder Wood to grow and nourish it. The Thunder Wood was still in Yang Kai's black book space and had not been used because it was so precious. Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant to take it out for Yang Yen to use in artifact refining. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances Yang Kai and Su Yen had obtained also contained traces of these 2 powerful creatures, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior had said before that Yang Kai had a faint monster emperor aura. These 2 powerful creatures could be said to be immortal existences with immortal bodies. However, this long bone in front of him was very similar to the legendary dragon bone, which made Yang Kai very confused, not knowing whether his guess was correct or not. Since the dragon and phoenix were immortal existences, where did this dragon bone come from? If his guess was correct, then wouldn't this pigeon egg-sized bead be a dragon bead? Wouldn't the little snake inside the dragon bead be a broken dragon soul? No matter what, I'll keep them first. I'll have plenty of time to study them when I get back. After making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached for the bead in front of him. But before Yang Kai's hand could touch the bead, the small snake that was swimming restlessly in the bead suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a green mist. The mist directly penetrated the bead and covered Yang Kai's big hand. There was no bad feeling, but Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This was because when the green mist enveloped his hand, he suddenly discovered that he had lost all feeling in his hand. Moreover, a wooden texture quickly appeared on the back of his hand. It was as if his hand would turn into wood in the next moment. Moreover, this phenomenon continued to spread from his hand to his arm, as if it wanted to turn his entire body into wood. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retracted his hand, circulating his demonic flame. Yang Kai's black flames burned brightly as he tried to disperse this strange energy with his demonic flame, but to his dismay, even with the terrifying power of his demonic flame, he was unable to disperse the blue mist on his hand and was only able to prevent it from spreading further. The feeling in his hand disappeared even more, causing Yang Kai's expression to become gloomy. Even the circulation of his Saint Qi was blocked. Fortunately, his demonic flame was also extraordinary and was not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Qi could compare to. For a time, the black demonic flame and the green mist confronted each other on Yang Kai's wrist. The green mist was unable to advance, and the demonic flame was unable to do anything to it, only able to block it. After secretly observing for a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his demonic flame could block the green mist, it was fine. However, after this incident, not only did Yang Kai not feel angry or frightened, he instead became more and more certain that his guess was correct. This little snake's soul was incomplete and extremely weak, otherwise, it would not have remained here and not tried to escape. It was likely that the previous chase had exhausted it. Even so, the green mist it spat out contained such great power. If it had been at its peak, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been able to turn him to ash with a single breath. This was definitely the remnant soul of an ancient dragon. Otherwise, how could it possess such great power? After spitting out that green mist, the already weak little snake became even more exhausted, its head drooping as its body became translucent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly took out the round bead and the bone, throwing them into his black book space. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to mine Saint crystals right now. This time, he had not only harvested a supreme treasure like the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also a dragon bead and dragon bone. The harvest from this trip was simply unimaginable. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to resist the green mist invading his body with all his strength. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai urged his demonic flame to gather in his hands, causing the black flames to burn even more fiercely, almost annihilating the surrounding space. The green mist, which had originally been able to compete with the demonic flame, was forced back again and again. Although its speed was quite fast, it was still constantly being forced out of Yang Kai's body. Drop after drop of blue liquid flowed out from Yang Kai's fingertips and dripped onto the ground, emitting a pitter-patter sound. 2 days later, Yang Kai stood up, waved his hand, and found that there were no more problems, gently nodded and relaxed. Turning his head to look at the Saint crystal lode he had been mining, Yang Kai began digging out the 10 meters in front of him so as not to leave behind any traces that would lead to him being discovered. After digging out 10 meters of Saint crystals, Yang Kai turned around and left without any reluctance. Arriving at another passage, Changqi was still digging, seemingly feeling that he had hope of breaking through, and with such a huge fortune in front of him, Changqi's face was flushed with happiness. Seeing Yang Kai come over, Changqi couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you mining Saint crystals?" "I don't want to mine anymore." "Foreign Elder Chang, do you still want to stay here?" Yang Kai asked. "Of course I'm staying." Changqi nodded without hesitation. "There are so many Saint crystals here, I'm afraid we won't be able to mine them all even after Lu Yen closes the sand field." "Yang Kai, are you leaving?" I still have some things to do, so I can't stay any longer," Yang Kai replied. He didn't try to persuade Changqi. After all, these Saint crystals were indeed a huge fortune for him. Yang Kai had been mining for so many days and had obtained almost 4 million Saint crystals, so even if Changqi's speed was much slower, he would still be able to harvest at least half of what Yang Kai had, which was 2 million Saint crystals. Such a number was something he had never even dared to dream of before. After he broke through to the origin returning realm, he would need to purchase more powerful artifacts, so naturally he wanted to increase his capital. Although the treasure area was also very attractive, it was also filled with danger. Not only was there the threat of the monster beast, but there was also the threat of the cultivator. If one was unlucky enough to run into people like Chu Changfeng or Menghong Liang, they might be killed and robbed of their treasures. It was far better to stay here and earn a stable income. Changqi was clear about this, and so was Yang Kai, so he didn't try to persuade him otherwise. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "I'll give you this sword, it'll help you collect Saint crystals much faster." Saying so, Yang Kai handed over the golden sword condensed from his golden blood. The reason why Yang Kai's mining speed was faster than others was because he had such a powerful weapon. Chang Chi took the golden sword and gently wiped its blade, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face before he suddenly smiled. Last time in the star field, when our starship was surrounded by black rock beasts, it was you who helped us out, right? When Yang Kai first came here a few days ago, Chang Chi had noticed the golden sword in his hand because it exuded a rich vitality and powerful vitality. At first glance, it didn't seem like a sword, but rather a living creature. However, at that time, Chang Chi was thinking about the 9-branched jade crystal tree, so he didn't ask much. Now that Yang Kai handed the golden sword to him and directly experienced its aura, Chang Chi naturally understood something. Chang Chi had encountered this kind of aura once before, back in the star field. He still remembered that when the Haiku family starship was in danger, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the entire black rock beast pack, saving several dozen cultivators. The aura exuding from that golden spear was exactly the same as the golden sword in his hand. At that time, he and Wu Yi thought some powerful master had just passed by and helped them, but now he understood that there was no such master at all and that it was Yang Kai who had helped them. At that time, he was only a third-order saint. Chang Chi remembered this and couldn't help feeling shocked, feeling more and more that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person. Hearing this question, Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer, simply saying, although the energy contained in this golden sword decreases each time it is used, it should be able to last 3 or 4 months. With its help, you should be able to save yourself a lot of trouble. As for Qin Tao and the others, you don't need to worry, she's a good person and won't have any ill intentions towards you. On top of that, if you leave early, it's even less likely for her to act against you, unless she's willing to accept my revenge. I know that you can rest assured and leave. After Lu Yen's sand field closes, Old Hao and I will go to Dragon Cave Mountain to find you. Chang Chi nodded. Good. After saying goodbye to Chang Chi, Yang Kai returned to the surface. Although the passage was as smooth as jade, it wasn't a problem for Yang Kai, and after a little effort, he was able to climb up. Standing on the grassy plain, Yang Kai released his divine sense, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he used some means to hide the entrance to the underground cave so no one would discover it again. After that, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass and confirmed the direction to the 3rd layer of Lu Yen sand field before heading straight there. The plain was very large, so it took Yang Kai 2 days to walk out of it. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone, nor did he find any spirit grasses or spirit medicines to collect. Yang Kai's heart was set on the 3rd layer flame area, so his speed was quite fast. Wei Guchang had said before that no one could enter the 3rd layer flame area. Since ancient times, all those who had tried to enter had died, so before coming to Lu Yen's sand field, Qian Tong had specifically warned them not to enter the 3rd layer. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of dangers there were, but he needed a very hot environment to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. The 1st layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only go to the 3rd layer. If the 3rd layer was too dangerous, he would have to think of another way. Chapter 1204. After leaving the plain, Yang Kai walked forward for another 10 days, but strangely he didn't encounter a single person. This phenomenon was very unusual and surprised him greatly. Whether it was in the flame area or the treasure area, although Yang Kai hadn't encountered many people before, at the very least, this kind of situation had never occurred. It was as if all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the treasure area had suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding. He wasn't sure what had happened here. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if something big had happened while he was mining Saint crystals underground. Was that why he couldn't see a single person? Continuing to walk forward for a few days, Yang Kai soon approached the 3rd layer flame area, but the situation was still the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the 3rd layer flame area and stared at the fiery red world in front of him with a dignified expression. The 3rd layer flame area looked no different from the outermost flame area, but Yang Kai could feel that there were many dangers hidden inside. At the very least, The fire poison and heat here were not something the outermost flame area could compare to. However, it didn't seem to be as inaccessible as Qian Tong had said. Yang Kai sensed for a while and felt that, let alone himself, even some of the elites from other sects should be able to enter this territory as long as they made sufficient preparations. Could the dangers be more than what he saw on the surface? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, two figures suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. These two wore the same robes and seemed to be from the same sect, both of them having third-order Saint King cultivations. Yang Kai noticed that the Saint Qi these two had was extremely rich and pure, not something an ordinary third-order Saint King could compare to. Obviously, they were elites from some sect. The two of them, one in front and one behind, moved extremely quickly, not even sparing Yang Kai a single glance. When they arrived at the edge of the third-layer flame area, the two of them whispered a few words to each other. Soon after, the leader of the two released a pale blue light and a cold aura enveloped him, seemingly activating some kind of ice attribute artifact to protect his body before plunging into the third-layer flame area. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Didn't they say that the third floor was a place of no return? Was this guy crazy or stupid? How could he just rush in like that? Wei Guchang wouldn't lie to him. Yang Kai was sure of that. He had warned Yang Kai seriously, but the scene before him was completely different from Wei Guchang's warning. Seeing that the second person was also emitting a cold aura and was about to enter the flame area, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Friend, wait!" Hearing the shout, the man frowned and looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression. When he and his fellow disciples arrived here, it wasn't that they didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai, but rather that the other party was just a first-order Saint King cultivator and wasn't worthy of their attention. But now, this person had actually called out to him, so he immediately asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and knew that the other party was in a bad mood, so he could only ask with a smile, "Friend, please don't take offense, this one is just curious. Didn't they say that the third floor flame area was extremely dangerous and that those who entered would never return? Why does your excellency and your fellow disciples have to enter? Never return?" The man sneered when he heard this, squinting at Yang Kai and saying, "That's old news. When Lu Yen Sand Field opened before, it was indeed like this, but this time it seems to be a little different. I don't know the specifics, but in any case, the third floor flame area can now be entered. Of course, with your cultivation, it's best you don't seek death." Saying so, he rushed into the flame area impatiently, no longer bothering to talk nonsense with Yang Kai. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face. The third floor of Lu Yen Sand Field could now be entered? However, listening to the man's words, it seemed that he didn't know the whole story and was just following the others to enter. No wonder there weren't many people in the treasure area. It turned out that many people had gone to the third floor. Yang Kai didn't know how this news had spread and how it was verified, but there were as many as 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators who had entered the second floor, all of whom were elites from their respective sects, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to discover this. Since the opening of Lu Yen Sand Field, no one had been able to enter the third floor, so it was hard to imagine how many benefits there were waiting to be discovered. Tracing back the history of Lu Yen Sand Field, it had existed for tens of thousands of years. How could a place that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years lack good things? No wonder these people were all rushing in as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they had to take some risks, as long as they could obtain enough benefits, what did it matter? Benefits always coexisted with risks. Cultivators were never afraid of taking risks when they cultivated, and the more dangerous a place was, the more it stimulated their nerves. Since others had already entered, Yang Kai didn't delay any longer, immediately circulating his Saint Qi and stepping into the third floor flame area. The omnipresent heat wave enveloped Yang Kai from all directions, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt as if his skin was being roasted. On top of that, the fire poison contained in this heat wave was far more potent than the fire poison in the outermost flame area could compare to. The toxicity and power of this fire poison was several times greater. In such a dangerous zone, It was estimated that no one could enter except for a well-prepared and powerful third-order Saint King cultivator. Even if a second-order cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days before they had to leave. In this damned place, the consumption rate was too high, and it was impossible to circulate one's secret art to supplement one's Saint Chi. If one could only rely on Saint Crystals, it was absolutely impossible to make ends meet. There were between 3,000 and 4,000 people who entered the second-layer treasure area, but Yang Kai estimated that less than 500 would be able to enter the third layer, and as time passed, this number would only decrease. Some of these people would die inside while others would withdraw from the third layer. Only the most elite would be able to remain here. The heat here made Yang Kai very excited. Although this heat wasn't enough to meet his requirements for refining the profound Yin sunflower water, as long as he ventured deeper, he would naturally be able to find a suitable place. The situation in the third layer flame area was much more dangerous than the first layer. The fire spirit beasts that emerged from the cracks in the ground to launch sneak attacks were all 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts. What's more, these fire spirit beasts usually moved in large groups. It was rare to encounter a single fire spirit beast. In this kind of place, if one didn't form a group, once they were besieged by a group of fire spirit beasts, their end would be very miserable. In less than a day, Yang Kai encountered 3 groups of fire spirit beasts. He killed the first 2 groups and harvested a lot of fire crystal stones, but the third group was too many, so Yang Kai could only avoid them for the time being. In the strange valley in the first layer flame area, he was able to fight against 10,000 and slaughter them all because the fire spirit beasts in the valley weren't high in rank. Most of them were 5th order or 6th order, so he could easily kill them in groups. But this place was different. Fighting against those fire spirit beasts would only waste his strength, so Yang Kai tactfully avoided them. At this moment, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the third layer and looked ahead. Not far in front of him, there were 2 incomplete corpses. Moreover, the corpses were burnt and emitted a faint rotting smell. These corpses were a man and a woman, and judging from their clothes, they should be elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Those who could enter this place must have followed Wei Guchang, so Yang Kai guessed that he had seen them before. When they were waiting for Lu Yan's sand field to open, there were several people waiting behind Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena. These 2 were probably 2 of them. Now, they had died tragically here, and judging from their appearances, Wei Guchang didn't even have time to collect their corpses. The situation at the time must have been very dangerous. Could something have happened to him and Dong Xiena? Yang Kai frowned and took out the communication artifact Wei Guchang had given him from his space ring. He poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Wei Guchang or Dong Xiena. However, even after pouring his divine sense into it and waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not receive any reply. He didn't know if it was because they were too far away, or because they didn't have time to check the communication artifact, or because they had placed the communication artifact in their space ring. Shaking his head, Yang Kai flicked out 2 balls of demonic flame and burned the corpses of the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples to ashes before continuing to move forward. He had not spoken a single word to the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples. Out of respect for Qian Tong and Wei Guchang, he had not allowed their corpses to rot in the wilderness. That was already the best he could do. He was not in the mood to find a place to bury them. The third layer was very dangerous, but there were also many good things. Yang Kai soon harvested more than a dozen rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Each of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines was extremely old, far superior to those collected on the second layer. Judging from the degree of condensation of their medicinal efficacies, the youngest one was at least 3,000 years old, while the oldest one was so old that even Yang Kai couldn't determine its age. It was at least 10,000 years old. The grade of these herbs was also not low, all of them origin grade high rank, with 2 of them even being origin king grade. These 10,000-year-old origin grade herbs were no less valuable than origin king grade herbs. These herbs were of great use to Yang Kai and couldn't be bought anywhere else. Using them as ingredients in alchemy would allow him to refine the best quality pills he could and even increase the grade of the pills he refined. As for how many layers the Lu Yen sand field had, Yang Kai didn't know, but at the very least, he could confirm that there were 3. The deeper one went, the less space there was for the cultivator to move around and the easier it was for them to run into each other. Yang Kai knew his limits. As a first-order Saint King, being able to enter the second layer was already shocking enough, but if others were to discover that he could move freely in the third layer as well, it would likely shock the world. So, since entering the third layer, Yang Kai had been avoiding others as much as possible. Once he detected the aura of a living person with his divine sense, he would immediately flee. As a result, Yang Kai had been living in peace. Killing fire spirit beasts, collecting spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and looking forward to refining the profound Yin sunflower water, Yang Kai was in a very good mood. Chapter 1205. On this day, Yang Kai arrived in front of a canyon. He stopped and looked at the canyon in front of him, frowning. This canyon was only 20 to 30 feet wide, and on both sides were mountains as high as 10,000 feet. It was as if someone had used a great divine technique to split these mountains in half. Yang Kai stood in the same place and hesitated for a full incense stick's worth of time before he decided to break through the canyon. Although the canyon looked dangerous, Yang Kai estimated that if he had to take a detour, he would have to waste at least several days. He didn't want to take a detour, so he could only continue to move forward. Of course, he also had the confidence to deal with a certain amount of risk, otherwise he wouldn't have gone so deep into this place. In the Lu Yen Desert, where flying was impossible, this kind of terrain was definitely the best choice for setting up a sneak attack. As long as he could block the 2 entrances of the canyon, then even if he had the ability to enter, he would still be trapped and die. However, all the cultivator who entered the Lu Yen Desert came for all kinds of benefits. Although killing and robbing often happened, who would be so bored as to set up an ambush in this kind of area? Yang Kai estimated that except for himself, no one would take this route, so he boldly stepped into the canyon. The canyon was very long. From one end to the other, it was at least a dozen miles long. It was really strange for such a landform to appear in the Lu Yen Desert. The first few miles were peaceful, but when Yang Kai walked a little less than half of the way, from the cracks in the ground, bright flames immediately sprang out. These flames contained amazing energy fluctuations. As soon as these flames appeared, they attacked Yang Kai from the front and back, wriggling and transforming into different shapes of fire spirit beasts. Each one of them looked fierce, bared their fangs, and pounced on him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. A long sword with rolling devil flames appeared in his hand, and the purple shield turned into a purple light, suspended behind him. He didn't care about the fire spirit beasts that pounced on him from behind, and just slashed at the fire spirit beasts that rushed from the front. For this situation, Yang Kai had already expected it, so he hesitated for a while before entering the canyon. Entering this place, no one would ambush him, but there were fire spirit beasts. If he didn't kill all of them, he wouldn't be able to leave the canyon. The purple shield on Yang Kai's back emitted a series of clanging sounds as the fire spirit beasts were blocked by the purple shield. At the same time, the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand smoothly pierced into the eye of a lion-like fire spirit beast. With a fierce twist, the demonic flame poured into this fire spirit beast's body, causing the red light around its body to suddenly turn black. This black color quickly spread throughout its body, causing its originally brilliant red body to become a mixture of black and red, creating a strange sight. 7th step fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai could kill them with a full blow, but there were many fire spirit beasts here, so he couldn't use his full strength every time. He could only use the Devil Flame's special characteristics to burn their bodies bit by bit. The Devil Flame sword was pulled out of the lion's head, and regardless of whether it lived or died, it almost didn't stop, directly chopping at the body of another fire spirit beast that was rushing in front of him. The Devil Flame immediately adhered to its body, and its somewhat solid body quickly burned with black flowers, gradually spreading to other parts of its body. This kind of terrain was not conducive for Yang Kai to use all of his methods, but it was also very disadvantageous for the fire spirit beasts. Because the canyon was only 2 to 3 meters wide, Yang Kai could only face 5 or 6 fire spirit beasts at most. The other fire spirit beasts were all blocked by their companions. The strange power of alternating cold and heat, the coexistence of good and evil, was not something that these 7th and 8th step fire spirit beasts could resist. One by one, the fire spirit beasts that blocked in front of Yang Kai were turned into nothingness, and pieces of fire crystal stones of different sizes fell from the sky. While Yang Kai was killing the fire spirit beasts, he still had the spare energy to fish for these valuable fire crystal stones, making a lot of money in a short period of time. The number of fire spirit beasts in the canyon was not small, no less than several hundred, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't withstand such a slaughter. These fire spirit beasts were not the same as those in the valley. Each of them had fire crystal stones in their body, so Yang Kai's efforts were not in vain. As time passed, the originally endless number of fire spirit beasts seemed to gradually decrease, and Yang Kai also pushed forward about a kilometer. Another fire spirit beast died under his sword. Yang Kai took a step forward, waving his hand to block the attack of another fire spirit beast, while reaching out to grab the fire crystal stones that fell. He had repeated this action countless times, so naturally he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, when he took this step forward, he seemed to have stepped into an incredible place. An inexplicable dignified feeling suddenly came from all directions, and Yang Kai even felt that the space around his body had solidified. This caused his hand that was reaching for the fire crystal stones to stop in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. Even the demonic flame sword that he was about to slash out suddenly froze, the sword humming endlessly. Yang Kai paled, and under his shocked gaze, the fire spirit beast pouncing over opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his neck, roaring as it spat out an incomparably hot breath mixed with a thick fire poison. Pain came from his neck, probably because his skin had been bitten, and the fire poison that had invaded his body made his neck burn, giving him a feeling of dizziness. While Yang Kai was still in a daze, the fire spirit beasts in front of him suddenly attacked, opening their mouths and sending out fiery snakes and fireball-like energy attacks towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's face went pale. Although he didn't know what had happened to him, it was already too late for him to retreat. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi with all his strength to forcibly break free from the frozen space around him. Immediately, demonic flame burst out from his body, making him look like a burning man. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions rang out as several of the fire spirit beasts that had pounced on Yang Kai were sent flying, whimpering as they were incinerated by the demonic flame midair. After the flames disappeared, Yang Kai's distressed figure appeared. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered. His neck, cheeks, and wrists were full of tiny wounds from being bitten by the fire spirit beasts. Within those wounds, a little bit of black fire poison gathered at the wounds, like a black gas that would not disperse. However, Yang Kai's Saint Chi forced out all of this fire poison and his wounds quickly healed under the powerful restorative power of his golden blood. Yang Kai stared at the space in front of him with an unprecedentedly dignified expression. Just taking a single step forward had almost caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he had broken free a moment later, Yang Kai estimated he would have suffered even more serious injuries. But after taking a step back, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about why the space in front of him was so strange and could only continue to focus on dealing with the fire spirit beasts that were attacking him from both sides. Keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai's attacks became more ruthless. In just one day, all the fire spirit beasts in the canyon had been cleared out, allowing Yang Kai to harvest a total of 400 to 500 fire crystal stones. Such a number was quite sensational and likely more than most of the great forces that had stayed in the first layer to hunt for fire spirit beasts. After all, the number of fire spirit beasts in the first layer's flame area wasn't too high, so the value of the fire crystal stones harvested was naturally not great. Standing in place and resting for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense again to scan his surroundings. After confirming that there was no potential danger, he took a step forward. The same experience as the previous day appeared in his mind. When he took the step, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a groan as his tall and straight body suddenly shrank, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel unbearable. Not only that, but this space was extremely condensed and viscous, clearly different from the surrounding space. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, but when confronting the fire spirit beast before, he didn't have time to carefully examine this space. But now that he had investigated it, he immediately understood the strangeness of this space. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened here, nor did he know why this space had undergone such a change, but in this canyon, in front of him, there was a strange space that was more than 100 meters in length. If walking before was like swimming in water, then after entering the space, it was as if the water he was swimming in had suddenly turned into ice. This condensed space could bind anyone to this place, making it impossible for them to move. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the Tao of space, he would have never been able to discover this. This was not a result of some kind of barrier or spirit array, but rather the power of space. Yang Kai found that even taking a breath here was extremely difficult. The air was so condensed that it took a lot of effort to suck it into his lungs. But why were the fire spirit beasts not suppressed by this space? Instead, they were able to move freely. Yang Kai didn't quite understand. With great difficulty, Kai Yang's slightly bent body straightened up. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as his entire body twitched and spasmed. Despite exerting every ounce of strength in his body, he was still unable to take a single step forward. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but it didn't fall down at all. Instead, as soon as it left Yang Kai's body, it was squeezed into powder by the condensed space and dissipated into the surrounding space. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi harder and harder, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, the demonic flames that should have been burning around his body were suppressed in his meridians, unable to move at all. If he wanted to rely on his Saint Chi, he wouldn't be able to walk around here. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he no longer pushed his Saint Chi but instead condensed his space force. The huge pressure pressing down on his body suddenly lightened, and although it wasn't enough to restore him to normal, it was no problem for him to slowly move his hands and feet. Sure enough, Yang Kai needed to find the right remedy. There were clearly some changes in this space that could only be dealt with by using his space force. Moreover, as soon as he used his space force, Yang Kai suddenly found that this strange space had a mysterious resonance with him. A kind of wonderful enlightenment welled up in his heart, allowing Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space to a whole new level. This made him overjoyed. Chapter 1206. As the saying went, blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand, and Yang Kai understood this very well at this moment. He hadn't expected that there would be such a strange space in the Lu Yen sand field that would allow him to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Yang Kai decided not to leave this place for the time being and instead stood in place, constantly condensing his space force and resonating with everything around him, allowing the wisps of enlightenment to flow into his mind and be engraved into the depths of his soul. The Tao of space was extremely difficult to cultivate because there were very few people who understood this Tao of space. There was no clear way to cultivate it, and no one could impart any insights to it. When Yang Kai first began cultivating the Tao of space, he relied on tearing space and entering the void's turbulence to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. However, this kind of cultivation only lasted for a short time before it became useless. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space deepened, he was able to walk through the void's turbulence as if he was walking on flat ground, so naturally, he was unable to comprehend anything. Later, however, he began absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. This kind of cultivation was a wasteful act, but Yang Kai had no choice but to do it. Fortunately, the space spirit crystal lode discovered by the stone mongoose was rich in space spirit crystals, enough for Yang Kai to squander for a long time, but once the space spirit crystals were used up, it would not be easy for him to find more. If one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. Space spirit crystals were a rare resource no matter where one went because they could be used to forge space rings, and space rings were essential storage artifacts for every cultivator. Now that there was a place here that was very suitable for cultivating the Tao of space, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Moreover, cultivating here seemed to be more effective than simply absorbing space spirit crystals, and the harvest was much greater. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately made up his mind to not leave for the time being. The Lu Yen sand field would not close for another 4 months, which was enough time for Yang Kai to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, so there was no need to rush. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai slowly sat down. In this strange space, even though Yang Kai was proficient in the mysteries of the Tao of space, he was still as slow as a turtle crawling. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely think it was strange and wonder what kind of trick Yang Kai was playing, because the strangeness of this space could not be detected with one's divine sense. Only by entering it personally would one be able to discover it. After sitting down, Kai Yang calmed the tumbling blood qi in his heart, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand and gently waved it forward. A simple wave of his hand consumed a great deal of Kai Yang's strength and time, but as he waved his hand, a black crack as thin as hair suddenly appeared, but disappeared without a trace in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead grinned happily. Since he had decided to use this rare environment to cultivate his space force, naturally he would use his space blade to do so. In the stone room on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had comprehended the space blade technique, but at that time, no matter how hard he tried to cultivate it, the power of his space blade was not great and could not be used against real enemies. Against weak enemies, he did not need to use his space force, but against powerful enemies, this method was useless. As such, Yang Kai wanted to cultivate this unique divine technique, but he had not been able to find the right conditions and environment to do so. This place was definitely the best place to cultivate it. Yang Kai could foresee that once he could condense his space blade in this place, once he left this place, his space blade would be able to exert a certain amount of power. After trying it out just now, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. The space here was thick and viscous, so tearing it was not easy. Cultivating his space blade here would not only enhance his understanding of the mysteries of space force, but it would also allow him to quickly perfect his attack. Unhurriedly and calmly, Yang Kai tore space again and again, casting his space blade. Every time the hair-thin space crack appeared, it would immediately disappear without a trace under the huge pressure here. Yang Kai cultivated for an entire day, consuming all of his spiritual energy but making no progress. However, he didn't panic at all because he could already feel that he was much more proficient in using space force than before. Naturally, he also had many methods to tear through space. He believed that as long as he continued cultivating, he would definitely make a breakthrough. With his spiritual energy exhausted, Yang Kai could no longer cultivate and could only take some pills to supplement his soul and meditate to restore himself. Although the soul-warming lotus was in the process of evolving, its ability to restore and nourish Yang Kai's soul had not weakened at all. In fact, it was even stronger than before. It only took Yang Kai 2 hours to replenish his dried-up knowledge sea. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was about to use his space blade again when he suddenly saw a streak of spark-like light flying towards him from a very distant location. This streak of light followed the narrow canyon passage and approached Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yen flying fire! Yang Kai exclaimed. He had seen Lu Yen flying fire once before in the first layer flame area, so now that he saw it again, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. The last time he saw it, Lu Yen flying fire quickly passed through Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai chased after it for a long time but was unable to catch it, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. This Lu Yen flying fire was exactly the same as the one he saw last time. It was incredibly fast, even faster than the spread of his divine sense. Yang Kai had only just discovered it a moment ago at the end of the canyon when it had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it. He no longer had any hope of harvesting this kind of thing because the speed of Lu Yen flying fire was simply not something he could catch up with. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly remembered that the space he was in was not ordinary. It was solidified and sticky, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his eyes widened as he stared at the Lu Yen flying fire that was quickly flying towards him, secretly looking forward to it. Chi! With a soft sound, when the streak of light rushed into this strange space that covered an area of more than 100 feet, just as Yang Kai had expected, its speed suddenly slowed down countless times. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Just now, he had been wondering whether this solidified space would be useful in blocking Lu Yen flying fire. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This solidified space could not stop the movement of the fire spirit beast, but it could stop the abnormal speed of Lu Yen flying fire. At least, Yang Kai could now see what Lu Yen flying fire looked like. It was like a spark sputtering from a red-hot charcoal, burning with a fiery red light. Although it was very small, it contained an amazing amount of energy. After falling into the strange space, Lu Yen flying fire was not frozen, but slowly broke through the encirclement at a human's natural walking speed. Yang Kai made a little calculation and soon found that if he did nothing and stayed in place, he would definitely miss this rare Lu Yen flying fire, because according to its flight trajectory, it would fly away from him. How could Yang Kai tolerate such a thing? Hurriedly using his space force, he slowly and painstakingly moved closer to the Lu Yen flying fire's path. Little by little, inch by inch, Yang Kai felt like an old man on the verge of death, trying to move his hands and feet when his life force was running out. Every inch of movement consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy. In just a moment, his body trembled violently, and his flesh was in incomparable pain. As for the flowing flame-flying fire, it was still flying towards them at a leisurely pace. A moment later, it flew to a spot not far from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was anxious. He stretched out a trembling hand, trying to catch the Lu Yen flying fire, but the other party was about 3 inches away from his fingertips and slowly drifting away. Yang Kai's nose was crooked with anger. He felt that if this Lu Yen flying fire had a mind of its own, it must have mocked him for overestimating himself just now. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai helplessly watched as this thing brushed past him, his face filled with annoyance. He still failed. Since it had already flown away, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to catch it. Sure enough, a moment later, Lu Yen flying fire rushed out of the blockade of this strange space, once again restoring its previous abnormal speed, flashing out of sight and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to obtain this treasure that could mutate his spiritual energy. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel regret, but Yang Kai quickly adjusted his state of mind, no longer thinking about Lu Yen flying fire, and instead began to focus on tempering his space blade. Not only did he fail to catch Lu Yen flying fire, but the most important thing right now was to cultivate the Tao of space. Sending out a space blade, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the space blade seemed to have increased a little. Although it was still as thin as hair, and although it only appeared for a moment before disappearing, its duration was obviously longer than yesterday. Yang Kai's heart was greatly shaken, and he quickly put the matter of Lu Yen flying fire to the back of his mind and began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. 3 days later, Yang Kai watched as a half-inch wide space blade flew out less than a foot before disappearing, a satisfied and excited expression appearing on his face. This damned place was indeed the best place to cultivate the mysteries of space. He had only been cultivating here for 3 days, but he already felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had become somewhat comprehensive. With his understanding of the Tao of space, the power of his space blade was countless times stronger than it was 3 days ago. Whether it was the size of the space blade, the length of time it could exist in this strange space, or the distance it could tear apart, all of it had grown tremendously. At this rate of growth, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to use his space blade to fight enemies in just 1 more month. At that time, he might even be able to contend with the Shur of an origin-returning realm master. After all, Although sure was a power unique to origin-returning realm masters, the space blade was also unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It was a killing move that no one other than Yang Kai could use. Chapter 1207. The reason why Yang Kai was willing to delay here was firstly because the environment here was rare and he didn't want to miss it, and secondly because he felt a sense of crisis deep in his heart. With his current strength, Yang Kai had no problem dealing with Saint Kings, but dealing with an origin-returning realm master was beyond his ability. Even the indifferent man he had met in the stalactite cave was not someone Yang Kai was confident he could defeat. On Shadowed Star, in its territory, Yang Kai had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself for everything. Qian Tong had been good to him, but it was also because of the fake artifact refining grandmaster behind Yang Kai's back that Qian Tong had opened the door for him. If Qian Tong learned that this so-called grandmaster of his didn't exist, Yang Kai didn't know if he would immediately change his attitude. Therefore, Yang Kai had to make himself as strong as possible so that when dealing with others, he wouldn't be in a passive position and be led by the nose. He wasn't alone in this world and had many concerns in his heart. At the end of the canyon, a red light flashed and Yang Kai, who was tempering his space blade, instantly sensed it. Looking up, he couldn't help being stunned. It was another Lu Yen flying fire. Just like 3 days ago, the Lu Yen flying fire was flying towards him from the end of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai discovered it, it fell into the strange space's seal. The abnormally fast speed of the flowing flame flying fire instantly slowed down and the flowing flame flying fire slowly floated across the several dozen meter space. With the experience from a few days ago, Yang Kai immediately took action, moving his body with difficulty while trying to determine where the Lu Yen flying fire would pass. This time, his luck didn't seem to be very good. The flowing flame flying fire that appeared now was flying a meter away from him, so Yang Kai had to reach that position before it flew past him in order to have any hope of catching it. Although Yang Kai had become familiar with the stickiness and solidification of this strange space and was gradually becoming more proficient in using space force, it was still extremely difficult for him to move around here. When he finally got close to the fixed position, Lu Yan's flying fire had already flown over again. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he looked at the treasure he had missed out on for the third time, a thoughtful look on his face. According to what Wei Guchang said before, Lu Yan's flying fire was very precious, but it was also very rare in the Lu Yan desert. Many people who entered the desert didn't even have the chance to encounter it. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Yang Kai was walking in the first layer flame area, he had only seen Lu Yan's flying fire by chance. If it weren't for his strong divine sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed it even if Lu Yan's flying fire flew past him. But Wei Guchang's words only targeted the first level. Now that Yang Kai was in the heat zone of the third layer, would there be more Lu Yan's flying fire here? Was the two Lu Yan's flying fire the same? Is it flying in a fixed flight path? If it was the same, then its flight path was very likely fixed. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai see it again 3 days later? If it was not the same, then was there something strange about this canyon that could attract Lu Yan's flying fire to fly in and pass through it? All kinds of questions intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, and Yang Kai's expression also changed constantly. For a time, he didn't cultivate his space force. Soon, Yang Kai shook his head. Whether the two Lu Yan's flying fire he saw were the same or not, and whether this canyon was the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire to fly through, he should be able to verify the results in a few days. Once again, Yang Kai began to temper his space force, but he also began to pay attention to the movements at the end of the canyon, intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know which of his conjectures was correct. Time flew by, and 3 days later, because he was worried about Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the end of the canyon early, waving his space blade while paying attention to the movements there. But to his surprise, after observing for half a day, there was still no movement at the end of the canyon, and there was no trace of Lu Yan's flying fire at all. This made him very annoyed. But in this way, he could be sure that the two Lu Yan's flying fires he saw before were not the same. If they were the same, they wouldn't be so irregular and should have flown over from that side a long time ago. Since there was no pattern, they shouldn't be the same. On the fourth day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and immediately looked towards the end of the canyon. The scene he saw made him both excited and surprised. He was excited because one of his conjectures was correct. That was, this canyon was indeed the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire, because at this moment, there was a red light at the end of the canyon. What surprised him was that there was not one red light, but two, one after the other, almost at the same time, and then their speed decreased greatly and they slowly floated towards this side. Yang Kai immediately took action. The previous two failures had given him enough experience, and he was sure that he wouldn't fail again this time. But what made him hesitate was that there were two Lu Yan's flying fires this time, and there was a distance of more than 10 feet between them. It was impossible to catch them at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai moved closer to the Lu Yan's flying fire that was closer to him, and at the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Wei Guchang had only told Yang Kai about the wonders and strangeness of Lu Yan's flying fire, but he hadn't told him how to collect it, so it was likely that Yang Kai didn't know either. Yang Kai could only try using this jade bottle first, and if it didn't work, he would think of another way. After so many days of familiarization and tempering, Yang Kai was now much faster than before. Before the Lu Yan's flying fire floated over, Yang Kai had already blocked its path. Staring at this Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai secretly circulated his Saint Qi, and when it was close enough, he suddenly pushed forward with his palm. The Lu Yan's flying fire, which was not fast to begin with, was hit by this blow and became even slower. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly raised the jade bottle he had prepared and pointed it towards the Lu Yan's flying fire. The whole process went extremely smoothly, and the Lu Yan's flying fire fell directly into the jade bottle, but in the blink of an eye, the jade bottle was burned to ashes by the scorching heat. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that he had taken this for granted, so he no longer hesitated and reached out to grab the Lu Yan's flying fire. Grabbing it in the palm of his hand, without waiting for it to erupt, Yang Kai's demonic flame enveloped it in layer after layer of demonic flame. Yang Kai clearly felt that Lu Yan's flying fire was resisting his demonic flame's heat, but neither could do anything to the other. What's more, the Lu Yan's flying fire was still struggling, trying to break through the demonic flame's blockade. But how could Yang Kai give it this opportunity? Seeing that this method was working, Yang Kai immediately released more Saint Qi and transformed it into a more violent demonic flame, firmly binding Lu Yan's flying fire. A short time later, Lu Yan's flying fire, which was wrapped in demonic flame, calmed down and stopped moving. Looking at the fist-sized black fireball in his hand, Yang Kai grinned. Finally, he had harvested one Lu Yan's flying fire. It had not been easy, but the other one had managed to escape when Yang Kai was dealing with its companion. Yang Kai had no regrets though. Since he had determined that this canyon was the place Lu Yan's flying fire had to pass through, all he had to do was wait here for it and he should be able to harvest even more. The black fireball formed by demonic flame could not be placed into a space ring and could only be thrown into the black book space. After returning, Yang Kai would be able to use the magic of Lu Yan's flying fire to its fullest potential. With his first harvest, Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood. Refining his space blade and comprehending the Tao of space had become easier and easier, and he was also becoming more proficient in using his space force. At the same time, the restrictions placed on him by this strange space were becoming smaller and smaller. More than a month later, Yang Kai used the same method to harvest a Lu Yan's flying fire, but his expression was neither sad nor happy as he casually threw it into his space ring. Yang Kai had been cultivating here for about a month and a half and had obtained a total of 9 Lu Yan's flying fires. This number was not small. No one had ever obtained so many Lu Yan's flying fires before, but Yang Kai's brow still showed a faint trace of regret. Because as his understanding of the Tao of space increased, the effect of this strange space on his cultivation had become smaller and smaller. On top of that, he had constantly used his space blade here to tear space apart, which seemed to have damaged the density of this space, allowing this rare cultivation place to become more and more normal. Without the powerful shackles of this space, after the Lu Yan's flying fire entered this place, its speed did not drop as much as before. If it weren't for Yang Kai's experience, the Lu Yan's flying fire just now would have flown past him. Yang Kai estimated that he could only cultivate here for about 10 more days at most before this place would no longer have any effect on him. Since that was the case, Yang Kai decided to use this place until the last moment before leaving. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time. Through the Lu Yan's flying fire he harvested into the Black Book space, and immersed himself in cultivation. After waiting for several days, no more Lu Yan's flying fires appeared. It seemed that because of Yang Kai's unscrupulous attempts to capture Lu Yan's flying fires had all disappeared. On this day, Yang Kai finally sensed the aura of Lu Yan's flying fire again and did not dare to neglect, immediately taking action. After he quickly arrived at the right position, the Lu Yan's flying fire just happened to crash into this strange space. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grasped it in his palm, and then pushed his Saint Qi into his demonic flame, wrapping it in layers. A moment later, a black fireball appeared in Yang Kai's hand. But before Yang Kai could throw it into the Black Book space, a soft cry suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering. It seemed that several cultivators were quickly approaching. Yang Kai frowned and immediately threw the black fireball into the Black Book space before turning around to look at the newcomers. At first glance, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help flashing a look of disgust, because the newcomers were actually several cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. Chapter 1208. The cultivator from Heaven Battling Union was very easy to identify. This could be judged from the clothes they wore, each of them wearing a golden robe that gave them an imposing aura. These cultivators generally gave off a feeling of arrogance. Except for the cultivator from Thunder Typhoon sect, when they looked at the cultivators from other forces, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, they all gave off a sense of contempt and disdain. It was as if Heaven Battling Union was some kind of great force, and these cultivators were also afraid that others wouldn't know they were from Heaven Battling Union. The battle character embroidered in golden thread on their chests could be seen from a distance. Because of Chu Changfeng, Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Heaven Battling Union, so when he saw that these people were actually from Heaven Battling Union, he knew that today's matter would not be resolved peacefully. The scene of him collecting Lu Yan's flying fire should have fallen into their eyes. Yang Kai just didn't know how much they had seen. In a flash, the 4 cultivators from Heaven Battling Union rushed over to Yang Kai and stared at him with either surprise or joy. It had to be admitted that Heaven Battling Union's heritage was truly strong. All 4 of them were third-order Saint King cultivators, and the Saint Qi in each of their bodies was purer and denser than that of an average cultivator. Each of them was covered in a light blue light curtain that gave off a frigid aura. Clearly, this light curtain was an ice attribute artifact that was protecting them from the fire poison here. The leader of this group was a beardless man in his 40s. After discovering Yang Kai's true cultivation, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise. He didn't understand how Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was able to survive in this harsh environment, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any artifact protecting him. This surprised him greatly and caused him to stare at Yang Kai with a slightly dignified expression. Anyone who was able to resist the heat and fire poison without using any artifacts and only relying on their Saint Qi couldn't be underestimated. Did he just collect Lu Yan's flying fire? Another thin man next to him stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise. It seemed like they were too far away and didn't see clearly. They only had suspicions, so they immediately rushed over to confirm it. I don't think so. Lu Yan's flying fire isn't something that can be easily obtained. Although Lu Yan had more flying fires on the 3rd floor, even Fang Tianzhong couldn't catch them. How could he collect them? The 3rd cultivator with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks shook his head slowly with a look of disbelief. Why don't we just ask and find out? The thin man chuckled and casually said to Yang Kai, "Boy, what did you take just now? Take it out and let me see. What does it have to do with you?" Yang Kai looked at the four people indifferently. He didn't even have the slightest intention of running away. Ah. The skinny man laughed and nodded. Yes, it has nothing to do with us, but boy, do you know who we are? Daring to talk to us like that? Interesting. As he spoke, his expression turned ruthless, and he said coldly, Brat, if you want to live, then hand over the thing you just took. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, with a chuckle, the threat was obvious. The white-faced beardless man who had been sizing up Kai Yang all this time, upon hearing this, his brows furrowed slightly. But very quickly he relaxed. Although he could see that Kai Yang wasn't ordinary, and the other party's expression was also strangely calm, he was still only one person. He didn't believe that with the strength of the four of them, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. In this world, there were always some arrogant cultivators who thought they were great just because they had a little bit of skill. Yang Kai had seen many such people because he himself was one of them, but after being repeatedly humiliated by Chu Changfeng, Yang Kai realized that there was always a mountain higher than the other. He subconsciously classified Yang Kai as one of these people. This kind of person was destined to suffer a big loss. He himself was lucky because he came from the same sect as Chu Changfeng, so he didn't lose his life at Chu Changfeng's hands, but after recognizing this reality, he acted much more low-key than before. You think I'll give you what you want? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai stared at the four cultivators coldly, his expression still indifferent. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The skinny man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had used this trick to intimidate others before, which cultivator didn't obediently submit. Even when he took a fancy to one of the cultivator's women, the other party obediently gave up the picturesque woman. Although he only played with her for a few days before ignoring her, no one had ever dared to refuse his request. All because he was from Heaven Battling Union. Not to mention outside, this was the Lu Yen Desert, a desolate and remote place, a perfect place to kill and bury a corpse. Thinking so, the cultivator's eyes flashed coldly as murderous intent filled his body. Wait! Not waiting for him to act, the middle-aged man with the white beard suddenly called out. The other two also turned to look at him, only to see this man take a few steps forward and stare at Yang Kai, cupping his fists slightly and saying, Friend, this one's junior brother is a bit short-tempered. If he has offended you just now, I hope you won't take it to heart. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he remained indifferent. Brother! The skinny man saw his brother actually apologize to Yang Kai and was shocked, exclaiming, Aren't you being too careful? Why are you talking nonsense with him? The middle-aged man smiled lightly. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Master also taught us that caution is the key to success. This friend is not an ordinary person. Although brother can't see his origin or identity, being able to remain here unharmed, he must have some skill. If we can resolve this matter peacefully, it would be best. The implication was that if they could not resolve this peacefully, it would not be too late to act. Hearing this, the skinny man thought for a moment with a gloomy expression and no longer spoke any nonsense. The middle-aged man then looked at Yang Kai with a smile and continued, Friend, we don't want to be nosy. After all, this is the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field. Anyone would be on tenterhooks here, so can this friend give this one some face and let my junior brother check your space ring? With a smile on his face, he spoke as if he didn't care at all, as if he wasn't asking to check Yang Kai's space ring, but rather an old friend looking for Yang Kai to borrow something insignificant. You want to see my space ring? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Indeed. The middle-aged man gently nodded, his smile still like a spring breeze. This one's brother, and I don't mean any harm, we just want to confirm what this friend received just now. If it weren't for the Lu Yen flying fire, we wouldn't have coveted this friend's belongings and would have returned your space ring. What does this friend think? Good. To his surprise, Yang Kai actually agreed, causing the middle-aged man's brow to furrow slightly, seemingly quite surprised. In his heart, he was secretly wondering if he had been too cautious. Yang Kai really didn't have any ability, otherwise, how could he have agreed so easily? Just as he was feeling surprised though, he saw Yang Kai take off his space ring from his finger and gently toss it up and down. 4 pairs of eyes immediately followed this ordinary space ring up and down. Quickly throw it over. Seeing Yang Kai so cooperative, the skinny man immediately shouted, as if he couldn't wait to examine it carefully. There's nothing good in my space ring. Yang Kai smiled at him and said in a slightly poor tone, it's just a piece of brilliant fire crystal essence. Suddenly, a blood-red stone the size of a human head appeared in Yang Kai's hand. A scorching hot and pure fire attribute energy was being emitted from this stone. The fire attribute energy was swimming around the stone, as if it was alive. Brilliant fire crystal essence? The 4 people exclaimed in unison, and even the middle-aged man who had been smiling indifferently finally wore a look of greed and desire. Brilliant fire crystal essence was an Origin King grade material, and although the piece in Yang Kai's hand was only Origin King grade low rank, it was quite large. The 4 of them had never even heard of this head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence before, let alone seen it. If such a piece of material were to be sold outside, it would definitely be invaluable and could easily sell for 20 or 30 million Saint crystals. They had heard before that at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction in Heavenly Fate City, some treasures worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Saint crystals had appeared. Unfortunately, none of them were qualified to participate at that time and were unable to witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes. But now, such a top-grade artifact refining material had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it had been possessed by a first-order Saint King cultivator. If their brothers could obtain this treasure, even if they divided it equally, each of them would be able to get a few million Saint crystals, enough for them to never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. For a time, the 4 people's breathing became heavy as their eyes flashed with greed, seemingly ready to snatch it at any moment. As for the middle-aged man's words about not coveting Yang Kai's wealth, they had long since been forgotten. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai actually put the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring, causing the 4 of them to feel both angry and disappointed. There's also this fire crystal stone, it's not much of a good thing. Yang Kai sighed faintly, as if he didn't know what it meant to not show off one's wealth before taking out a dark red crystal the size of a millstone. Although this crystal was the same as the brilliant fire crystal essence, exuding a scorching heat, the 2 were obviously not the same material. The former was a type of while the latter was very similar to the fire crystal stone the 4 heaven-battling Union Masters had obtained along the way. Impossible! The skinny man screamed as he pointed to the huge fire crystal stone Yang Kai was holding and shook his head. It's impossible for such a large piece of fire crystal stone to exist. No fire spirit beast would have such a thing. It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him, but the biggest piece of fire crystal stone the 4 of them had obtained along the way was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Compared to the one in Yang Kai's hand, the difference was like comparing a towering tree to a small sapling. What's more, if this was really a fire crystal rock, then what level was the fire spirit beast that contained it? How big would it be? He didn't think that Yang Kai could kill such a fire spirit beast and instead thought that Yang Kai was playing a trick. Chapter 1209. After Yang Kai took out the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence and the millstone-sized fire crystal stone one after another, the 4 heaven-battling Union cultivators could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether the fire crystal stone was real or not, the brilliant fire crystal essence was definitely real. For a time, greed filled the hearts of the 4 heaven-battling Union cultivators and they already regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in their hearts. Casually taking out 2 priceless treasures, who knew what other good things he had in his space ring? Perhaps there really was a Lu Yen flying fire. Kill him, they had to kill him, then grab his ring and carefully examine it. As long as they could grab this cultivator's ring, they would no longer have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives. What else? The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched. Although his heart was also full of desire and possessiveness, he was much better than the other 3 who wore their thoughts on their faces. At the very least, he looked calm. Only his trembling voice betrayed the excitement in his heart. There are also a dozen emerald silk grasses, 1 ancient profound ting, 3 red blood fruits. Yang Kai took out one item after another from his space ring, and every time he took out an item, the eyes of the 4 heaven-battling union cultivators burned with desire. Although these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not as valuable as the previous 2, they were still quite valuable, especially the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. These were spirit medicines that every sect longed to obtain, and heaven-battling union was naturally no exception. These dozen or so emerald silk grasses could be exchanged for a huge amount of contribution points, and when the time came, they could ask the elders for a reasonable request. Right? There are also 9 Lu Yen flying fires, but it's not convenient to take them out, so you won't be able to see them even if I take them out. Yang Kai chuckled and revealed all his gains after entering the Lu Yen sand field. Except for the colorless crystal that was absorbed by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Are there really Lu Yen flying fires? The monkey-faced man cried out in surprise. Yes, why would I lie to you? Didn't you see them just now? Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the 4 people gradually became extremely strange. Everyone had an awkward look on their faces because the 4 brothers had worked together and spent 3 months in Lu Yan's desert, looking for treasures everywhere. They thought that they had a good harvest and were very happy, but compared to Yang Kai's harvest, it was like a difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have 1% of his harvest. This made them somewhat embarrassed, and their gazes towards Yang Kai became more and more heated. You liar! The skinny man suddenly rolled his eyes and coldly shouted, Boy, you've got guts, daring to deceive my brothers. Obediently give me your ring and I'll let you go. As he said this, he exchanged glances with the cultivator with a protruding mouth and a monkey-like chin. Then, they rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. In front of so many good things, he didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai, so he casually found an excuse to snatch them. Although these 2 people were arrogant and often bullied the weak, they were still elite cultivators of heaven-battling union, so even when facing Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, they didn't show the slightest bit of carelessness. In the past 3 months, the 4 of them had done a lot of killing and robbing in Lu Yan's desert, so they naturally knew that although some people didn't look like much on the surface, in fact, they had some tricks up their sleeves. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't look normal at all. From beginning to end, he had a calm look on his face. They faintly felt that Yang Kai had some kind of trump card to rely on, so the moment they attacked, they condensed their Saint Chi to protect their bodies, each of them holding back their killing moves. They were on high alert, lest Yang Kai counterattacked and cause them any losses. The beardless middle-aged man and the fat cultivator stood in place without moving. Although the 2 of them had a strange feeling, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was deliberately luring their companions into action, with such precious treasures in front of them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't stop their companions. Anyone who saw so many good things would be willing to take a risk. After all, these were treasures worth their lives. No matter how strong a first-order Saint King was, could he be stronger than Chu Changfeng? Even if Chu Changfeng was here, it would be impossible for him to deal with the 4 of them alone. So, while paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, they were ready to lend a hand at a moment's notice, lest the other party really had some kind of earth-shattering method. The thin cultivator and the monkey-faced one were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a look of shock, as if he had just discovered that they were rushing towards him. Hurriedly putting back all the treasures he had taken out of his space ring, his flustered appearance greatly reducing the vigilance in the hearts of the 2 cultivators. Without any hesitation, they pushed their speed to the limit. But soon, they saw a faint smile appear on Yang Kai's face. The moment they saw this smile, the 2 of them realized that something was wrong. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in their scheme, as if he had set up some kind of trap here long ago and was waiting for others to walk right into it. Even the look in the other party's eyes was filled with disdain and ridicule, so how could there be any trace of the previous fluster? In the next moment, The two third-order Saint Kings who were rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if they had been blocked by an invisible wall. Two muffled groans rang out at the same time as the two third-order Saint Kings felt their bodies shrink, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe as their bodies twitched and their bones creaked out of place. When Yang Kai first entered this strange space, he had almost been unable to break free. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than an average cultivator's, so how could these two cultivators easily escape from this place? Although Yang Kai had been cultivating his space blade here for more than a month and had destroyed most of the viscous and dense space here, it was still possible for him to interfere with these two cultivators. As long as he had enough time, Yang Kai could easily kill them. As such, as soon as they rushed into this strange space, they had run out of luck. The two cultivators paled and their eyes filled with panic. Pushing the Saint Chi in their bodies with all their might, they finally managed to alleviate the heavy pressure around them. Just as they were about to retreat from this strange space, the middle-aged man's cry of alarm rang out from behind them. The two cultivators looked up and saw a palm slamming towards their heads. This space could hinder the movements of these two cultivators, but Yang Kai was like a fish in water here, completely unaffected. He had long since become accustomed to the dignified atmosphere of this place. Facing four third-order Saint Kings, one-on-one, or even two, Yang Kai wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was confident he could kill them all, but four of them were different. If he couldn't wipe them all out and even one of them managed to escape, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. That was why Yang Kai had constantly exposed his gains. He wanted to use these incredibly valuable treasures to lure these four cultivators to snatch them away. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This ancient truth was vividly illustrated by the performance of these four cultivators. No one could remain unmoved after seeing so many good things. Asterisk prung prung. Asterisk, two explosive sounds rang out as the thin man trapped in this strange space and the monkey-faced cultivator from Heaven Battling Union burst into a bloody mist the moment Yang Kai's palms slammed into their heads, leaving not even their bones behind. The two third-order Saint Kings died extremely aggrieved, not even having a chance to fight back as they were directly killed by Yang Kai. Inside the bloody mist, Yang Kai stood there with a cold aura as he stared coldly towards the remaining two cultivators, his malevolent aura soaring to the heavens like that of an ancient demon god. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai revealed his white fangs and stared maliciously at the remaining two Heaven Battling Union cultivator. The fat man of the two remaining cultivators had just rushed out a few meters when he saw his fellow sect brother being killed. He immediately stopped and stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. The moment Yang Kai attacked just now, the Saint Chi fluctuations that surged from his body were indeed at the level of a first-order Saint King. Although it was quite good, it wasn't heaven-defying. The two palms he had sent out hadn't been very fast either, seemingly very casual. The fat man couldn't understand why his two fellow sect brothers had been killed without being able to put up any resistance. This was obviously illogical. There's something strange about him, there's probably some kind of barrier around him. The beardless middle-aged man's face was gloomy to the extreme. They had always been the ones to hunt wild geese, but today, they had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese and now two of their fellow sect brothers had died. He was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Who else wants to check my space ring? The corners of Kai Yang's mouth curled upwards as he looked at the two indifferently. As he asked this question, he actually walked straight towards them. The fat man took a step back in horror, his face extremely dignified. The beardless middle-aged man also frowned. He had just said that there was some kind of barrier around Yang Kai, which was why he could easily kill his two fellow sect brothers, but now the other party had actually taken the initiative to attack. What was the meaning of this? Why was he so confident? The middle-aged man was a cautious person, so when he saw that the situation in front of him was beyond his comprehension, he didn't even think about it and immediately retreated while calling out to the fat man, "Let's go." Then, without looking back, he flew back towards the canyon. Unable to figure out the enemy's true strength, He didn't want to stay here and risk his life. He just wanted to pass on the news that this person had a precious treasure to his fellow sect brothers and then gather more people to take revenge. It had to be said that his idea was correct and his approach was foolproof. The fat man, on the other hand, wasn't so shrewd. Although the middle-aged man had called out to him before leaving, the fat man was clearly very confident in his own strength and had also been blinded by the good things in Yang Kai's ring. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards him, instead of being surprised, he was instead overjoyed. Immediately, his fat body began to emit a green light that surrounded him. Immediately, like a deflated balloon, the fat man's body shriveled up at a visible speed, turning into a thin man in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12:10. Although his figure had undergone a huge transformation, the aura radiating from this fat man's body had increased exponentially, and the Saint Chi surging from his body was almost tangible. With a wave of his hands, a green light flew out from his palms, transforming into vines that shot towards Yang Kai. These vines were full of sharp barbs, and once caught, they would pierce into a cultivator's flesh and absorb their blood essence and Saint Chi. Even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to easily break free and would only be at the mercy of this fat man. With his unique Saint Chi and killing moves, this fat man had killed countless enemies. In Heaven Battling Union, although his fame was not as high as Chu Changfeng or the middle-aged man, he was still a core figure. On top of that, these would attribute vines multiplied and grew extremely quickly. As long as Yang Kai was given 3 breaths of time, he would be able to use his vines to seal off the entire canyon and form a cage. At that time, this place would be his world, and even if this First Order Saint King had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape from this vine cage. His eyes were full of confidence. However, a black flame danced in the air like a fire dragon, pouring cold water on his head. A fire attribute cultivator? The fat man was shocked. His wood attribute martial skills and martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, so when he saw Yang Kai release these black flames, his heart sank and his expression became solemn. However, there was no turning back, and a single First Order Saint King wasn't enough to force Yang Kai to retreat. As such, Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi, causing the green vines to grow even more frantically, showing signs of covering the entire canyon. Asterisk, the intensity of the fire suddenly became ferocious, and a scene that truly shocked the fatty happened. The black flames swept over, and actually burned all the green vines he had released into ashes. No matter how many he released, he still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had burned close to him. Impossible! The fat man shouted. Although his martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, there was no flame that could have such a powerful burning ability that his vines were unable to reproduce. The greenery that filled the sky was instantly suppressed by the pitch-black flames. Within the canyon, a feeling of alternating heat and cold came, causing Fatty to feel extremely tormented. Yang Kai was like a raging flame as he rushed forward and threw a pitch-black heaven-punishing spear towards the Heaven Battling Union cultivator. Yang Kai followed closely behind the heaven-punishing spear and slammed down with heaven-covering hand. He had to end the battle quickly. The middle-aged man's cautiousness was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After he had killed 2 of his fellow disciples, his first reaction was not to seek revenge, but to retreat without even thinking about it. His decisiveness was unimaginable. This was an extremely terrifying person who was able to suppress his greed for the various treasures in his space ring and choose the safest course of action. Now that he had already run several tens of feet away, if he continued to tangle with this fat cultivator, once that person left the canyon, it would really be too late to catch up. As such, Yang Kai attacked in anger, using almost all of his strength. The fat cultivator's reaction was not slow. Seeing the pitch-black heaven-punishing spear thrust towards him, he immediately summoned a small round shield. This small round shield rotated rapidly, its surface filled with complex runes and energy lines, as well as a tortoise pattern that swam about nimbly. With the small round shield in front of him to protect him, His figure flickered as he tried to quickly retreat. However, a giant hand that seemed to cover the sky suddenly slammed down from above, giving him the illusion that he could not avoid it. Kong. With a loud bang, the heaven-punishing spear collided with the small round shield, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the small round shield, but surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Although it was stained with some demonic flames, the turtle pattern on the round shield flashed and emerged from the round shield. Soon after, the turtle opened its mouth and spat out a mass of white energy, extinguishing the demonic flames in an instant. After doing all this, the tortoise pattern returned to the small round shield, but it no longer swam and became lifeless. This secret treasure had clearly lost its spirituality, unless an outstanding weapon refiner was hired to repair it, otherwise it would not be able to be used again. The small round shield blocked Yang Kai's killing blow and protected the fat cultivator's life, but the heaven-covering hand slammed down heavily at this moment. The fat cultivator let out a strange cry, his hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and then his two palms faced the sky and pushed fiercely. A green curtain of light rose with his movements, like a protective shield, covering him below. Another loud bang sounded and the earth trembled. When the heaven-covering hand slammed into the green light curtain and the huge palm print shattered at the same time and disappeared without a trace. As for the fat cultivator, although he didn't suffer any serious injuries after receiving this attack, his complexion was obviously pale. He had suffered some losses. In just a short time, he immediately recognized the gap between himself and Yang Kai. This was not a strength that a first-order Saint King cultivator could display. Even a third-order Saint King would not be able to display such strength. If it were not for the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body being genuine, the fat cultivator would have suspected that the other party was an origin-returning realm master in disguise. No wonder the other party had the confidence to take the initiative to attack. With such combat power, it was more than enough to compete with Chu Changfeng, so dealing with the fat cultivator would be a piece of cake. The fat cultivator had already used an artifact, but the other party did not seem to be using his full strength, only using martial skills to fight him, not even bothering to use an artifact. What the fat cultivator did not know was that Yang Kai only had two artifacts. One was the purple shield and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. The purple shield was a defensive artifact, and although the 100 Mountains picture was powerful, the terrain of the canyon was too narrow for it to be used. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have already summoned 20 Phantom Mountains to smash the fat cultivator to death instead of wasting time. The fat cultivator knew that the situation was bad, so after blocking the heaven-covering hand, he summoned another flying dagger-like artifact, poured his Saint Chi into it, and threw it towards Yang Kai. The flying dagger turned into a white light and flew straight towards Yang Kai's face, carrying a thick evil chi. At the same time, the fat cultivator quickly turned around and ran out of the canyon without looking back. He thought that his flying dagger artifact would buy him some time, and as long as he had a little bit of time, he might be able to escape. But how could he have known that just as he turned his back to Yang Kai, a deathly aura would strike him from behind? Looking back in horror, the fat cultivator saw that Yang Kai had already avoided the flying dagger's attack and was holding a black sword in his hand, constantly slashing down. A series of shocking black sword waves suddenly filled the canyon. The fat cultivator's heart trembled, and before he could think of anything, he was struck by more than a dozen sword waves at the same time. With a scream, he fell to the ground, his body burning with demonic flames. No matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, he was unable to extinguish the flames and was soon burned into a charred corpse. The canyon was only 2 or 3 meters wide, so it was really not suitable for him to dodge. If not for this, he could have at least bought some time and not died so quickly. Even at the moment of his death, he could not understand how a trivial first-order Saint King could be so terrifying. After killing the fat cultivator, Yang Kai immediately raised his head and looked towards the canyon. The last middle-aged man was running really fast. In just a short time, he was already 2,000 meters away. He seemed to have heard the screams of the fat cultivator, and his figure trembled slightly as his speed increased. At this moment, he understood that his worries and cautiousness were not unreasonable. The scream of the fat cultivator had clearly announced his death. Being able to kill his fellow sect mate in just 5 breaths, no matter what method or scheme this young man used, he was not someone he could contend with. As such, he did not dare to look back and only wanted to leave this canyon as soon as possible. At the same time, he touched his space ring with a trembling hand and took out a communication artifact, wanting to inform his fellow sect mates about what had happened here. It would be best if he could inform Chu Changfeng. In his eyes, only someone like Chu Changfeng could compete with this young man. Just as he took out his communication artifact, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out behind him as a terrifying divine sense enveloped him. The strength of this divine sense was no less than that of some origin-returning realm masters. Not daring to neglect, he immediately poured his divine sense into his communication artifact, but before he could say anything, he felt a slight pain in his arm. It was as if he had been bitten by an ant. But when he went to investigate, he was shocked to find that his arm had been silently cut off. Not far from him, there was a dark blade-shaped crack that seemed to be able to swallow everything flying side by side with him. A void crack? This cultivator was quite experienced and knowledgeable, so he couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as his voice fell, the thing he thought was a void crack disappeared. Intense pain came from his severed arm, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead and even his clothes to be soaked. Chi. Another soft and almost imperceptible sound rang out beside his ear, and his other undamaged arm hurt again. Thinking of what had just happened, the middle-aged martial artist's face turned ashen. He turned his head to look and found that his second arm was indeed gone. The cut was neat and tidy, as if it had been easily cut off by some sharp weapon. A silhouette swiftly passed by and blocked in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man stopped and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of despair filling his face. He could no longer care about the pain in his severed arm, nor could he stop the blood from gushing out. He could only stare at Yang Kai and the pair of wind and thunder wings behind him. Only then did he understand why his opponent was still able to easily catch up to him despite him trying his best to escape. The other party actually possessed such a strange artifact, no wonder his speed was so fast. However, he did not know what kind of attack Yang Kai had just used to cut off his arms. He did not even feel any fluctuations of Saint Chi before his arms were inexplicably cut off. Chapter 12:11. Inside the canyon, Yang Kai and the middle-aged man stared at each other, the former's eyes cold while the latter's face filled with despair. Ha! The middle-aged man who was blocked by Yang Kai suddenly chuckled softly, but his smile was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He knew that this time it would be difficult for him to escape, so it was too late for regrets. Lu Yen Desert was so large, so why did his brother and junior brothers choose to enter this canyon? Moreover, they ended up provoking such a fiend. If it weren't for this, the 4 of them would be living a very comfortable life right now. With the harvest of this trip, as long as they could safely leave this place, they would have reaped great benefits. But now it was too late to say anything. Of the 4 of them, 3 had died, and both of his arms were crippled. It seemed that he would soon follow in the footsteps of his fellow disciples. His heart was filled with regret. Now that he recalled the scene when he first saw this young man, he realized how ridiculous his and his 3 fellow disciples' actions were. If this young man didn't have something to rely on, how could he have remained indifferent when he saw the 4 of them and not run away? If this young man didn't want to lure the 4 of them into action, how could he be stupid enough to reveal the harvest of his space ring to everyone? Now that he thought about it, this young man's expression and actions at the time were indeed suspicious. But with benefits at stake, even the most astute and cautious person would be blinded by greed. Friend, the middle-aged man gulped and suddenly said, "Can you tell me what kind of power did you use? If I can know, I can die without regrets." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and shook his head. "The dead don't need to know." That's true. The middle-aged man smiled miserably, his figure standing tall and straight, putting on an appearance as if he was ready to be stabbed. Do it, I know I am definitely not your opponent, so I don't want to struggle, so I ask this friend to be quick. It's best if you don't let this one feel any pain. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai flicked his wrist and sent out a jet black sword wave towards him with an imposing aura. The moment the black sword light appeared, the eyes of the middle-aged man, who had previously looked like he was waiting for death, flashed and he opened his mouth and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist was extremely thick and reeked of blood. It was clearly his blood essence. Inside this blood mist, an all-shaped, foot-long artifact, shining with a yellow light, spun like a top, rolling up the surrounding world energy and attacking Yang Kai. The cone-shaped artifact seemed to want to drill a hole through space itself, and wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. Even Yang Kai's black sword light was scattered by it. At the same time, his face was pale and he quickly retreated. He stared at Yang Kai through the blood mist with wide eyes. How could he still look like he was waiting for death? His face was clearly filled with an expression of extreme desire for life, but right now he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't know if his carefully prepared attack would have the effect he expected. This was the attack he had pinned his hopes on. In order to coordinate with this sneak attack, he had said those words just now to distract Yang Kai's attention. He had hoped that at least he could use his pride to move his opponent. As long as his opponent showed the slightest flaw, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it, but he hadn't expected this young man to be such a ruthless person. Even though he had put on such an act, this young man still remained indifferent and killed without hesitation. The other party had no flaws, so he could only hope that his artifact would not disappoint him. Under his nervous gaze, the cone-shaped artifact, under the cover of the blood mist, scattered the black sword light and instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it and just stood there motionless. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, but just as a smile appeared on his face, it froze. Because he saw Yang Kai casually point his finger, and a pitch-black fissure-like attack that he had seen before appeared. When that fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, the murderous aura and the world energy it generated disappeared in an instant, as if they had been swallowed by a fierce beast. Not only that, when the fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, a portion of it strangely disappeared, while the remaining half lost its spirituality and fell directly to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering, "Is that really a void crack?" When Yang Kai saw it before, he only had some doubts, but seeing it again, he immediately confirmed that the method used by the other party had really created a void crack that could move. Otherwise, how could a part of his cone-shaped artifact have disappeared without a trace? It had clearly been swallowed into the void by that void crack. "Is this your last resort?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. The other party was a cautious person, something Yang Kai had already experienced, so whatever he said, Yang Kai treated it like a fart and made up his mind to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by this little trick just now. Yang Kai didn't have the habit of underestimating his enemy. "Impossible, your cultivation is so low, how could you possibly be proficient in the Tao of space? Even Elder Mo can't create such a void crack." The middle-aged man roared hysterically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Elder Mo? He understands the Tao of space?" Yang Kai raised his brow. So far, besides himself, Yang Kai had never met another cultivator who understood the Tao of space. Even an amazing character like Guizhu couldn't comprehend the Tao of space with his Origin King Realm cultivation. Now, from this middle-aged man's mouth, Yang Kai had actually heard that someone named Elder Mo understood the Tao of space. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. Elder Mo is the chief elder of the Elder Hall and reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm 1,000 years ago. His strength far surpasses all of Shadowed Star. "I am his." The middle-aged man mistakenly thought Yang Kai was afraid of him and quickly reported his relationship with this Elder Mo so Yang Kai wouldn't attack him. "If there is a chance, I will go to Heaven Battling Union to find him to discuss the true meaning of the Tao of space, but you won't have a chance to see it, Yang Kai didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking and casually sent out a space blade. Under the horrified gaze of the middle-aged man, this space blade cut through his body as easily as cutting through tofu. The defensive artifact armor and Saint Chi he was wearing didn't play any role in blocking this attack, and a part of his body below his chest was directly cut off. The middle-aged man only felt his body shrink as the upper half of his body fell about an inch and smashed onto the lower half of his body. When he lowered his head to look, the blood spurting out of his mouth had sent the upper half of his body flying up again. Just as he screamed out, a ball of pitch-black devil flame enveloped him. Amidst the rolling flames, even his voice was annihilated. In just 3 short breaths, he had turned into a pile of black ash. Staring at the position where the middle-aged man disappeared, Yang Kai frowned slightly, his face filled with both joy and worry. On the one hand, Yang Kai was happy that after more than a month of tempering, his space blade had finally come in handy and could be used against his enemies. On top of that, its effects were quite good and its lethality was extremely high. His attacks were also quite secretive, and without any Saint Chi fluctuations, it was difficult to detect. On the other hand, his space blade seemed to be easy to dodge and lacked accuracy. No matter how focused Yang Kai was, he couldn't accurately control its movements while tearing space. The moment the middle-aged man took out his communication artifact, Yang Kai knew that he wanted to send out a message, so he planned to kill him with a single blow. How could he have known that he would only cut off one of the middle-aged man's arms? Fortunately, when he cut off the middle-aged man's arm, the communication artifact also dropped, otherwise, he might have been able to successfully send out a message. Yang Kai's second attack was the same, coincidentally cutting off the middle-aged man's second arm. This wasn't deliberate on Yang Kai's part, it was just 2 coincidences. If he only needed to kill once, Yang Kai wouldn't have wasted time and energy. The third time was a bit better, but Yang Kai's goal was still a bit off. However, even so, the terrifying lethality of his space blade could not be concealed. It could send everything it encountered into the void, and as long as it was stable enough, even an Origin King's body wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from it. After verifying the power of his space blade in an actual combat, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. As for its accuracy and stability, Yang Kai believed that as his strength improved in the future, this would slowly change. When the time came, this move might become his biggest trump card. Bending down and picking up the middle-aged man's space ring, Yang Kai returned to his original position and cleaned up the battlefield. After dealing with the several corpses, he stared at the strange several dozen meter long void, let out a long sigh, passed through it, and walked directly to the other side of the canyon. There was no need to stay here any longer. According to Yang Kai's original plan, he would have to leave this place in 2 or 3 days. Now that the 4 from Heaven Battling Union had interfered, it was only a matter of time before he left. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped under a huge boulder. After being baked by the heat waves of Lu Yen sand for many years, this boulder had a fiery red color and its internal impurities had long been removed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a good artifact refining material. If it was used for artifact refining, it could at least be used to refine a saint-grade artifact. Yang Kai really had no interest in this thing, so he decided to use it to avoid the heat waves. Below the boulder was a deep pit that only allowed 1 person to enter. Yang Kai came here just to check the rings of the 4 from Heaven Battling Union. After all, they were his spoils of war. After inspecting their rings, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It wasn't that these 4 people had obtained some kind of heaven-defying treasure, but rather that their space rings contained a lot of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, fire crystal stones, and various ores that belonged to Lu Yen sand. A huge amount. The things in each of their rings were almost equivalent to the total harvest of 7 or 8 people combined. It was impossible for them to have such good luck to obtain these things. Yang Kai didn't know how many people they had killed and how many treasures they had plundered in order to accumulate their current wealth, but now all of it had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. Everything was relatively common in Lu Yen sand. Although they were not as valuable as the huge fire crystal stones and brilliant fire crystal essences that Yang Kai had obtained, they were much larger in quantity, allowing Yang Kai to gain a lot. Chapter 12:12. After transferring everything into his space ring, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged under the boulder to adjust his breathing. After cultivating in the canyon for more than a month and fighting a fierce battle just now, although he hadn't consumed much of his strength, Yang Kai still wanted to maintain his peak condition to avoid any unexpected situations. After half an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Just as he was about to leave the pit under the boulder, a gray figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was small and agile, and although it wasn't as terrifying as Lu Yan's flying fire, it was still extraordinary. The moment Yang Kai discovered this figure, he swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming what it was, he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. This was actually a kind of monster beast that looked a bit like a fox. Its eyes were extremely sharp and gave off a sly aura. Its body was surrounded by a wind attribute energy aura, and it moved like the wind, dashing off into the distance in the blink of an eye. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that this monster beast was holding a fruit in its mouth. This fruit was bright red and seemed to contain an extremely hot aura. Golden sun fruit? Kai Yang raised his eyebrows and immediately stood up. He then quickly chased after the fox-like little beast. The golden sun fruit was an origin-grade high-rank spirit fruit and a top-grade herb for refining origin-grade pills. Since Yang Kai was preparing to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to increase their cultivation, now that he had encountered such a spirit fruit, he naturally wouldn't let it go. On top of that, the monster beast's strength wasn't high, only 6th order. It only seemed to be fast, so Yang Kai believed he could easily catch up with it with his own ability. Snatching a spirit fruit from a monster beast's mouth was a bit unreasonable, but what Yang Kai cared about was that since a golden sun fruit had appeared, there must be a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby. If he could catch the monster beast, perhaps he could use it to lead him to this fruit tree. If it could be transplanted to Dragon Cave Mountain, it would be perfect. Yang Kai believed that with the vitality contained in his golden blood, transplanting the golden sun fruit tree would not be a problem. This was the heat zone on the 3rd layer of the Lu Yen Sandland. All the spirit grasses and spirit medicines had a long history and were much more valuable than those sold in the market outside. Yang Kai's speed was not slow. The moment he sensed that the little beast had passed by, he immediately chased after it. However, he still somewhat underestimated the little beast's ability. By the time he chased after it, it was already 3 miles away. Frowning, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings, slowly closing the distance between him and the little beast. Half an hour later, just as Yang Kai was about to catch up with the little beast, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting not far in front of him. Bursts of violent energy fluctuations came from that direction. It seemed that the fight was in full swing. Kai Yang also didn't have any intention of looking for trouble. He originally wanted to avoid the location of the fight, but the little beast's direction of movement was actually heading straight towards the source of the fighting sounds. Having chased it for so long, Yang Kai was naturally unwilling to give up halfway and simply continued his pursuit. But a moment later, Yang Kai showed a stunned look because he saw with his own eyes that the little beast he had been chasing all this time suddenly turn into a stream of light and drill into the chest of one of the women when it arrived in front of the 2 people fighting. This little beast was actually raised by someone else. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have made such a blunder. Since this little monster beast was raised by someone else, it must have been released by its owner to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. It must have been accidentally discovered by Yang Kai on its way back and chased all the way here. This could easily cause misunderstandings, and it might even lead to a fight. However, this little beast really did have some skill. It was actually able to find a golden sun fruit for its owner, and from the way it acted, it was clear it had done this kind of thing many times before. The one fighting the little beast's owner was a man wearing golden robes. When Yang Kai saw this robe, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disgust. Yang Kai didn't know how many cultivators from Heaven Battling Union had entered this place. No matter where he went, he would encounter them. 2 had died while collecting emerald silkgrass, and 4 had died in the canyon. Yang Kai had only just walked out of the canyon, yet here he was, running into another one. The scene of the little beast digging into the woman's chest with a spirit fruit in its mouth was naturally seen by the Heaven Battling Union disciple, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Golden Sun Fruit?" As he spoke, greed flashed in his eyes and his attacks became more and more ruthless. After Yang Kai's arrival, the woman seemed to have become somewhat hesitant to attack him. From time to time, she would divert her attention to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. This caused her, who had instinctively fought evenly with her opponent, to fall into a disadvantageous position. She was constantly being attacked by her opponent's halberd-like artifact, putting her in a perilous situation. The Heaven Battling Union disciple, on the other hand, didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. While attacking with all his strength, he taunted the young woman, "You ugly woman, you don't even allow others to say you're ugly? Haha, since you're ugly, then you should obediently stay in your boudoir and not show your face in public. It's your fault for running out and disgusting others. My mouth is on my body, so I can say whatever I want. Bite me." Sure enough, under the man's poisonous tongue, the woman's tender body trembled and a cold, murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Although she constantly pushed her Saint Chi to resist and wanted to tear her opponent's mouth apart, in her anger, she couldn't even display 80% of her peak strength, causing her already bad situation to become even more precarious. Only then did Yang Kai notice this woman's face, and at first glance, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Although the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's words were extremely vicious, it was undeniable that this woman was not good-looking. Using the word "not good" to describe her was Yang Kai's kindness. Her face was simply unbearable to look at. She clearly had an exquisite, full, and perfect figure, but her pretty face was full of bumps and hollows, and some of the spots even had yellow pustules, exuding an unpleasant smell. Not only that, but the skin on her face was also dark yellow, looking like she was malnourished. This formed a sharp contrast with her white arms and pink neck. If someone with poor psychological endurance saw her face, they would probably be scared out of their wits. If she didn't have these shortcomings, her appearance wouldn't be bad. After all, her facial features were delicate and neat. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance or if it was due to some other reason, but her appearance was obviously her reverse scale. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator kept talking about her appearance, successfully stimulating her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she would have been able to kill this Heaven Battling Union cultivator. The weapon she used was a kind of white thread-like artifact that was extremely sharp and quite mysterious. As she waved it, white light flashed wildly within a radius of a few dozen meters, and the sound of something being cut constantly rang out, barely managing to maintain an undefeatable situation. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to meddle in the battle between these two. Although he didn't like the Heaven Battling Union cultivator, as long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Those who had provoked him were all dead. Moreover, since the little beast that could only search for spirit fruits was raised by this woman, Yang Kai didn't intend to have any ideas about it. However, contrary to his wishes, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and while fighting with the woman, he casually called out to Yang Kai, "Boy, tell me, isn't this woman's appearance unreasonably ugly? If you do, this uncle will reward you with something good." Obviously, he wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman in front of him more deeply. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, staring at the Heaven Battling Union cultivator with a funny expression. That woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also glanced over towards him. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale as she bit down hard on them. Why was she so concerned about her appearance? She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai agree with the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's words, which was why she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what this woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was ugly, even if she was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? However, Yang Kai didn't say anything, allowing the woman to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The white artifact in her hand danced more and more fiercely, binding her opponent's halberd in an instant. The heaven-battling Union cultivator was startled and quickly tried to withdraw his artifact, but was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the white silk and was even about to be taken away by his opponent. His face changing drastically, he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi and stabilized the situation. The two sides of the battle reached a stalemate in an instant, both of them stopping in place and desperately pouring their Saint Chi into their artifacts, using them as mediums to continue fighting. "Boy, are you mute? This uncle is asking you a question, why aren't you answering?" The heaven-battling Union cultivator was caught off guard by the woman and couldn't help becoming angry out of shame as he shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange grin, but after a moment of hesitation, he actually took the initiative to walk towards the two deadlocked cultivators. Both the woman and the heaven-battling Union cultivator showed a stunned expression as they stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching them, not understanding what this little First-Order Saint King wanted to do. But soon, the heaven-battling Union cultivator thought of an idea and quickly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you're mute or not, hurry up and kill this woman for me. Kill her and I'll give you enough benefits." As soon as this statement came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was currently in a stalemate with her opponent, but once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she wasn't afraid of the attack of Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, if he attacked her, the heaven-battling Union cultivator would take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk artifact, and the advantage she had worked so hard to regain would be gone in an instant. So, she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moved and just slowly shook his head, allowing her to relax, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12-13. Seeing Yang Kai actually reject him, the heaven-battling Union cultivator's face became cold as he sneered, "Good, good, good, a mute and an ugly woman, the two of you are a match made in heaven. Do you want this young master to play matchmaker for you?" The woman's dark yellow face blushed slightly as her originally calm mood became angry again. She seemed to be unable to bear hearing the word "ugly woman." As long as she heard it, her mood would change drastically. "There's no need to play matchmaker, I'm a married man, there's no need for this friend to meddle in my business," Yang Kai suddenly sneered. The heaven-battling Union cultivator was stunned for a moment before laughing. "So you're not a mute, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Boy, get out of here obediently, there's nothing for you to do here." He also saw that Yang Kai seemed to be harboring some malicious intent, so although he wasn't afraid of him, he still gave him a warning. But Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as his Saint Chi surged and a long sword of black flames slowly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, the heaven-battling Union cultivator's face couldn't help but sink as he gloomily asked, "What's wrong? You want to attack me? Think clearly, if you dare attack, you'll die. Whether I die or not is none of your excellency's concern, but you're dead. This friend's mouth stinks, I can't stand it, so I'll use your life for now," Yang Kai said as he lightly slashed forward with the demonic flame sword in his hand. Profound heavenly sword waves shot out from the tip of the demonic flame sword, each of them containing earth-shattering power. In an instant, a dozen or so sword waves blocked all the escape routes of the heaven-battling Union cultivator. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, the heaven-battling Union cultivator's face changed greatly. How could he not feel the power of this attack from Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King? Not bothering to continue entangling with the woman, he took the initiative to withdraw the Saint Chi he had poured into his halberd artifact and at the same time, condensing a shield in front of him. Hong hong hong. The sword rays slashed at the shield. In just 2 hits, the shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining sword rays did not lose their momentum and swarmed forward. The heaven-battling Union cultivator screamed in shock and was about to dodge, but the white silk in the woman's hand flickered and bound him in place. This white silk was made of some unknown material and was incredibly sharp. After binding the cultivator, the woman pushed her Saint Chi and the white silk suddenly tightened. The cultivator's body flashed with light as his protective artifact armor erupted with defensive power, but it still couldn't stop the cutting of the white silk. With a series of piercing sounds, a dozen bloody lines appeared on the heaven-battling Union cultivator. No! The man only had time to scream in horror before his body was cut into a dozen pieces by the white silk. Before his corpse fell to the ground, Yang Kai's black sword light swept through it and incinerated it. A third-order Saint King Realm elite disciple of heaven-battling Union, under the joint attack of Yang Kai and the young woman, didn't even last a breath before his soul was scattered. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this result because even in a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill this man, not to mention he was simply creating an opportunity for the young woman. However, the power of this woman's white silk exceeded his expectations, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send out so many sword waves. The woman also seemed to be very surprised by the means Yang Kai displayed. After easily killing the heaven-battling Union cultivator, she couldn't help glancing over at him, her eyes seemingly able to speak. Yang Kai then noticed that this woman not only had an excellent figure, but her eyes were also extremely intelligent, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she covered up her face and only exposed her eyes, she would definitely be able to drive any man crazy. But her appearance, it's a pity. Yang Kai thought so in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Thank you. After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her full breasts puffing out exaggeratedly before falling down in a breathtaking arc. Gently nodding to Yang Kai, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Although her smile was sincere, when paired with her appearance, it wasn't flattering at all. However, her voice was extremely gentle, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. It's nothing, I just didn't like him, Yang Kai replied lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened this time. Also, I killed him, it has nothing to do with you. If Heaven Battling Union really wants to investigate this matter, you won't have anything to do with it. The woman took all the blame on herself, making Yang Kai have a good impression of her, feeling that his actions hadn't been in vain. Saying so, the woman took off the ring on the arm of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator that had fallen to the ground after his death and threw it directly to Yang Kai without even looking at what was inside. This is for you. Yang Kai didn't refuse her, casually catching it and stuffing it into his sleeve. The woman thought for a moment before blushing slightly, turning around and reaching into her sleeve, taking out a red fruit and tossing it to Yang Kai. You should be chasing this, right? Yang Kai caught it and smiled awkwardly. I didn't know it was your pet. The fruit in his hand was warm. He didn't know if it was because the woman had been holding it close to her bosom, or if it was because of the fruit itself, but Kai Yang could smell a faint fragrance coming from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. I understand. The woman nodded gently. Although my spirit fox can't be used to fight, it can naturally find some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so it's normal for you to chase after it. Saying so, the woman frowned and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, so it was possible for the cultivator to catch up to it outside, but inside this place, no one could fly, so how did Yang Kai chase after it? Her spirit fox should have gotten rid of him long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since this person was able to chase after her spirit fox, he must have his own methods, and asking too much would only make him feel annoyed. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was a naturally intelligent woman, so she knew that there were some things that could be said and some that were better left unsaid. Spirit fox. Yang Kai raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard of this monster beast, but there were some monster beasts that could find spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and this spirit fox was probably one of them. This type of monster beast was extremely precious and would generally be raised by some sect to find treasures. And it grew up with me. When the woman mentioned the spirit fox, a smile bloomed on her face, one that was much more natural than the forced smile she had put on just now. Reaching out, she stroked the head of the little beast that had poked its head out of her arms and was staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she asked, Do you want to come with me to find the golden sun fruit tree? Since the spirit fox found a golden sun fruit, it means there is a fruit tree, and there must be more than one fruit on that tree. When the time comes, how about we split it 50-50? She seemed to be very unwilling to accept other people's favors. Yang Kai had just helped her, so she had given the heaven-battling Union Cultivator's ring and the golden sun fruit to Yang Kai, but she still felt that it wasn't enough, so she made this proposal. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. He had originally wanted to find the golden sun fruit tree, but he didn't have any clues. Now that this woman had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was naturally for the best, so he quickly nodded, good. He could also see that this woman wasn't a bad person, so he readily agreed. Otherwise, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, how could she possibly propose to split the fruit equally with him? After reaching an agreement, the woman released the spirit fox and whispered a few words into its ear. The spirit fox then followed the original path and quickly returned, Yang Kai and the woman following behind it. When Yang Kai chased after the spirit fox, it took about half an hour, but when the spirit fox led them to the place where the golden sun fruit tree grew, it took more than an hour because the woman's speed wasn't very fast. There was indeed a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby, and its location was quite well hidden. In a small mountain valley surrounded by mountains, on a piece of land near the bottom of a cliff, this 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree was thriving, and no matter how hot it was, it remained motionless. In such a location, only a monster beast like the spirit fox, which specialized in searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines, would be able to discover it. Even if a cultivator passed by this place, if they didn't investigate it thoroughly, they would miss it. Yang Kai and the woman had been very quiet along the way, neither of them asking about the other's name or origin, because both of them knew that after this cooperation, they would part ways, so there was no need to ask too much. At this moment, the two of them were standing below the golden sun fruit tree, staring at the huge fruits hanging from its branches in shock. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 fruits on the tree, each of them an attractive red color, and on the ground, there were even some that had long since ripened and fallen to the ground. There were at least a dozen. It was unknown how many years this golden sun fruit tree had been growing here, and how many fruits had been wasted. After staring for a while, the woman turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'll let the spirit fox pick them all first before we distribute them." Good. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Following the woman's order, the fox-like little beast quickly climbed up the golden sun fruit tree, its body constantly moving as the golden sun fruits on the tree fell one by one. The woman's face lit up with joy as she grabbed the falling fruits one by one. When there were no more fruits on the tree, she picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground and divided them into 2 portions before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "There are 44 in total, so we'll each take 22. Yang Kai gently nodded and put his share into his space ring. After dividing the fruits, the woman said, "In any case, I still have to thank you this time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." "No need, those golden sun fruits are more than enough." Yang Kai shook his head and said. Kai Yang smiled and shook his head. He had only casually helped out, but the other party was so grateful, making Kai Yang feel a little embarrassed. The woman thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, instead saying, "Since that's the case, I'll go first." "Good, I'll take this fruit tree out and leave." Yang Kai didn't conceal his intentions. This fruit tree had existed for countless years, so if he transplanted it back to Dragon Cave Mountain, perhaps it would blossom and bear fruit again. There were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring this fruit tree back as a decoration. Chapter 12:14. Moreover, the divine tree was still sleeping in his black book space, so perhaps the aura of the divine tree could nourish this golden sun fruit tree. Of course, even if it failed, Yang Kai wouldn't lose anything. "What do you want this fruit tree for?" The woman who was about to leave paused and turned a strange look towards Yang Kai. This kind of spirit tree has very strict requirements for the environment it grows in. If you take it away from here, it may die. Also, a space ring isn't suitable for storing such things. After saying a few words, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have meddled in other people's business and smiled awkwardly before asking, "Do you want me to help?" "No need, I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this kind of thing myself." Yang Kai smiled faintly before stretching out his finger, condensing a sharp blade of energy at his fingertip before stabbing it into the ground and walking a large circle around the golden sun fruit tree. The soil around the fruit tree wasn't very solid, so Yang Kai easily cut it open. In order not to damage the roots of this golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was very careful, constantly using his divine sense to cover the area around it while controlling his Saint Qi to avoid damaging the roots. After walking a circle around the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai released his divine sense and transformed it into a giant net that enveloped the entire golden sun fruit tree. The next moment, with a flash of light, the 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree disappeared. It had been taken into the black book space by Yang Kai and placed next to the divine tree, leaving only a huge pit in its place. A strange light flashed across the woman's eyes. Although with her cultivation, she could also take such a spirit tree into her space ring, Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, being able to do so without any trace of exhaustion was somewhat surprising. After all, collecting such a huge thing, and a living one at that, would put some strain on one's divine sense. After collecting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai smiled faintly at the woman and was about to bid farewell to her. However, just as he was about to part ways though, his brow suddenly furrowed as he swiped his finger across his ring and took out a communication artifact. Just now, when Yang Kai's divine sense inadvertently swept through his space ring, he suddenly noticed some information fluctuations coming from this compass, which immediately caught his attention. This communication compass was given to him by Wei Gucheng. Not long after he entered the third floor of the Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai found the corpses of 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. At that time, he tried to contact Wei Gucheng, but there was no reply. He didn't know how that guy and Dong Xianer were doing. Now that more than a month had passed, there was suddenly a sound coming from the compass, which surprised him. Before Yang Kai could check the information in the compass, the woman standing at the side suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "Are you a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai looked up at her with a confused expression and asked, "Why do you say that?" Although he had a close relationship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall, he wasn't really a member of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that he had just taken out a communication artifact, how could this woman have such suspicions? The woman smiled slightly and pointed to the compass in Yang Kai's hand and said, "The artifact in your hand was refined by Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall and has his unique mark on it. I also have an artifact refined by Grandmaster Gulin, so I know more about this. Isn't the person who owns this communication artifact a member of Shadow Moon Hall? Moreover, only the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall can have this kind of communication artifact." For some reason, after suspecting that Yang Kai was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, the woman's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. Before, there was still a sense of estrangement, but when she spoke these words, it was extremely natural. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, he found a triangular symbol on the side of this communication artifact. Grandmaster Gulin, Yang Kai had heard of him before. It was said that he was the only origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner in Shadow Moon Hall and one of the few grandmasters on Shadowed Star. It seemed that this triangular symbol should be the symbol of Grandmaster Gulin. This kind of thing was very normal. Generally, famous artifact refiners would have their own unique symbol. After refining an artifact, they would put this symbol on it. This way, not only would the value of the artifact increase, but it would also give the owner of the artifact a lot of face. This kind of thing could not be done by an alchemist. No alchemist would be so bored as to put their own mark on the pills they refined. As for pills, they could be swallowed in a single gulp. Could it be that they wanted to show it to others before eating it? This woman's observation skills were quite sharp. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed this symbol before. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This should have been refined by Grandmaster Gulin, but I'm not a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall." This thing was given to me by Wei Gucheng. Brother Wei gave it to you? The woman covered her mouth in surprise. How could she not know how proud Wei Gucheng was? Even if he was a core disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Besides Dong Xianer, no one else could enter his eyes, yet Wei Gucheng had actually given Yang Kai a communication artifact. What did this mean? You know Brother Wei? This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman he met by chance would have some kind of relationship with Wei Gucheng. And I know him. I'm very familiar with Xian. The woman smiled sweetly, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her face changed slightly as she hurriedly said, "Did Brother Wei send a message? Quickly take a look." The people who would be able to transmit messages here, besides the few most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace, could not be anyone else. It was highly possible that Wei Gucheng had sent the message himself, and for him to transmit the message to others, it was highly possible that he had fallen into some kind of dangerous situation. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer had always been inseparable. If Wei Gucheng was in danger, then Dong Xianer would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the woman burned with anxiety and hurriedly urged Yang Kai. The woman's nervous appearance surprised Yang Kai. He didn't know where this woman came from, but she was actually very familiar with Dong Xianer. Looking at her nervous appearance, it seemed that her relationship with Dong Xianer wasn't shallow. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact and began investigating, while the woman's beautiful eyes stared nervously at Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked up at her and said, "It was Brother Wei who sent a message, but it seems that Brother Wei and the others have encountered some trouble." "What happened?" the woman asked anxiously. "They seem to have fallen into an ancient spirit array and can't come out for the time being. Only I can receive their messages, but I haven't received any response. It's very strange." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "An ancient spirit array?" The woman's face paled. "Is Sister Xian all right?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Only Brother Wei sent a message. No one else sent a message." Hearing this, the woman's expression eased up a little. It was unknown whether she was comforting herself or something else, but she muttered, "Then little Sister Xian should be with Senior Brother Wei, so only Senior Brother Wei sent a message. Do you know their location?" Yang Kai shook his head again. "I haven't heard from Brother Wei yet, but let's wait. If he really wants to ask for help, he will definitely report his location. Since I can receive his message, he shouldn't be too far from here. If he was too far away, he wouldn't be able to receive his divine sense message." "Good." The woman gently nodded. Although she understood that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, her two soft and delicate hands still clenched into fists as she stared at the communication artifact in Yang Kai's hand with some unease. Yang Kai was now completely certain that the relationship between this woman and Dong Xianer was not shallow, otherwise, she would not be so nervous. Just as Yang Kai was sizing her up, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes also happened to meet his, and seemingly realizing that she had lost her composure, she couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "I've got it!" Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, as he had expected, Wei Gucheng had reported his location. After carefully sensing for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at the woman and asked, "Brother Wei's current location is a huge piece of silver star or a huge piece of silver star or silver star or?" The woman's face lit up with joy. "I know where it is, I came across it once before. Lead the way." Yang Kai was also a decisive person and immediately put away the communication artifact before motioning to the woman. The woman nodded and quickly used her movement skill to rush off to the side, Yang Kai following closely behind. Along the way, they didn't encounter any dangers, nor did they meet a single person. About half a day later, a huge piece of or over 1,000 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It stood alone on the fiery red ground like a small mountain, as if it had been abandoned since ancient times, giving off a desolate and bleak feeling. When he saw this huge piece of or, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow. When he heard that there was silver star or here before, he had considered whether or not to take it away. Silver star ore was a very good artifact refining material. When refining an artifact, a small amount of it could be mixed in would make the artifact extremely sturdy, preventing it from being damaged in battle. As such, its value was very high. A small pinch of silver star ore could easily be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, and it was also a precious material that had no market. But at this moment, upon seeing such a huge piece of silver star ore, Yang Kai immediately gave up. This kind of thing couldn't be taken into the black book space. If it were any other ore, Yang Kai might have been tempted to take a piece of it, but since it was silver star ore, he decided against it. This thing itself was extremely sturdy and had to be melted with Saint Chi in order to extract the silver star ore, which was not something that could be done in a day or two. If only he had brought the stone mongoose with him, it would have been much easier, but unfortunately, before they set off, the stone mongoose had been left behind by Yang Inflammation, so there was no point in thinking about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge piece of silver star ore with some reluctance before calmly withdrawing his gaze. That's the one. The woman who was leading the way pointed in front of her and called out. Yang Kai nodded. It's 100 kilometers to the west. Saying so, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined the direction, and led the way. Chapter 12:15. Worried about Dong Xian'er's safety, the woman had been using almost all of her strength along the way. At first, she was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep up, so she deliberately slowed down a lot, but after seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, she gradually increased her speed, but Yang Kai still followed closely behind her. Now, however, he was actually in front of her. This made her secretly surprised, thinking that it was no wonder this person was able to chase after the spirit fox in Lu Yan's desert. His current speed probably hadn't reached his limit, and he was simply waiting for her to arrive, which was why he was taking such a leisurely pace. After pondering for a moment, the woman suddenly called out, "Junior brother, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her suspiciously, not knowing why she called out to him. The other party's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his, so calling him junior brother was understandable. If you can go a little faster, don't worry about me, just go as fast as you can, I can keep up. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, only now realizing that the other party hadn't used her full strength. It seemed that any cultivator who could enter the 3rd layer had some kind of hidden trump card. Not saying anything, after gently nodding, Yang Kai directly increased his speed to the limit, his body turning into a blur as he sped forward. Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings because he was certain that once he used them, even if this woman had some kind of trump card, he would be able to leave her far behind. A strong Saint Chi fluctuation came from behind him, and Yang Kai didn't know what method the woman used, but he could feel that her speed had increased significantly in an instant, closely following him. However, after her speed increased, her breathing stopped in an instant, as if she was holding her breath in her chest. 100 kilometers to the west of the Silver Star, there was a huge lava lake. The lake water was completely made up of molten lava, and the extremely high temperature caused the scenery in the area to distort. The lava in the lake was dark red and thick, and there were huge bubbles constantly churning from within, bursting with popping sounds. Every bubble that burst contained some black mist-like energy, as well as a terrifying fire poison and corrosive power. The entire lava lake was filled with this doomsday-like scene, making anyone who saw it shudder. At the center of the lava lake, there was a turtle shell floating on the surface of the lava lake. This turtle shell had a radius of 30 feet, and its original earthy yellow color seemed to have turned incomparably red due to the roasting of the lava. It was emitting a scalding aura, and there were countless tiny spider-like cracks on the turtle shell. Through these cracks, the scorching aura of the lava lake penetrated deeper, wantonly attacking a group of young men and women who were struggling to stand on the turtle shell. This group of people were the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were among them. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 2 other men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people. The turtle shell wasn't too big, just enough for the 5 of them to stand on. At this moment, All 5 of them were on the verge of collapse, their faces extremely pale, and their Saint Qi fluctuations were almost non-existent. Wei Guchang's situation was the best among the 5, but he had long since lost his previous high spirits. His face was filled with bitterness and annoyance, and only when he looked at Dong Xian'er would a trace of tenderness and reluctance flash across his eyes. Every time he saw his beloved woman in the same boat as him, Wei Guchang's body would inexplicably surge with strength, making his situation better. If it weren't for this obsession in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago. Once he collapsed, the 5 people of Shadow Moon Hall would definitely be wiped out. Dong Xian'er was still gentle and quiet. Since she fell into this barrier, she hadn't said much, only occasionally cheering her fellow disciples on and encouraging them to hold on a little longer. But who would have thought that this white-robed woman who always smiled gently at others, as if she would be satisfied as long as she could be with Wei Guchang even if the sky fell down, was now a lamp that had run out of oil. Everything was just an act she put on. She had the same idea as Wei Guchang. That was, she couldn't let the other 3 see her weakness and discouragement. Once either of them was discouraged, the situation would only get worse. Except for Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, the situation of the other 3 was extremely bad. The 2 male disciples' faces were ashen, and their eyes were dim, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the slightest bit of light. They were constantly muttering to themselves, and under the threat of death, they had already lost their minds and were in a complete mess. The other tall woman in a red dress was also unable to bear the burden. The tears on her cheeks were clearly visible, and she seemed to have cried herself dry. She only knew how to mechanically pour the newly restored Saint Qi into the turtle shell, barely maintaining its defense. But whether it was Wei Guchang, Dong Xian'er, or the other 3 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, they all knew that as long as no one came to rescue them in a day or 2, they would definitely die. They had been trapped here for too long, and everyone's Saint Qi had been exhausted. In this damned place, they couldn't use their secret arts to restore themselves, and could only rely on Saint crystals and pills. It was simply impossible to make ends meet. It was better when they had pills, but after all of them were exhausted a few days ago, no matter how much energy they absorbed from Saint crystals, they still couldn't make up for their losses. The artifact armor on everyone's body was dim, and they no longer had any extra Saint Qi to maintain the operation of their artifact armor. If they were just trapped in the lava lake, it wouldn't be difficult for the 5 core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to find a way to reach the shore. But what made them helpless was that no matter how they urged the turtle shell under their feet, it wouldn't budge. It was as if there was a magical force in the lava lake that firmly bound the 5 of them in place. To make matters worse, some kind of barrier had been set up in the lava lake, and from time to time, lava would gather and attack them from all directions. This caused the 5 of them to be constantly in danger. Fortunately, Wei Guchang was always able to erupt with a bit of his strength at the most critical moments, so the 5 of them didn't suffer any losses. However, Wei Guchang himself was riddled with scars. His body was covered in dark red burns, and the fire poison had gathered in these wounds to form a black aura. Wei Guchang didn't have any extra strength to expel this poison and could only allow it to gradually erode his vitality and strength. Gradually, a trace of black aura climbed onto Wei Guchang's pale face, making him look like his situation was very bad. "Brother!" Seeing this scene, Dong Xian'er's heart trembled and she almost cried, "I'm sorry." Wei Guchang grinned and said with full strength, "There's nothing to be sorry about between you and me. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future. But if I didn't want to come here to explore, we wouldn't have fallen into this barrier." Dong Xian'er's beautiful eyes dimmed. It was precisely because she found this place a little strange that she wanted to explore it. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into this place, the ground would crack inch by inch? The originally innumerable cracks in the ground suddenly sank, and large amounts of hot lava emerged, trapping the 5 of them in the center. Unable to fly, the 5 of them could only rely on this piece of turtle shell that they had just found to barely keep their lives. But if they wanted to leave this place, it was impossible. It was unknown whether this piece of turtle shell was left behind by a 10th-order monster beast after its death, but it was abnormally strong. Even after being baked in the lava lake for more than a month, it still didn't shatter and only had many small cracks. But now, this turtle shell didn't look too good, as if it would shatter at any time. Don't say that. Where there's profit, there's danger. The 5 of us agreed to come here to explore. It has nothing to do with you. Wei Guchang said calmly, if it weren't for this, we wouldn't have found that good thing. Once we leave this place, we'll divide that thing equally. I'm sure everyone's strength will increase by a lot. Can we still leave this place? The tall woman in the red dress looked at Wei Guchang with her beautiful eyes, and a few drops of tears suddenly seeped out of her big eyes. She said sadly, Brother Gu and junior sister Lu died when we just entered the 3rd layer. Could it be that their resentful spirits are taking revenge on us for not saving them at that time? Hearing this woman's words, the expressions of the other 2 male disciples changed greatly, as if they were recalling the situation more than a month ago. Their originally pale faces instantly lost all color. Wei Guchang looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, Junior brother Gu and junior sister Lu were killed by the fire spirit beast. It's not that we didn't want to save them, we just couldn't do anything. When the heavens come, there's no way to avoid it. What happened to us has nothing to do with them, so don't think too much. The death of the 2 junior brother and junior sister had left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the others. This was because before entering Lu Yen's Sandy Land, all of them were full of confidence. They were all core disciples with good qualifications and strength, and all of them felt that Lu Yen's Sandy Land wasn't that great. They felt that with their own abilities, they could definitely obtain enough benefits in Lu Yen's Sandy Land, and then soar to the sky and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. When they were moving around the 1st and 2nd layer, it was incomparably easy, and they didn't encounter any danger. But when they entered the 3rd layer, they lost 2 people. In the past, they lived together, cultivated together, and even talked and laughed with their fellow disciples who died tragically under their own eyes. No one would feel good in their heart. Although Wei Guchang was very disgusted by this kind of negative thinking, he could understand the feelings of his fellow disciples, so he didn't reprimand them. If he hadn't been wandering in the outside world all this time, and had been like these fellow disciples, cultivating behind closed doors in the sect all day long, his mental endurance wouldn't be so strong. Sure enough, only plants that had been exposed to wind and rain would grow strong and healthy. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Every one of them was favored by the heavens, and were worshipped by countless junior brothers and junior sisters. Usually, they were very fierce in sparring, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there was a chance to go back, he should talk to his master and Elder Qian. If the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed in the hands of the next generation. Wei Guchang secretly made up his mind. Chapter 12:16. Brother, you sent a message to junior brother Yang, did he reply? Dong Xianer suddenly looked at Wei Guchang and asked. No. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly. Could it be that junior brother Yang? Dong Xianer hesitated, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Do you think he'll fall here? Wei Guchang chuckled and then shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. With his means and ability, as long as he isn't as unlucky as us, encountering such a strange barrier, he definitely won't fall. Then why hasn't he replied yet? Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai should have encountered something, so he hadn't replied to them. Wei Guchang didn't know how to answer for a while, pondering for a moment before sighing. Maybe brother Yang didn't check his communication artifact. Before coming in, I felt that he wanted to act alone. Although I gave him a communication artifact, if he didn't check it, how could he know that we were trapped here and couldn't leave? But now, he's the only person I can ask for help, and with his ability, he will definitely be able to enter the 3rd layer. I hope our luck is good. Brother Wei, the lava barrier has erupted again. One of the 2 male disciples suddenly shouted nervously. The remaining 4 people paled and turned their heads to look, discovering that the lava lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, now seemed to be boiling. More bubbles were rising from below, and some of them were close by, bursting with fire poison and corrosive force that quickly spread towards the 5 people. Wei Guchang let out a cold snort and waved his hand. A crimson thunderfire flickered and blocked the fire poison and corrosive force outside of his body. But after moving, Wei Guchang's body shook slightly. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of the fire poison and corrosive force, but now that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, using any means would put a huge burden on him. "He's here," the male disciple cried out in a trembling voice. The dark red lava in the lava lake surged and turned into pillars of fire, rushing towards the center from all directions. This kind of situation had happened countless times in the past month. Every time, the 5 of them had to work together to block the explosion of the restriction. However, it seemed to be a little different this time. "Why are there so many?" When the tall woman saw the number of restrictions erupting, her beautiful face changed, and she was almost dumbfounded. This time, the number of attacks from the restrictions seemed to be much more than before. Previously, they were already having a hard time dealing with it. Wei Guchang was even more injured. Now that everyone was no longer at their peak, how could they withstand this wave of killing power? "It's over." The tall female disciple and the other 2 male disciples all had ashen faces as they stared blankly at the oncoming lava pillar. They didn't even have the intention to resist. Instead, they looked like they were resigned to their fate. "Don't panic," Wei Guchang shouted in a low voice as he and Dong Xianer poured all of their remaining strength into the tortoise shell, activating its protection. On the scorched red tortoise shell, a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. This light curtain contained a very rich water attribute aura and enveloped the 5 of them. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the pillars of lava shot out and all of them crashed into the light barrier. The blue light barrier swayed and was on the verge of collapse after just the first wave of attacks. By the time the second wave of attacks arrived, the light curtain had completely collapsed. Wei Guchang's heart went cold, knowing that they were really doomed this time. If his 3 junior brother and junior sister hadn't resigned themselves to death, they might have been able to hold on for a few more breaths, but they hadn't done anything. With just him and Xian the protection of the tortoise shell couldn't support them. Forget it. Being able to die under this strange barrier was not a disgrace to his wisdom, but Wei Guchang turned his head to look at Dong Xianer and happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes met, the 2 of them smiled faintly, not needing to say anything. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a couple of unusual sounds were emitted. It seemed that there was some kind of energy shooting over from a great distance away. Immediately, many shields that appeared to be agglomerated from black flames suddenly appeared around the tortoise shell. They appeared one after another in a densely packed manner, directly covering the space around the 5 of them. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by the shields. One shield after another was shattered, but even more shields were formed, completely protecting the space around the tortoise shell. Immediately after, numerous pitch-black sword rays shot over from the distance, sweeping away many of the lava pillars that were charging over. Having narrowly escaped death, the 5 people on the tortoise shell all revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sword chi. "Brother Yang." Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who had saved him at the critical moment was actually Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a jet-black demon sword in his hand, like an ancient demon god who had descended, constantly slashing out black sword chi. "Catch!" Yang Kai took out his purple shield from his space ring while reducing the pressure on Wei Guchang and the others, throwing it over with all his strength. The shield was his artifact and only he could display its full power, but it was incomparably sturdy, refined from the hard shell of a 9th-order monster beast, so it had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was fine to give it to Wei Guchang for a while. The purple shield turned into a streak of purple light and smoothly fell into Wei Guchang's hands. After catching the shield, Wei Guchang immediately used it to block the most concentrated lava pillars. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai from afar, Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. After this calamity, I'll have a good talk with you. And there's also this. Take it. Yang Kai nodded and threw over a jade bottle. This time, Dong Xian'er reached out and caught it. She opened the bottle cap and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a snow pill." The three junior brother and junior sister of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard this and hurriedly said, "Senior sister Dong, quickly give me one." The five of them had already consumed all their pills, so the arrival of the snow pill could be said to be a timely help. Taking one would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Dong Xian'er nodded and poured out the snow pill one by one, giving one to each of them. Then, she stuffed one into Wei Guchang's mouth and finally took it herself. As soon as the ice and snow pills entered their stomachs, an icy cold aura suddenly gushed out from their bodies, dispersing the unbearable heat and fire poison. The three of them were all in high spirits, as if they had suddenly recovered some of their strength. They were no longer willing to wait for death, so they all used their own methods to block the lava pillars that had shattered the grand heavenly shield. On the shore of the lava lake, Yang Kai used the profound heavenly sword to help Wei Guchang and the others disperse the pressure. From time to time, he would use his Saint Qi to condense the grand heavenly shield for them from a distance. As for the ugly woman who came with him, she only took a deep breath when she reached the shore. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but on the way here, she hadn't even breathed, but she had followed closely behind Yang Kai and only began to recover after arriving here. Seeing that the situation was critical, she silently threw out a handkerchief-like artifact that transformed into a pink cloud that constantly fluttered around Wei Guchang and the others. All the lava pillars that were enveloped by this pink cloud disappeared. Huh, a pink handkerchief? Dong Xian'er recognized this artifact at a glance and glanced towards the shore thoughtfully. After seeing the figure of the ugly woman, she was pleasantly surprised. Why is elder sister Dai Yuan with brother Yang? As far as she knew, Dai Yuan had always been a lone wolf because of her appearance. Even if she was from the same sect, she would not travel with them. Yang Kai also seemed to be a person who preferred to travel alone, so for these two to be together was really strange. Maybe we just happened to meet on the way here. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, "But in any case, this calamity should be over. Later, we'll have brother Yang find a way to get us out." Good, elder sister Dai Yuan's snow silk should be fine, it shouldn't be afraid of the lava here. Dong Xian was also in high spirits, and when the remaining three Shadow Moon Hall disciples heard what they said, their faces lit up with smiles, no longer showing any signs of sadness or despair. The lethality of the eruption of the lava lake's barrier wasn't too great, but its ability to trap people was something Wei Guchang and the others couldn't do. With the help of Yang Kai and the woman named Dai Yuan, Wei Guchang's group of five managed to block the eruption of the barrier without suffering any injuries. After everything calmed down, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was not something they could experience often. Wei Guchang and the others sat on the tortoise shell and adjusted their breathing. After a while, he stood up and shouted to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, don't rush into this lava lake. Even my origin-grade artifact can't withstand the heat of this lava and will be destroyed in an instant. How do we get you out?" Yang Kai had already investigated this lava lake while they were recovering. The lava here was extraordinary, and even with his strength, he didn't dare to enter it easily. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Wei Guchang spoke up. "Just ask little sister Dai Yuan to help." Wei Guchang smiled at the woman beside Yang Kai. "So her name is Dai Yuan." Yang Kai also didn't know this woman's name until this moment. Hearing this, Dai Yuan bit her lower lip lightly and said to Wei Guchang, "I don't know if the snow silk can withstand this lava. If it's destroyed, we'll have to think of another way." This Wei understands. "If the snow silk is destroyed, I will definitely compensate little sister Dai Yuan." Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Who cares about your compensation? I just want to save little sister Xian," Dai Yuan snorted, seemingly disliking Wei Guchang, causing the other party to smile awkwardly. Although she said so, she quickly took out the white silk thread Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai had seen her use this thing when she was fighting with the heaven-battling Union disciple. At the time, he hadn't known what it was refined from, but now he understood. It was actually snow silk. Chapter 12:17. Snow silkworms were extremely rare and could only survive in extremely cold places. What's more, snow silkworms didn't produce silk as they would only mature after 200 to 300 years. Once every 10 years, they would produce a tiny bit of silk each time. If one wanted to refine such an artifact, it would take at least several hundred years of accumulation. This woman named Dai Yuan actually possessed an artifact refined from snow silkworm silk, which made Yang Kai look at her in a new light. Being able to be familiar with Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener and possessing such a precious artifact, it seemed her status wasn't low. Just as Yang Kai was guessing about her origins, Dai Yuan had already arrived at the edge of the lava lake, her brow furrowed as she stared at it, constantly probing it with her divine sense. After a long time, she took out her snow silkworm silk artifact with a dignified expression. With a flick of her finger, a thin, almost imperceptible snow-white silk thread shot out from her fingertip and flew a dozen meters or so. However, this distance was far from enough. The turtle shell where Wei Guchang and the others were standing was at least 300 meters away from the shore, so the snow silkworm silk was only able to fly halfway before it fell into the lava lake. As soon as it fell into the lava lake, the ice attribute contained in the silk violently conflicted with the heat of the lava, causing a cloud of white steam to rise up, making it almost impossible to see anything. Dai Yuan's expression became more and more dignified as she held onto the end of the snow silkworm silk with one hand and madly poured her Saint Chi into it to resist the heat of the lava while simultaneously controlling her snow silkworm silk to extend towards Wei Guchang and the others. Everyone was nervously paying attention to her movements, the 5 people on the turtle shell especially worried. Although the snow silkworm silk was an ice attribute artifact, whether it could resist the heat of the lava was still unknown. After all, Wei Guchang and the others had more than 1 or 2 of their artifacts destroyed here. Almost every one of them had 1 or 2 artifacts destroyed by the lava, many of which were origin-grade artifacts. If even a treasure like the snow silk couldn't pass through the lava, then they could only wait for death. Amidst the boiling water, Dai Yuan bit her red lips and formed a series of seals with her hands, causing the cold chi inside the snow silk to suddenly rise sharply, suppressing the scorching heat of the lava. Crack, 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 a crisp sound rang out. Visible to the naked eye, a small frozen path suddenly appeared on the surface of the lava lake. The path was only a finger wide, but it was spreading towards Wei Guchang and the others at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was overjoyed. They could clearly see that this frozen path was created by the ice energy of the snow silk, which had frozen the lava. The fine silk was hidden in the frozen path. In the blink of an eye, the frozen path had extended about 30 meters forward. However, at this moment, the speed at which it was extending suddenly decreased. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to Dai Yuan's movements, also noticed that an abnormal flush had appeared on her face. Obviously, she was not able to hold on any longer. Sure enough, the speed at which the frozen path was extending forward became slower and slower, and when it was only a few dozen meters away from the turtle shell, it was unable to advance any further. On the contrary, the frozen path showed signs of rapidly melting. This scene made the faces of the 5 people who had been standing on the turtle shell waiting for rescue turn gloomy. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener were slightly better off and their expressions quickly returned to normal, but the other 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples once again fell into despair. They had thought that they could be easily rescued, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now that they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be able to do it, their hearts immediately sank. Separated by a distance of more than 300 meters, Dai Yuan and Dong Xiener stared at each other, Dong Xiener's eyes filled with worry. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but rather that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage Yuan Qi. Sure enough, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and a look of determination flashed across her face as she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned a deep red and an ice-cold aura burst forth from it, spreading all the way to the end of the path. The ice path that was originally showing signs of melting was once again frozen solid, and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally began to move forward, once again sealing the magma along its path. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he paid close attention to Dai Yuan's movements. After she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan sacrificed her blood essence to control the snow silk, she wouldn't necessarily be able to deliver it to Wei Guchang and the others. Moreover, even if she delivered it with the current state of Wei Guchang and the others, they wouldn't be able to hold onto the snow silk and save themselves. This snow silk was extremely sharp and cold, not something that Wei Guchang could resist in his current state. As such, he had to make a trip over. Taking advantage of the frozen path created by the snow silk, Yang Kai was confident that he could run over smoothly. The frozen path quickly spread towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran over. Seeing this scene, Wei Guchang's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of emotion. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do? Without wasting any time, Wei Guchang quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate this snow silk artifact. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, the cold and sharp nature of it won't be easy to resist." "I know." Yang Kai responded faintly as he ran to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 meters away from the turtle shell, and although it was still extending forward, its speed had once again decreased. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to control this artifact and instead condensed a layer of demonic flame around his hand before grabbing towards the end of the frozen path. With a kacha sound, Yang Kai dug a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his hand, he was holding a red snow silk. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy actions, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. For an ordinary cultivator, let alone holding the snow silk, even approaching it would cause their body to stiffen from the cold, but Yang Kai was really holding it in his hand at this moment. Not only was he not frozen, even his hand wasn't cut off, only drops of golden blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers. However, Dai Yuan wasn't an ordinary person, so after being stunned for a moment, she immediately reacted and cooperated with Yang Kai to extend her snow silk. Just now, in the lava, it had been very difficult for her to extend her snow silk because of the heat of the lava, but now that the snow silk was in Yang Kai's hand, she could naturally use her divine technique with ease. The snow silk immediately extended endlessly. Yang Kai held one end of the snow silk in one hand while using his other hand to form a grand heavenly shield in the lava. Leaping out of the frozen path, Yang Kai stepped onto his grand heavenly shield and immediately took another step forward. As soon as his foot landed, a second grand heavenly shield appeared and supported him, but as soon as he stepped forward, the grand heavenly shield shattered. The situation was extremely tense, and the 5 Shadow Moon Hall disciples were all sweating nervously for Yang Kai, fearing that he would miss a step and fall into the lava lake. Only 5 meters away from the turtle shell, Yang Kai only needed to take a dozen or so steps to reach it. Wei Guchang and the others had already moved aside to allow Yang Kai to land. After reaching the turtle shell, Yang Kai just nodded lightly to Wei Guchang before using the snow silk in his hand to tie up the turtle shell. After confirming that it was secure enough, he turned to Wei Guchang and said, "I should be able to take 2 people back. Who wants to go back with me?" Wei Guchang didn't even think about it and simply pointed to the tall woman and the other young-looking male disciple and said, "Take them back." Dong Xianer also nodded, agreeing with Wei Guchang's opinion. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed one in each hand, then stood on the turtle shell and motioned to Dai Yuan, who was standing on the shore. Dai Yuan's face became solemn as she pushed her Saint Qi, causing the snow silkworm silk to immediately spring up and allow Yang Kai to step on it and return. Condensing the grand heavenly shield to act as a foothold was only a temporary measure. The temperature of the lava was too high, so even the grand heavenly shield could only be used for a moment. If one was not careful, they would fall into the lava lake. Yang Kai had taken a huge risk by rushing over just now, so now that he was returning, he would rather be cut by the snow silk than try again. The male disciple who was being held under Yang Kai's armpit turned pale and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the lava lake below, completely motionless. On the other hand, the tall female disciple, for some unknown reason, was hugging Yang Kai tightly, her tender body almost sticking to Yang Kai's body. Her full breasts were incredibly supple, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, as if she would rather die than face this terrifying lava. Men and women had completely different reactions when faced with danger. In an instant, Yang Kai returned to the shore and put down the two Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Both of them were gasping for breath, the female disciple patting her towering chest, a look of joy on her face as she rejoiced at having survived a disaster. After Yang Kai returned, Dai Yuan tried to drag the turtle shell but found that it was as if it had grown out of the lava lake and wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she pushed her Saint Chi, she couldn't drag it back. Helplessly, she could only turn to Yang Kai and stare at Yang Kai's bloody feet with a pleading look on her face. Now, among everyone present, she needed to control the snow silk and straighten it to form a simple passage. Wei Guchang and the others were like arrows at the end of their flight, so it was impossible for them to come ashore on their own. The only one who could save them was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had clearly suffered some injuries this time, so Dai Yuan didn't know if Yang Kai would cut off his feet if he tried again. This woman had obviously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although the sharpness of the snow silk had surprised Yang Kai because even his body had been injured by it, it was impossible for it to seriously injure him. Whether it was the wounds on his palms or feet, they had all been healed by now. The restorative ability of his golden blood had always been so powerful that even the cold energy contained in the snow silk had been dispelled by Yang Kai, not affecting him in the slightest. Chapter 12:18. What made Dai Yuan feel relieved though was that before she could even ask, Yang Kai had already taken the initiative to return, allowing her to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this person's friendship with Wei Guchang was quite good, otherwise, why would he take such a risk to save them? After a brief struggle, Dai Yuan finally managed to bring the remaining 3 people ashore. Strangely enough, when there was no one left on the lava lake, the originally tumbling huge bubble, like the boiling lava lake, suddenly sank rapidly. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, the lava lake that had trapped Wei Guchang and the others for a month strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. All that was left was a tortoise shell with many cracks, which had been roasted red, and the dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. It was as if everything and all the tribulations that he had experienced before were just an illusion. This kind of barrier stunned even Yang Kai, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Wei Guchang and the others had been trapped there, unable to escape. If it had been him, he would definitely have been trapped there as well. However, Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't have been trapped there for so long. In terms of Saint Chi density, Wei Guchang and the others were inferior to him, so he could have taken the risk of using the Grand Heavenly Shield as a support point to break out of the lava lake. However, the Saint Chi in Wei Guchang and the others' bodies couldn't accomplish this. After the lava lake disappeared, the force that had been restraining the tortoise shell also disappeared, allowing Dai Yuan to easily drag it back from the distance. This tortoise shell aroused Yang Kai's great interest. He had personally experienced the lethality of lava, but this seemingly ordinary tortoise shell had actually been able to float above it for so long, so it was definitely not ordinary. While Wei Guchang and the others were restoring themselves, Yang Kai was studying this tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was full of crisscrossing ravines and was obviously quite old. Moreover, this tortoise was definitely a long-lived monster beast, having lived for at least several thousand years. The tortoise shell was full of traces left behind by the flowing time Great Emperor. This is the shell of a 10th-order monster beast, the Blackwater tortoise. Just as Yang Kai was studying this thing, a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ear. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Dai Yuan. You know. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yes, I've seen it in some ancient books. Dai Yuan squatted down, stretched out her jade white hand, and touched the patterns and grooves on the tortoise shell, a trace of sadness flashing across her face. I just don't know who killed it. This tortoise shell seems to have been refined by someone, otherwise, Sister Xian, and the others wouldn't have been able to display the water attribute power contained within it. I really didn't expect there to be a 10th grade monster beast in a place like this. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Forget about a 10th order, even a 9th order monster beast was a rare existence on Shadowed Star. If a 10th order monster beast were to appear in the outside world, it would definitely be an invincible existence that would bring a huge catastrophe to all of Shadowed Star. Maybe there isn't a 10th order monster beast here, or maybe it existed a long time ago and is gone now, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. How can you be so sure? Dai Yuan looked at him strangely. I'm just saying, Yang Kai chuckled but didn't explain. He had obtained the soul-cleansing divine water in Lu Yen Sand Field and knew that an Origin King Realm Master had died here before. Since an Origin King Realm Master had died here, it wasn't strange for a 10th order monster beast to die here as well. However, after experiencing so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Lu Yen Sand Field was not simple and was definitely not an ordinary forbidden zone. There must be some kind of secret hidden inside it. This time, the threat to the third layer had been greatly reduced, allowing many elites to enter. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of accident had caused this. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask and simply smiled before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dai Yuan, from Colored Glass Sect." Colored Glass Sect? Yang Kai was taken aback. Who is In Su Dai to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention In Su Dai, a trace of disgust flashed across Dai Yuan's brow, but she quickly recovered and said lightly, "She is my junior sister." For some unknown reason, her tone had become inexplicably cold, seemingly because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. Yang Kai couldn't be blamed for this, as the only person he knew about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. He hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and wasn't a native cultivator, so how could he know anything about Colored Glass Sect? That woman is actually your junior sister? Yang Kai seemed to be re-examining Dai Yuan, looking her up and down with a strange expression. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of In Su Dai, but he also didn't have any ill feelings towards her. He just felt that this woman was a bit slick and charming, an existence on par with Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and Wei Guchang. Yang Kai didn't know how much real talent she possessed, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her fame. Now that Dai Yuan said that In Su Dai was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was quite surprised. Dai Yuan was a good person and always kept a low profile, unlike In Su Dai who was always the focus of attention wherever she went. On top of that, the two of them had very different appearances, so it was naturally strange that these two women were actually senior sister. The surprise only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai quickly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly smiled. "No wonder you're so strong, it turns out you're from Colored Glass Sect. You're also not bad." Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his soul. This First Order Saint King young man's performance had always surprised her. "What's wrong?" Big brother Yang didn't know that little sister Dai Yuan was from Colored Glass Sect? Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer walked over together. Looking at their appearances, it seemed that they had recovered quite a bit. After all, Yang Kai had just given them some pills. These recovery pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, and their restorative effects were far superior to those sold on the market. "I didn't know. The two of us just happened to meet halfway and happened to receive a message from you, so we rushed over together." Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Guchang. "On behalf of junior brother and junior sister, this Wei thanks the two of you for your great kindness." Wei Guchang walked over and immediately bowed to Dong Xianer respectfully. Yang Kai quickly helped them up, But before he could speak, Wei Guchang sternly said, "Big brother Yang, this time, if you and little sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time, even if it had been just a quarter of an hour later, Xian, and I would have already gone to the Yellow Springs together. There's nothing else to say, but if there is anything this way can do for you in the future, feel free to ask. Even if there is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, this way will not hesitate to help." It seemed that it wasn't until this moment that Wei Guchang really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Previously, he had gotten along well with Yang Kai largely because of Qian Tong's orders and also because he appreciated Yang Kai. But after this life-saving grace, Wei Guchang had lowered his posture. If it was only his life, it wouldn't be enough to make him lower his head, but Yang Kai had also saved Dong Xianer, a woman he regarded as more important than his own life. This was a great kindness. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. Wei Guchang then turned to Dai Yuan and said, "As for little sister Dai Yuan, I will arrange for Xian, to visit Colored Glass Sect some other day to express my gratitude. I hope little sister Dai Yuan won't drive us away." Dai Yuan snorted lightly and didn't pay him any attention, simply pulling Dong Xian's hand and whispering something to her. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Glancing over at his junior brothers and junior sisters who were still recovering, he wasn't in a hurry and simply began chatting with Yang Kai. Through his narration, Yang Kai learned about the hardships they had experienced in Shadow Moon Hall. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that their luck wasn't good enough. A total of more than 70 people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, of which nearly 50 remained in the first layer flame area while the remaining 20 entered the second layer treasure area and split up into several teams to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Through communication artifacts, they were able to communicate with one another peacefully and had a bountiful harvest. When news of the weakening of the third layer spread, Wei Guchang immediately gathered some of the most elite members, gathering a total of 7 people, and rushed to the third layer. However, as soon as they entered the third layer flame area, they were surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. After a long battle, 2 of them fell. Wei Guchang brought up the rear, saving the lives of the others. Without waiting for them to recover from the grief of losing their companions, he stepped into the ancient restriction. They had been trapped for more than a month and were only rescued today. When Wei Guchang spoke of this, his face was full of annoyance. Of course, bad luck played a part in this, but it was also because they were not strong enough. Forget about this ancient barrier. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they wouldn't be able to see through it and would be trapped inside. However, the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really because they weren't strong enough, resulting in the loss of their companions. Compared to these encounters, Yang Kai found that his luck was simply off the charts. Huge fire crystal stones, brilliant fire crystal essence, map fragments, soul-cleansing divine water, 9-branched jade crystal tree, suspected dragon bones and dragon beads, Saint crystal loads, various spirit grasses, spirit fruits and spirit medicines, and that strange and dignified space. Yang Kai's harvest along the way was simply unimaginable. If Wei Guchang knew about these things, what would he think? He would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. In short, since entering the third layer, Wei Guchang and the others had obtained nothing else except for a few fire crystal stones. They had wasted more than a month here. Fortunately, they didn't suffer any losses in the end. If 5 of them had died here, it would have been really bad news. If Shadow Moon Hall lost so many elites at once, there would be a huge gap in the number of people below. It wouldn't be obvious in a short time, but once the Saint Kings of other forces grew, the decline of Shadow Moon Hall would be exposed. No one could bear such a result. Chapter 12-19. Brother Yang, are you interested in this tortoise shell? Wei Guchang complained for a while before suddenly asking a random question. If you're interested, feel free to take it. Although this thing is unusual, it's cracked a lot, so I don't know if it has any use. He knew that Yang Kai had a powerful artifact refiner behind him, And this kind of 10th order monster beast material was the favorite of those skilled artifact refiners. Even if he brought this tortoise shell back, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to refine it into an artifact. Grandmaster Golin was already very old and hadn't refined an artifact for many years. Elder Qian had also been trying to extend Grandmaster Golin's lifespan over the years, but the results had been minimal. Grandmaster Golin's condition was getting worse and worse, causing Elder Qian's heart to ache. What's more, with Grandmaster Golin's level of artifact refiner, he might not be able to refine this tortoise shell, so it was better to give it to Yang Kai now. Perhaps this kind of useless material would be able to play its greatest role in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse, simply nodding and putting away the 10th order monster beast's tortoise shell in front of Wei Gucheng. While the two of them were talking, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also whispering to each other in the distance. However, at this moment, Dai Yuan was holding a jade bottle in her hand as well as a pill in her palm. This pill was round and light blue in color, exuding a delicate fragrance that made one feel relaxed and refreshed upon smelling it. When Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes stared at this pill, a trace of imperceptible excitement and expectation flashed across them, followed by a look of admiration. Dong Xianer didn't say anything to disturb her. She knew why her close friend was showing such an expression, so she simply stood quietly to the side. This pill wasn't a rare treasure, just an ordinary recovery pill used to restore one's strength, but its grade wasn't low, St. King grade high rank. It was one of the pills Yang Kai had just given to Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer hadn't finished using it yet, but Dai Yuan took it and carefully inspected it. After a long time, Dai Yuan placed the pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Dong Xianer before taking a deep breath. "How is it?" Dong Xianer asked. "What an amazing alchemy technique. I can't do it. This pill's medicinal properties have already been refined to the pinnacle. If my luck is a bit better, I'll be able to form pill veins. On the surface of the pill, there are faint traces of pill veins. Unfortunately, I don't know why it failed at the last moment." Dai Yuan showed a look of regret and shock. "It's not just this one, all the others are like this. This alchemist's skill in alchemy has already reached the limit." "So powerful?" Dong Xianer was taken aback, her apricot mouth opening slightly, being able to cause so many St. King grade pills to almost form pill veins. Doesn't that mean the one who refined this pill was an origin grade alchemist? It should be an origin grade alchemist. When Dai Yuan said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing this look, Dong Xianer didn't know what she was thinking and quickly said, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, don't worry, this matter will eventually be resolved." Dai Yuan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear before saying lightly, "I know, I'm not in a hurry. It's been so many years already. By the way, little sister Xian, what is the origin of that Yang Kai?" She seemed to suddenly become interested in Yang Kai and began inquiring about Yang Kai. Dong Xianer didn't hide anything and immediately told Dai Yuan everything she knew. When she heard that Yang Kai had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and had only met by chance, so if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Yang Kai and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot to say to one another. Yang Kai and Wei Gucheng were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchang, Yang Kai learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone, so he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yen opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchang. At that time, Wei Guchang proposed that Yang Kai act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Yang Kai along would definitely be a burden and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you, return to the second floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the third floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter. Wei Guchang waited for the 3 of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. The 3 of them froze for a moment before immediately understanding why Wei Guchang had made such a decision. Back at the lava lake, the performance of the 3 of them was really inconsistent with their status as elite disciples, so now that Wei Guchang had ordered them to return to the second layer, they didn't dare disobey and all of them nodded in shame, warning Big Brother Wei and Senior Sister Dong to be careful. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his junior brother and junior sister, in the end, they were still fellow disciples and he still remembered their friendship. Before they left, he gave them all the pills he and Dong Xianer hadn't used. The 3 of them said their goodbyes with tears in their eyes, but before they could set off, the sky above Lu Yen sand field suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but they didn't find anything wrong. Just as they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed in a certain direction in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The sun. Looking in the direction she was pointing, everyone was stunned when they saw the strange phenomenon. At the edge of the sky, a red sun was rising. The bright red light almost dyed the entire sky into a gorgeous color. It was because of the rise of this red sun that everyone felt that their field of vision was much brighter. But no one thought this was really the sun. It had been a few months since they entered the Lu Yen sand field, but in this strange space, there was no sun, no moon, no stars, not even the sky. Looking up, all they could see was a red space, the dark red cracks on the ground, giving off a feeling that it was the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden zone? Yang Kai's first reaction was that someone was fighting, and that someone was using some kind of powerful artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was impossible. The red sun was clearly far away, at least a few hundred kilometers away from here, yet even at such a distance, the red sun was still able to affect his vision. Only an Origin King-grade artifact could achieve such an effect. Which great force would allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into the Lu Yen sand field? There were so many dangers here that no one could guarantee their own survival. Even Wei Guchang had almost died here. Unless the elders of that great sect were stupid enough to allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into this place. Each of these artifacts was a hallowed treasure of their respective sect and could not be used easily. What's more, even if this was the case, with the strength of a Saint King Realm cultivator here, they would not be able to use an Origin King-grade artifact. Forcibly using it would only cause a backlash. What is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. Even though he had seen all kinds of incredible things in the Lu Yen sand field, he still could not understand the scene in front of him. However, faintly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, But when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure it out, causing him to frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the barrier around the Lu Yen sand field has been broken? A male disciple of Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said made sense. The barrier around the Lu Yen sand field had been broken, so naturally, one could see the scene outside. If the sun happened to rise from the east at this time, one could indeed see such a scene. Wei Guchang shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xianer leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him? With no other choice, Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these two doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Chapter 12:20. The rising of the red sun shocked all the cultivator in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field. On a hill, 5 or 6 Saint King realm cultivator wearing golden robes stood behind Chu Changfeng, their eyes filled with shock as they stared towards the place where the red sun was rising. After recovering from their shock, these Saint King realm cultivators began whispering to each other about what this red sun was. Chu Changfeng's face, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. On this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he had indeed seen a lot of good things, but it seemed that he hadn't obtained any substantial benefits, especially the soul-cleansing divine water, which had become a thorn in his heart. Now that such a phenomenon had appeared, it immediately attracted his attention. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go take a look." Immediately leading his fellow disciples, he quickly rushed towards the direction where the red sun was rising. On another plane, there were also 4 cultivators with pure and vigorous Saint Qi. All of these cultivators had arcs of lightning visible to the naked eye flashing around their bodies, and the artifacts they used were also capable of releasing bolts of lightning, giving them an extraordinary display of power. When the red sun rose, these cultivators had just finished encircling a group of fire spirit beasts that had come to harass them. One of them collected the scattered fire crystal stones on the ground and slowly gathered with his companions around a young man with a steady appearance and simple clothes. "Brother Fong, what is that?" someone asked. The young man in simple clothes slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Let's go take a look." Such a phenomenon appearing in the Lu Yen sand field is very likely the birth of some kind of treasure. Saying so, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight in the direction of the rising red sun. His pace seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but lightning flashed under his feet as his figure floated forward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several hundred feet. On a towering rock, a man with an indifferent expression was meditating and adjusting his breathing. At this moment, he also looked towards the red sun and after a moment of contemplation, immediately got up. In the depths of the third layer of the flame area, a man who looked to be in his 30s was struggling to resist the heat waves and fire poison. It seemed that he wanted to go deeper, but when the red sun rose, he turned around and glanced at it. Immediately, his face was filled with shock and ecstasy. He muttered, "It's actually this kind of thing that matured." Ha! After saying that, he immediately turned around and impatiently rushed in the direction of the red sun, as if he was afraid that the benefits would be taken away if he was late. Many similar situations were occurring everywhere in the third layer. The elite disciples of the major forces who had broken into the third layer were all rushing towards red sun at this moment. Everyone was guessing what had caused such a phenomenon and whether it was the birth of some kind of precious treasure. But before they could reach the red sun, a fiery red gust of wind suddenly swept towards them. This gust of wind contained an extremely hot aura, causing all the cultivators' expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to defend themselves. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fierce gust of wind did not cause any damage to anyone. Instead, a strange fragrance wafted throughout the entire third layer of the Lu Yen sand field. This was a kind of fruity fragrance that made one's spirit soar 100 times over. It even contained some very strange power that was difficult to describe, making one want to immerse themselves in it and comprehend it. But no one stopped to try and comprehend it. Just smelling this fragrance had such an effect, so if they could snatch this unknown treasure, what kind of shocking wealth would they obtain? When this fruity fragrance filled the air, everyone's expression became even more excited and their speed increased. Beside the dried-up lava lake, Yang Kai and the others were also hit by the fiery red gust of wind. After smelling the magical fruity fragrance lingering at the tip of their noses, Yang Kai trembled and shouted, "The spirit fruit has matured." Only now did he finally determine that the rising sun was not caused by some kind of artifact, nor was it the birth of some kind of precious treasure, but rather the maturing of some kind of spirit fruit. The pervasive fruity fragrance in the air was the best evidence. Immediately, the name of a nearly extinct spirit fruit popped up in his mind, causing him to shout almost at the same time as Yang Kai. On the other side, Dai Yuan also exclaimed, "Red candle fruit?" Yang Kai glanced at Dai Yuan in surprise, not having expected that a disciple from Colored Glass sect would actually know about a heaven-defying treasure like the red candle fruit. As far as he knew, this kind of spirit fruit had almost disappeared, not even appearing in the outside world. It was the same as the soul-warming lotus and the 9-branched jade crystal tree, all of which had only been passed down through legend and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But this Dai Yuan had actually pointed it out, surprising Yang Kai. Red candle fruit? Dong Xianer had the best relationship with Dai Yuan, so she asked bluntly, "What's that?" "An Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit." Dai Yuan grit her teeth and spat out. Except for Yang Kai, who had guessed the truth, everyone else was shocked. It wasn't that there were no Origin King grade spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Shadowed Star, but they were extremely rare. Only 1 or 2 would occasionally appear every few decades, and even if they did appear, 90% of them would be Origin King grade low rank. Even mid-rank ones were extremely rare. But now, in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field, an Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit had actually appeared. What's its use? Although Dong Xianer forced herself to remain calm, her voice still trembled slightly. The words Origin King grade high rank hit her heart like a heavy sledgehammer. It has many uses. While it is maturing, any cultivator can use its fruity fragrance to comprehend some mysterious principles and enhance their own cultivation. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, it is said that swallowing this fruit will give a cultivator a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. What? This time, even Wei Guchang could not remain calm. There had never been an Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star, so if some great force obtained this spirit fruit called the red candle fruit at this time and allowed an Origin King to appear in their sect, wouldn't they be able to unify the entire starry stars? As a core disciple, how could Wei Guchang not understand the implications of this? If it were something else, he wouldn't have cared, but his Shadow Moon Hall had suffered heavy losses this time, so Wei Guchang didn't want to get involved in any more muddy waters. Originally, he planned to have his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters return to the second layer while he and Dong Xianer wandered around the third layer to see if they could find any opportunities, but if the red candle fruit really had such a magical effect, even if he had to risk his life, he had to snatch it. And he had to get his hands on it. Once this thing fell into the hands of others, especially their enemies, it would be a disaster for Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang could not sit back and watch this happen. "Brother!" Dong Xianer bit her red lips as she looked at Wei Guchang with worry in her beautiful eyes. The latter's expression was gloomy, but he soon made a decision and turned to his junior brothers and junior sisters. "You should return to the second layer. Don't interfere with the red candle fruit. This time it will definitely be very chaotic." What about you, Brother Wei? The tall woman asked. I'll go with Xian. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he glanced over at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan chuckled lightly. This kind of rare event, I naturally have to go and take a look. What's more, it's still some time away from ripening, so I can use its fruit fragrance to fuse with my own cultivation. Wei Guchang seemed to have known she would say this and nodded before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, What does Brother Yang think? I'll also go and take a look, Yang Kai said faintly. Good, then let's go. Wei Guchang no longer hesitated. After a day of recovery, he had mostly recovered, so if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to restore himself to his peak. Even if he had to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. The four of them quickly flew towards the red candle fruit. On the way, Yang Kai glanced over at Dai Yuan thoughtfully and said with a smile, Sister Dai Yuan seems to be quite proficient in medicinal principles. If she hadn't been immersed in silver herb all year round, it would have been impossible for her to recognize the red candle fruits so quickly. Looking at Dai Yuan's appearance, it was obvious she had read a lot and was very knowledgeable about all kinds of rare and precious spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wei Guchang laughed. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know, but Sister Dai Yuan not only possesses amazing strength but is also a Saint King grade alchemist. This time, Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Dai Yuan to actually be a fellow alchemist like him, but he was an origin grade alchemist while she was just a Saint King grade alchemist. The gap between them was quite big. Dai Yuan said softly, I'm just a Saint King grade low-rank alchemist, nothing special. My aptitude in the alchemic Tao isn't very good, but Junior Brother Yang, there must be many origin grade and origin king grade alchemists out there, right? Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that she should have asked Dong Xianer about his details, but he didn't mind, just slowly shaking his head and saying, There are indeed many origin grade alchemists out there, but origin king grade alchemists are rare, I've never seen one. So origin king grade alchemists are rare existences in the outside world. Dai Yuan showed a surprised expression. Naturally, there aren't many origin king grade masters out there either. Dai Yuan heard this and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something, but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Yang Kai to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few hundred kilometers was a distance the group of four could cover in a moment, but in the Lu Yen Desert, such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several hundred meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the three suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the three suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen, so before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits, Dai Yuan urged softly. Chapter 12:21. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other three couldn't help speeding up their pace. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer asked about the Three Suns Grand Opening Wonder while Yang Kai also pretended to be very interested and listened attentively. After Dai Yuan's explanation, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer finally understood what the Three Suns Grand Opening Wonder was, but Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that although Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the Three Suns Grand Opening Wonder, she didn't seem to understand everything. Yang Kai didn't know if the others were the same, but Yang Kai was sure that it wasn't just him and Dai Yuan who recognized the red candle fruit. The most elite cultivators on Shadowed Star were all gathered in the third layer, so there would definitely be others who recognized it. After a full 4 hours, the group of four rushed to a valley. This valley wasn't large, and it occupied an area of around 300 meters. Below the valley, there was a dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. There were countless cracks and ravines, but surprisingly, there were some withered trees growing in this valley. The trees were also red in color, and they looked as if they didn't have any vitality. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these trees were clearly not dead, and there was a strange energy that allowed them to survive in this cruel environment. On all sides of the mountain valley, there were at least 20 large and small hills. By the time Kai Yang's group of 4 arrived, about half of these hills had already been occupied. These people were all from their respective sects, occupying these small hills as footholds. Most of the cultivators' eyes lingered on the withered trees in the mountain valley, a look of longing and desire flashing across their eyes. But strangely, no one ventured deep into the mountain valley, making it impossible to tell what everyone was avoiding. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept over them, many of them showing vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was about to ripen, so the fewer people there, the better. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit ripened, the rising red sun had already caused the entire third layer to boil, so it was likely that everyone was rushing over, so even if they were vigilant and disgusted, there was nothing they could do, only glancing over at Yang Kai and the others before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and couldn't help feeling shocked. The scene this time was truly magnificent. There was no need to mention the number of people who had come, all of them elites from great sects. Yang Kai saw people from Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, as well as other young talents he didn't recognize. Altogether, there were at least 70 or 80 people here. Yang Kai's group of 4 had arrived relatively late, so there were definitely more people on the way. Presumably, this place would become even more chaotic. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent cultivator who had previously occupied the center of the soul-cleansing divine water. This guy occupied a small hill all to himself, his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as ever, his figure as straight as a sword as he stood there proudly, but no one dared to come up and find trouble with him. Everyone who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, so no one dared to provoke him, so even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the side of Colored Glass Sect, Yin Su Dai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Xianer, as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else, but after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xianer. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the 4 of them arrived at the top of this hill and, like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed. "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. "The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures." Dai Xianer slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head, "But it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface." "So that's how it is." Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Oh, Brother Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect is coming over. I wonder what he wants to do." Dong Xian let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill Sect, Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley, Tong Xian Realm had the Alchemist Guild, and on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill Sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill Sect, there were as many as 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy named Li Yunan could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Lu Yen Sandfield, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill Sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Li Yunan arrived at the mountain where the four of them were standing and cupped his fists to Wei Guchang with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchang returned the courtesy and laughed. "Of course I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan also greeted Li Yunan. Li Yunan responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchang simply brushed it off. Although Li Yunan was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here, since he was brought here by Wei Guchang, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brother Li, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Li Yunan smiled lightly and pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Wei, since you came here because you saw a vision, do you know what is about to appear here?" "I heard it's the red candle fruit," Wei Guchang replied. Li Yunan raised his brow, seemingly a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan he suddenly realized something and patted his forehead. This Li asked a stupid question. Since Sister Dai Yuan is here, then Brother Wei must know something about it. I'm afraid there is no exotic grass or exotic fruit in this world that Sister Dai Yuan doesn't know about. Brother Li is too kind, Dai Yuan has only studied it a little, Dai Yuan responded lightly. Sister Dai Yuan doesn't need to be modest, there aren't many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect didn't recognize it. It was this Li who told them. Otherwise, why do you think they've been biding their time? With their tempers, I'm afraid they would have already scoured the entire mountain valley. Wei Guchang suddenly understood why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and not making a move. It turned out that Li Yunan had notified every force that had arrived. Obviously, he wasn't doing this out of good intentions. With such a precious treasure in front of him, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? Li Yunan was no exception. Him notifying others was obviously because he didn't want them to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If the red candle fruit was disturbed by someone who didn't know about it and caused it to disappear, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, even though he was somewhat unwilling, Li Yunan still worked hard to travel to each mountain, informing the cultivators who came here of the situation. Brother Li really cares about the world. This Wei admires him greatly. Wei Guchang put on a sincere look and cupped his fists again and again. This hat was a bit too big, so Li Yunan didn't dare, quickly changing the subject and revealing his true intentions. I wonder if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my medicine pill sect? Join forces? Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed even more as he grinned meaningfully. Brother Li, although this Wei is not very proficient in alchemy, this Wei knows that there should only be one red candle fruit. So how should we join forces? If we really obtain the red candle fruit, how should it be distributed? Brother Wei, please listen to this one first. Li Yunan seemed to have known he would say this and wasn't in a hurry, his expression calm and collected. Please speak, Brother Li, this one is listening. Although Wei Guchang knew what the other party was up to, he couldn't refuse. After all, there was no benefit in offending medicine pill sect. What I mean is to first obtain the red candle fruit. Although there is only one of this spirit fruit, if it is used in alchemy, it should produce more than one pill, Li Yunan said as he observed Wei Guchang's reaction. Li Yunan observed Wei Guchang's expression as he spoke, but seeing no reaction from him, he continued, as far as I know, your Shadow Moon Hall only has one origin grade low-rank alchemist, right? On top of that, that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years. So his success rate in refining origin-grade pills is not high. If Brother Wei obtains the red candle fruit, he can only bring it back to the sect and give it to his elders, which will greatly reduce its medicinal properties. After a pause, a proud look appeared on Li Yunan's face. This situation is not only limited to your Shadow Moon Hall, but also to all the other great sects. However, my medicine pill sect is different. My medicine pill sect has a total of 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists. Although the grade of this red candle fruit is very high, if my medicine pill sect's elders work together, they may be able to refine more than a dozen pills. Hearing this, Wei Guchang finally understood what the other party was trying to say and squinted towards Li Yunan. What Brother Li means is that your medicine pill sect will take the red candle fruit, refine it into pills, and give my Shadow Moon Hall a share? And this Li thinks so? Li Yunan nodded repeatedly. I have not only said this to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect, Brother Chu of Twin Heart Valley, and Brother Tang of Floating Mist Palace. What do they think? Wei Guchang raised his straight eyebrows. Although none of them have expressed their views yet, this Li believes he should be able to convince them. Li Yunan put on a confident look. Chapter 12:22. Everyone knew that Li Yunan was spouting nonsense. If he really had the confidence to convince all the great forces to give up on the red candle fruit and hand it over to Medicine Pill Sect, it would have been strange indeed. Only when it was in one's own hands did it truly belong to them. Li Yunan's words were completely insincere and could not be trusted. What's more, how could such an important matter be decided by these juniors? If Li Yunan took the red candle fruit back, and the elders of Medicine Pill Sect refused to recognize the decision of these juniors, what could the other sects do? Even if they joined forces to destroy Medicine Pill Sect, the red candle fruit would still be lost. Wei Guchang knew better than anyone else that once he agreed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Chu Minghai of Twin Heart Valley, and Tang Yongyi of Floating Mist Palace would not rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to offend Medicine Pill Sect directly, so he pretended to think seriously for a while before nodding lightly. If Brother Chu and Brother Fong agree, then my Shadow Moon Hall's share is fine, but Brother Li, have you talked to that guy yet? Saying so, he quietly gestured towards a nearby mountain. Li Yunan's face twitched slightly. Of course he knew who the guy Wei Guchang was talking about was, but he still forced a smile and said, this Li wants to communicate with all of you first before discussing with him in detail. Wei Guchang curled his lips and shook his head, sighing as he said, this matter is not easy to handle. If there were only a few of us, then there would be no harm in joining forces, but now that such a variable has appeared, this Wei feels that Brother Li should first finalize what that guy's intentions are before coming to discuss it with us. Li Yunan was startled, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his fists and said, what Brother Wei says makes sense. Then this Li will go back and think about it. Saying so, he flew down the mountain and returned to his own side. After he left, Wei Guchang snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Dai Yuan chuckled to the side and said, it's not like Brother Wei doesn't know what kind of people Medicine Pill Sect are, so why bother arguing with them? Not agreeing this time was the right thing to do. If he had, it would have been more troublesome. Of course, I know that. Wei Guchang's expression was solemn. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that such a spirit fruit has ripened, I don't know if it's an opportunity or a calamity. He looked at the elites on the various hills, wondering how many of them would die from fighting when the red candle fruit matured. Let's not talk about that for now. I feel like cultivating here is very beneficial. In any case, there's still some time before the Three Suns grand opening wonder that Elder Sister Dai Yuan mentioned, so we might as well cultivate here, Dong Xianer suggested. The other three nodded and immediately found a place to sit down cross-legged on one of the hills, carefully savoring the various mysteries contained in the fragrance of the fruit. Yang Kai soon became aware of the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. Indeed, just as recorded in the ancient records, in the days before it matured, it would constantly exude a fruity fragrance. When this fragrance entered one's nose, it would blend into one's flesh and bones, promoting one's mastery of their own strength and the integration of their cultivation. Only a single red sun had appeared, yet it had such a miraculous effect, so if all three suns gathered together, the effect would definitely be multiplied several times. Because he was with Wei Guchang and the others, Yang Kai wasn't worried about being ambushed here, so he only spared a small part of his consciousness to monitor his surroundings before quickly immersing himself in this wonderful feeling. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so when performing alchemy, he needed to have an extremely high level of control over his Saint Qi, so in this regard, he was better than most cultivators. Stimulated by the fragrance of the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's control over his Saint Qi became more and more exquisite. Yang Kai soon immersed himself in this feeling, as if he had entered a new world where he could perfectly communicate with the power in his body and control it to its peak. While Yang Kai was immersed in his comprehension of Saint Qi control, Wei Guchang, Dong Xiener, and Dai Yuan were also immersed in a deeper understanding of the different strengths in their respective territories. The other cultivators on the various hills, after the initial observation, also sat down cross-legged and began inhaling the fragrance of the red candle fruit, no longer wasting any time. About half a day after Yang Kai arrived, a strange tranquility had appeared as everyone was savoring the benefits brought to them by the red candle fruit's fragrance. More and more people continued to come to this hill, and although most of them were confused, seeing the people who had come before them meditating, they also began looking for suitable positions. In an instant, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they immersed themselves in the fragrance, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain moment, a young cultivator in blue robes arrived here alone. This person was the one who had tried to go deeper into the third layer, but he had come a little too late. The hills near the valley had already been occupied by everyone else. Sweeping his eyes around coldly, he secretly considered whether he should seize a territory, but soon dispelled this idea. He had just seized this body and had seen the light of day again, so for the time being, he did not want to attract too much attention. However, when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had not expected to see Yang Kai in this place. But soon he frowned, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He was certain that it was this first-order Saint King cultivator who had taken away his precious treasure, but he still could not sense any aura from the other party. Did the other party really fuse with it? That was impossible. He knew better than anyone just how powerful that thing was. Let alone a first-order Saint King, even an Origin King would not be able to fuse with it in a day or two, and there was a great chance that they would suffer a backlash if they attempted to do so. However, the strange thing was that after the first-order Saint King youth obtained what Yang Kai wanted and left the stalactite cave, less than an hour later, the aura of the stalactite disappeared without a trace. No matter how Yang Kai tried to use his secret technique to track it, he was unable to find any clues. Besides, if it was really him who had fused with it, it was impossible for him to still be alive. He would definitely be dead by now. Such a strange thing annoyed him greatly. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who had fused with that treasure, but rather a supreme treasure that had already grown to 6 colors, the soul-warming lotus. Just as he was feeling bewildered and puzzled, on the opposite hill, the first-order Saint King youth suddenly opened his eyes and locked his gaze onto him from a distance. This man's heart trembled and he quickly turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened, looking for a spot that was not too good and sitting down to meditate like everyone else. Atop the hill, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He had been immersed in a deep state of enlightenment when he suddenly discovered that someone was spying on him, and this person had a trace of hostility and murderous intent. At first, Yang Kai thought it was Chu Changfeng, but after seeing this person's face, he couldn't help feeling stunned. This person was not Chu Changfeng, but Yang Kai had seen him before. It was one of the people who had entered the stalactite cave with him to soak in the soul-cleansing divine water. Being interrupted while he was meditating naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. This person's strength was not bad, a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that this person belonged to a force called Flowing Cloud Valley. However, at that time, there was an old man and another man with him, but now he was the only one left. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, nor did he know whether the old man from Flowing Cloud Valley and the other man were dead or alive. Why was this person so hostile and murderous towards him? Yang Kai had never provoked this other party, nor had he exposed too many of his secrets in front of him. Now that he was suddenly targeted, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. Junior brother Yang, did you discover something? Dai Yuan seemed to notice that Yang Kai's aura had changed and opened her eyes, only to see his contemplative expression and quickly ask. No. Yang Kai shook his head before turning his gaze towards a certain spot and asking, do you recognize that man? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and actually recognized the other party's identity. That man is Flowing Cloud Valley's core disciple, Lu Yi. What's wrong? Does Brother Yang have some kind of grudge with him? Yang Kai secretly remembered this name before shaking his head and saying, no, I've only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi has some hostility towards me. It's really strange. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously, this Lu Yi doesn't seem to be the type to provoke others. Although I don't have a deep friendship with him, we've still spoken a few times. His reputation in Flowing Cloud Valley is also very good, so why would he be hostile to you? I also want to know, Yang Kai grinned. Dai Yuan seemed to have misunderstood something and thought that Yang Kai really had some kind of grudge with Lu Yi, so she frowned and whispered, Lu Yi is the son of Flowing Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Lu Xiangdong. Although Flowing Cloud Valley isn't a top force, it's not bad either. If it's not a big deal, I can help you speak to Lu Yi and mediate. With his temperament he should be fine. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Not to mention that he had no grudge with this Lu Yi, even if he didn't need others to resolve it for him. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble with him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Seeing Yang Kai refuse her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally didn't say anything more and was about to continue meditating when Yang Kai suddenly gestured to the side and asked, what about that person? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and saw an indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her expression couldn't help changing slightly as she immediately withdrew her gaze and warned, Junior brother Yang, don't ask others about this person. I only know that he should be from Star Emperor sect, but I don't know his name. Chapter 1223. Sure enough, it's Star Emperor sect. Since seeing Chu Chang Feng treat this person so cautiously in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had faintly guessed that only someone from Star Emperor sect could make the arrogant and despotic Chu Chang Feng act so restrained in front of him, to the point that even after suffering a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit defeat, not daring to retaliate. Dai Yuan seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful Star Emperor sect was, so she said with a serious expression, on the entire Shadowed Star, the three most powerful forces are Star Emperor sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon sect, but in reality, every great force knows that the gap between Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect is not small. I heard that there are over 100 powerful peak Third Order Origin returning Realm Cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain, a terrifying number that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect cannot compare to. What's more, I heard that they also possess several powerful Origin King-grade artifacts. Are they that powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. A single sect having over 100 peak Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters was truly astonishing. And it's just that their total number is relatively small and they never recruit disciples from the outside, so they aren't very famous. Then how long has their inheritance lasted? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not too sure. However, over the past countless years, there have been rumors that some lucky individuals had met some powerful cultivators who had come down from the Star King Mountain and were brought back to cultivate. However, there aren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. The people on Star Emperor Mountain rarely come out, so although they have many masters, as long as other great forces don't provoke them, they won't bully the weak, but if someone provokes them, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he noticed Dai Yuan's tender body tremble slightly just now. His heart clenched as he thought to himself that if someone really dared to provoke such a terrifying existence, their end would definitely be miserable. Dai Yuan's voice dropped even lower as she continued. Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 to 30 years, Star Emperor Mountain will send one or several young disciples out for life experience. These disciples also don't reveal themselves, keeping a very low profile. I'm afraid that even after they return to Star Emperor Mountain, no one knows their origins. I once read in one of Colored Glass Sect's ancient books that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Shadowed Star that was as famous as Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, one called the Ancient Yang Sect. At that time, a young cultivator who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain had accidentally obtained a precious treasure which was discovered by some people from the Ancient Yang Sect. These people had set up an ambush for him, killed him on the spot, and robbed him of his treasure. A month later, the Ancient Yang Sect was uprooted overnight and suffered a tragic extermination. Yang Kai's face paled. Needless to say, it was Star Emperor Sect that destroyed the Ancient Yang Sect. Being able to destroy an existence on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect overnight, it was easy to imagine how powerful this Star Emperor Sect was. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and brushed her hair back behind her ear. But that was more than 2,000 years ago, so whether it's true or false is impossible to say. The elders of the sect are also wary of this matter and have never mentioned it, so it's impossible to ask them about it. However, on Shadowed Star, there was a place called Grand Hidden Valley. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. It was completely desolate and filled with dense yin qi. It was rumored that the Ancient Yang Sect used to be located here. In the past, there were many cultivators who went to Grand Hidden Valley in search of opportunities, saying that the Ancient Yang Sect had a hidden cave that contained many precious treasures and a great deal of wealth. Unfortunately, no one ever found it and many of them even died. You've been there? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile. Although she had used the words hearsay and rumors several times, Yang Kai could tell from her tone that she was certain these rumors were true and that she had been to Grand Hidden Valley before. Naturally, Dai Yuan nodded lightly. However, I didn't gain anything, only a wisp of yin qi lingering around my body. After returning to Colored Glass Sect, it took me a few days to resolve it. If junior brother Yang is interested, you can go take a look, but you must be careful. And, if there is a chance, we'll talk about it again. Yang Kai nodded casually, but in his heart he disagreed. Even if the Ancient Yang Sect really had some kind of hidden cave, 2,000 years had already passed, so it should have been discovered long ago. Yang Kai didn't think that such a thing would have been left behind for so long. Rushing over to find it would only be a waste of time and energy, something he wasn't willing to do. Dai Yuan also saw Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and didn't continue on this topic, simply saying, in the past, those who came out of Star Emperor Mountain generally wouldn't be discovered, but this time it was different. It just so happened that Lu Yan's sand field opened, so before I came in, Honored Master told me to be careful of any strange cultivator who came out alone, because there was a chance he was a disciple of Star Emperor Sect. To be honest, when I first met junior brother Yang, I thought you were from Star Emperor Sect? Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to have such a misunderstanding, but it wasn't surprising. He was indeed an unfamiliar face to the people of Shadowed Star, and being able to break into the third layer with just a first-order Saint King cultivation, his methods were definitely extraordinary, so it was inevitable that Dai Yuan would have such a misunderstanding. Considering all this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he realized why Imperial City sects Meng Hong Liang and Extreme Path sects Huang Shiran seemed to have misunderstood him after he displayed some of his methods. It turned out that they thought he was from Star Emperor Mountain, which was why Meng Hong Liang was so cautious. Dai Yuan also had such a misunderstanding, but after learning that Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were friends, she immediately denied this conjecture in her heart because people from Star Emperor Sect generally didn't make friends with others. After arriving here and seeing the indifferent man, Dai Yuan instantly understood that he was a true disciple of Star Emperor Sect. After talking for a while, the two of them didn't say anything else. They closed their eyes and continued to meditate. The red sun rose higher and higher until it reached the middle of the sky. The fruity fragrance floating in the air became stronger and stronger, and the various insights one could obtain from this fragrance naturally became more and more profound, causing every cultivator to feel excited and overjoyed. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble, and immediately after, an earth-shattering energy erupted. Such a change caused all the cultivator present to pale, and in an instant, all of them awoke from their deep meditation and stared at the mountain valley in front of them in amazement. There seemed to be a layer of red mist in the mountain valley, and this red mist contained a terrifying power. The appearance of this red mist was extremely strange. There was no sign of it before, but when the cultivator looked over, it had already filled the mountain valley, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire mountain valley. Immediately, an astonishing amount of heat spread in all directions, forming a hot wind that blew towards every corner of the Lu Yen sand field's third layer. Everyone had experienced this kind of thing once before, so seeing it again at this moment, the horror in their hearts immediately eased a lot. They knew that although this hot wind looked terrifying, it wouldn't cause any harm to them. Sure enough, when the hot wind swept past everyone's bodies and spread further away, no one suffered any kind of accident. However, in the very center of the mountain valley, another red sun was born and was slowly rising from the bottom of the mountain valley. This red sun was not big, only about the size of a bamboo hat, so one's divine sense could not penetrate it, and if one stared at it for too long, they would immediately feel dizzy. An even stronger fruity fragrance spread out, and intense heartbeats rang out from the chests of the cultivator. A second red sun had appeared. This also meant that the red candle fruit was one step closer to true maturity. The various sects who had learned the truth about this place from medicine pill sects Liunen couldn't help feeling restless, and a tense and hostile atmosphere quickly spread around the mountain valley. Everyone stared at each other as if they were all irreconcilable enemies and couldn't wait to rush over and kill them all. Those sect cultivator who didn't know the truth and didn't know about the wonders that would occur when the red candle fruit ripened were also affected by this atmosphere. While carefully monitoring the movements of others, not willing to let go of any clues, they also sent people to inquire about information from the sects they were familiar with. Soon, all kinds of secrets about the red candle fruit spread, allowing every cultivator here to understand the reason behind it, calming the restless atmosphere considerably. Since the three suns rising sun phenomenon had appeared, there was no need to rush into action now that only two red suns had appeared. What's more, before it truly matured, the red candle fruit would not appear at all, so even if someone wanted to snatch it, they wouldn't know where to begin and could only give up. After the appearance of the second red sun, the mountain valley only trembled for a moment before everyone fell silent again and continued to absorb the fruit fragrance, comprehend its mysteries, and integrate them with their cultivations. Yang Kai was also immersed in this process. He felt that through this enlightenment his understanding of Saint Qi control seemed to have risen to a whole new level, and a vague idea began to form in his heart. Although he had grasped some traces of it, he was unable to fully integrate them. This situation was like dozens of cats scratching an itch, causing Yang Kai to become restless and immerse himself in his thoughts. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard, you dare secretly arrange a spirit array!" This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from Heaven Battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. Chapter 12:24. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, this wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley, his face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here who were not comprehending their own spirit array and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the heaven-battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak in blushed, but before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades, and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. "You dare fight back?" On the heaven-battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the heaven-battling Union cultivator controlling the wind dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another wind dragon that rushed towards the cultivator who was arranging the spirit array and swallowed him whole. A pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect master, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the wind dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King realm cultivators stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union?" "Heh, provoke a dispute?" Chu Changfeng sneered. "Don't try to accuse this young master, you're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here?" The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Changfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Changfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peaks stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the 3 Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Changfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good, Chu Changfeng, I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master, I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. Heh, I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other 2 fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Changfeng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were third-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Changfeng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength, otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." Who? Chu Changfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. "Myriad Beast Mountains people." The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment, but this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Changfeng, so how could he care about their threats? Instead, he shouted, "Although I didn't see what it was, it should be some kind of monster beast that specializes in concealment. Ha ha, Myriad Beast Mountains people are all good at controlling monster beasts, everyone knows that." "So that's how it is." Chu Changfeng nodded naturally before turning to the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples and coldly asking, "What else do you have to say?" The leader of this group, a burly man, frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly laughing, "Young Master Chu, words alone are useless. Don't tell me you really believe this guy's words?" Obviously, he was confident in his methods and felt it was impossible for anyone to see through them, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As long as there was no evidence, how could Chu Changfeng force them to leave? However, now that things had developed to this point, everyone could see that Heaven Battling Union was planning to act ahead of schedule. Since they couldn't force people to kill for no reason, naturally they had to find some excuse. The Flame Shield Union disciple who had been killed before had deserved it. Who told him to run over and arrange a spirit array, causing him to lose his life. Even the other Flame Shield Union disciples had been implicated and driven away. Now, it was unknown whether these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples had really done something or if they had been framed, but no one spoke up for them. In this situation, the fewer people who remained here, the better. Most people held an attitude of indifference, allowing Chu Changfeng to act as he pleased, hoping he would drive more people out. Once there were fewer people here, it would be easier to compete for the red candle fruit. Listening to the burly man's words, Chu Changfeng frowned. Although he wanted to drive away these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples at all costs, without any evidence, acting rashly wasn't a good idea. Does young Master Chu think that just because Heaven Battling Union is strong, you can disregard the other great forces? If that's the case, this High will not agree. My Myriad Beast Mountain is not a place anyone can bully. As the burly man said this, his expression turned ruthless. Suddenly, fist-sized, pitch-black giant bees emerged from his body. The giant bees spread their wings and hummed incessantly. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them had a cold light flashing on their tails. The stingers on their tails were a few inches long, and they were pitch black. At first glance, one could tell that they were highly toxic, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only that, the several cultivators around Hai surnamed also released their own monster beast. Each of these monster beast was a rare species, each of them an 8th order monster beast. Each of them was born with some kind of mysterious killing technique. Circling or crawling, they gathered around the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples, their scarlet eyes staring around maliciously, waiting for their masters to give the order to attack. Bitter monarch bees. After seeing the 30 or so giant bees, Chu Changfeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of dread as he grit his teeth and said, Good, no wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've brought a lot of Myriad Beast Mountain's giant bees with you. It seems Myriad Beast Mountain has put in a lot of effort this time." The burly man surnamed Hai heard this and grinned. We've let young Master Chu see a joke. Myriad Beast Mountain disciples only know how to control Monster Beast. Entering this Luyen desert, how could they not bring some life-saving treasures? This Hai doesn't want to make things difficult for young Master Chu, but if young Master Chu doesn't have conclusive evidence, please don't embarrass this Hai any further. This Hai will be grateful. Although the bitter monarch bee had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Changfeng here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of this situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Changfeng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. If you want evidence, it's very simple, just let me see it. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw Yin Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by Colored Glass Sect, her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Changfeng saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 12:25. On the other hand, the big man surnamed Hai from Myriad Beast Mountain exclaimed, "Form illuminating bead. Yin Su Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain?" Yin Su Dai giggled again and said, "What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your Myriad Beast Mountain and my Colored Glass Sect are close neighbors, we live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters. How could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Luyen sand field, so I brought this bead here just in case. What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret?" Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Su Dai didn't wait for the big man surnamed Hai to say anything and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng shouted, "Red Line Iron Centipede. What else do you have to say now?" After recognizing the gray bead in Yin Su Dai's hand, the burly man surnamed Hai knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, he took back the red line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Changfeng and glared towards Yin Su Dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Gotcha. The sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now, he had no choice but to dispel this idea. Because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Fang Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Changfeng this time. Yin Su Dai had already made her attitude clear, so Hai Shan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation. His face becoming gloomy to the extreme, Hai Shan didn't say anything, Simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him, he then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these two forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, In Su Dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Colored Glass Sect were close neighbors, so naturally, there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, In Su Dai had brought the form-revealing bead because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now it had come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? In Su Dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan, but seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, In Su Dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme, so Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing, I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh. Although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Chang Feng asked coldly. Just now, he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this First-Order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Chang Feng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Chang Feng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Chang Feng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the third layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing, Brother Chu can continue," Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Changfeng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, "Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame." This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Heh, if any of you want to do so, please leave now, otherwise, when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now, when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon Sect, wanting to see how Fang Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Fang Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's hearts sank. Fang Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Fang Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with Myriad Beast Mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees, but against others, he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When In Sudai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, he vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 12:26. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him, though, was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Changfeng began driving people away, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Changfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Ye's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul, so how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Yang Kai had to find an opportunity to kill him. Regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not, being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lu Yi, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine water flower red's fruit's fragrances, and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Yang Kai, to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Chi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time, so he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Chi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. The appearance of this dark red energy meant that the third red sun was about to rise, creating a spectacle of 3 suns, which also meant that the red candle fruit was about to truly mature. Many impatient and unstable cultivators were disturbed by this and were no longer able to meditate calmly or comprehend anything. Instead, they opened their eyes one after another and stared at all the movements in the mountain valley, unwilling to miss a single thing. The dark red energy suddenly appeared and the earth trembled slightly. Soon, this energy erupted and spread out in all directions, causing the fruit fragrance in the air to become even stronger. The third red sun slowly rose in front of everyone's eyes, living up to expectations. A slight uproar sounded as traces of Saint Chi surged, some people seemingly unable to wait to rush down. Seeing this, Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. The 3 suns rising spectacle has not yet formed and the red candle fruit has not yet surfaced. Now is not the time to fight. Once we interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for our sins." Li Yunan knew the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured better than anyone present, so naturally, he was duty-bound to warn everyone. At the same time, Li Yunan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried these people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would really interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, Li Yunan wouldn't have bothered to say such things. What did these people fighting to the death have to do with him? If they all died, his medicine pill sect would be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spirit fruit. After listening to Li Yunan's words, many people glanced at him coldly, remaining indifferent. Those who needed to be vigilant still remained vigilant, and those who needed to condense their Saint Qi continued to do so. On the other side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and secretly felt that there was still some time before he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the red candle fruit, not acting too aggressively. As time passed, the atmosphere near the small mountain valley became more and more tense. When the third red sun rose halfway, many of the cultivator who had been meditating finally couldn't hold back and stood up to pay close attention to the movement of the red sun. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but also the famous rising stars such as Wei Guchang, Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Tang Yongyi, Chu Minghai, no one could continue to maintain their previous indifference. While paying attention to the height of the red sun, these people whispered to the people around them, their expressions solemn. Junior brother Yang is still trying to comprehend. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of surprise as she stared at Yang Kai, who was sitting motionless but whose Saint Qi was surging fiercely. Yang Kai was clearly at the most critical juncture of his comprehension and didn't even bother to pay attention to the ripening of the red candle fruit. It seems that Big Brother Yang's harvest this time is not small. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly, feeling a little envious of Yang Kai. He had also been meditating for a day or two, but because he had to check the situation of the red candle fruit from time to time, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything substantial. Although there were some benefits, they were still far from what Yang Kai was experiencing. There's another person who is also comprehending. Dong Xianer cast her beautiful eyes towards another mountain. Atop it, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect was in the same situation as Yang Kai, both of them sitting cross-legged with calm expressions, but the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging fiercely. I'm afraid this is the gap between us and them, Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Wei Guchang muttered to himself. He was a heaven-defying genius who had become famous early on and was known as the most dazzling star of Shadow Moon Hall, sharing the same fame as Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he had never felt he was worse than others. But after seeing the various methods Yang Kai displayed, he faintly realized his shortcomings. Now, in addition to Yang Kai, another disciple from Star Emperor sect had appeared, causing Wei Guchang to inexplicably feel a sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't work hard, there would be no place for him on Shadowed Star in the future. Throughout the mountain valley, dozens of cultivators were standing on top of the mountain, paying close attention to the third red sun. As a result, the actions of Yang Kai and the Star Emperor sect disciple were very eye-catching. Yang Kai wasn't a big deal as no one knew his origins, but a mere first-order Saint King cultivator wasn't worthy of these elites' attention. On the other hand, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect continued meditating, causing everyone to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but hope that the other party would continue meditating until the ownership of the red candle fruit was decided. Everyone truly understood what it meant to live like a year. Ever since the third red sun appeared, it had been as slow as a turtle crawling, slowly rising into the sky. Everyone wanted to rush forward and push the red sun to the top. This situation lasted for a full day, and when the third red sun rose to the sky and merged with the first two, forming a three-sun spectacle, the three red suns seemed to resonate with each other and suddenly released a brilliant red light that illuminated the entire third-layer territory of the Lu Yen sand field, causing all the cultivator on the third layer to lose sight of the light in front of them and involuntarily close their eyes. A shocking wave of energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, and when everyone opened their eyes to look, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. This was because the three red suns had actually merged together and completely turned into an even larger red sun. That red sun was like a top, spinning and spinning. Every time it spun, it brought about an incomparably huge suction force. The world energy aura in the air suddenly became abnormal. The dense spiritual qi condensed into a solid substance, forming a gust of wind that madly poured into the red sun. The red sun was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the spiritual qi. Over on Medicine Pill Sect's side, Li Yunan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, unable to contain his excitement. It was exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book, without the slightest difference. Sure enough, the red candle fruit had matured. After a stick of incense worth of time, the world energy aura in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field had been completely depleted, and the surrounding several hundred kilometers had suddenly become a dead land. The red sun seemed to become more and more solid, like a real sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly, it stopped rotating, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Li Yunan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly summoned a shield-like artifact. This shield transformed into a stream of light and directly formed a protective barrier around the mountain where the medicine pill sect disciples were standing, protecting them from all harm. Chapter 12:27. The moment Li Yunan took action, the other medicine pill sect disciples also took out their own defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Obviously, they had already discussed this beforehand, otherwise, their actions wouldn't have been so orderly. This bizarre action of medicine pill sect's disciples stunned all the other cultivator present, none of them understanding why they were acting like they were facing a great enemy. Although they didn't understand, everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. Li Yunan clearly had something he hadn't told them, so there was likely going to be some danger ahead. Otherwise, why would they act like this? There was no need for anyone to remind them, as all the other cultivators who saw Li Yunan and the others also summoned their own defensive artifacts. Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang coldly snorted as a surge of Saint Qi burst out from his body, creating a black light curtain that wrapped around the entire hill. Inside this light curtain, red lightning and fire flickered. Dong Xianer took out a token-like object and poured her Saint Qi into it, causing it to suddenly turn into a stream of light and fly around everyone. Dai Yuan also summoned her colored handkerchief artifact and sent out a cloud of pink mist to surround the hill. The only one who didn't move was Yang Kai, seemingly still immersed in his own enlightenment. He didn't need to take any action, as Wei Guchang and the other two were more than enough to protect him. The disciple from Star Emperor sect, on the other hand, didn't receive such good treatment. He had always been alone, dominating this hill, so after noticing everyone's strange actions, he immediately opened his eyes and stared at the red sun in the sky indifferently. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of rays of red light burst forth from the red sun, attacking in all directions. The red lights were extremely powerful and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. The guards that the cultivators had summoned shook and clanged incessantly. Only now did everyone understand why the people from Medicine Pill sect had taken defensive actions in advance. When the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor sect saw this, his face couldn't help but turn solemn as he sent out a punch. This punch seemed to be able to stir up some kind of world principle, and wherever it touched, all the red rays of light disappeared. This made the expressions of Wei Guchang and the others, who were secretly observing him, change. Such a punch might seem casual, but anyone could see how tyrannical this Star Emperor sect cultivator was. The tens of thousands of red lights came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Because everyone was prepared, other than a few people who were unprepared and injured, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing this, Li Yunan couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. He knew that his actions just now had been too big, which had caused everyone to be on guard. If it weren't for that, the number of people injured definitely wouldn't have been limited to just these few people. But soon, Li Yunan smiled bitterly, because all the cultivators present were glaring at him angrily, obviously blaming him for not making things clear. He had actually wanted to take advantage of this situation to scheme against others. He really had ulterior motives. Li Yunan didn't bother trying to discern the various phenomena occurring before the red candle fruit ripened, so he had no need to tell others about them. Revealing the three suns rising sun phenomenon was only for his own benefit, so it was normal to conceal some information. He believed that these people wouldn't be stupid enough to blame him for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, everyone just glared at him and didn't say anything more. In fact, no one had time to bother with him because after the tens of thousands of red lights shot out, the only red sun in the sky suddenly fell rapidly towards the mountain valley. In just a few breaths of time, the red sun fell somewhere in the mountain valley and disappeared without a trace. "Get ready!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her hand, causing the pink cloud to transform back into her colored handkerchief again. At the same time, her beautiful eyes stared towards the bottom of the mountain valley. "Should we wake up Brother Yang?" Dong Xianer bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai with some hesitation. The Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been tumbling all this time. They hadn't disturbed him before for fear of disrupting his comprehension, but now that the red candle fruit was about to emerge, Dong Xianer didn't know if she should remind Yang Kai not to miss such a grand event. Wei Guchang frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, Brother Yang must know about the situation outside. If he is willing to participate in the competition, he will definitely take action. We shouldn't disturb him." Dong Xianer nodded gently. As soon as Wei Guchang's words fell, a series of cracking sounds rang out from the bottom of the mountain valley, as if the earth was splitting open. Everyone was unable to stand still and the small hill they were on began to crumble. An extremely rich red energy spread out from the cracks in the mountain valley and filled the entire mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But faintly, at the position where the red candle fruit had originally fallen, something was slowly rising and emitting a faint red light. This light was like a candle flame in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any time, but no matter how strong the outside wind or rain was, it always flickered and remained firm. After a while, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this candle-like light finally surfaced. It was a fist-sized dark red spirit fruit. Its skin was thin and tender, and it tasted extremely delicious. Its shape was very strange. It looked like a lit candle flame, and it was sparkling and translucent. One could vaguely see traces of pure energy swimming inside it like small snakes. The red candle fruit. Li Yunan saw this and couldn't help shouting. As soon as his voice fell, a ribbon-like artifact flew out from a nearby hill. This ribbon-like artifact was extremely flexible, like a woman's arm, and quickly spread out several dozen meters before wrapping around the red candle fruit and wrapping it up. Yin Su Dai had taken action. After waiting for several days, the spirit fruit had finally ripened and appeared, so she could no longer hold back and was the first to act. Almost at the same time, a lightning arc suddenly shot out from the side and with a cracking sound, struck the ribbon-like artifact and knocked it to the side, causing it to miss. Yin Su Dai cried out as she bit her red lips and glared at Fong Tianzhong with a look of resentment, stomping her foot as she called out, "Brother Fong!" Fong Tianzhong's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hands, sending out bolts of lightning to block all the methods used by those who tried to snatch the red candle fruit, completely ignoring Yin Su Dai's coquettish actions. A trace of annoyance flashed across the pretty face of this colored glass sect's proud daughter as she secretly cursed in her heart. Not bothering to continue entangling with Fong Tianzhong, she continued to urge her ribbon-like artifact to join in the scramble. From more than a dozen peaks, several dozen cultivators took action almost instantly, all of them aiming for the ripe red candle fruit. At this moment, almost all of these rising stars of Shadowed Star were bringing out their best skills. In an instant, the light of martial skills and artifacts burst forth, illuminating half the sky as if it were daytime, causing the battle in the mountain valley to instantly turn into an abyss of suffering. However, no matter who it was, all of them were extremely careful when taking action, not daring to damage the red candle fruit in the slightest, all of them doing their best to keep the battle within a few meters of the red candle fruit. On one hand, they had to prevent others from snatching the red candle fruit, while on the other hand, they had to work hard to snatch it themselves. The cultivators of each force seemed to have discussed this in advance and divided into two groups. The force with fewer people would undoubtedly suffer a lot, and Shadow Moon Hall's side was no exception. Although Dai Yuan had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, she was acting alone and had no intention of joining forces with Wei Guchang because everyone knew that this heaven-defying spirit fruit was not something they could possess. Even if they managed to snatch it back, they would have to hand it over to their sect and its ownership would be determined by their sect. Dai Yuan and Dong Xiener had a very good personal relationship, but when it came to the interests of their sect, neither of them dared to overstep their boundaries and could only refrain from becoming enemies. This was the limit of what they could do. After removing Dai Yuan, only Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener remained on Shadow Moon Hall's side. With one blocking and the other snatching the fruit, it was quite difficult for them to cope. On the contrary, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering and full of momentum, causing everyone to be secretly shocked and couldn't help but focus their attention on him. This was probably the first time this guy had left Star Emperor Mountain for life experience and didn't understand what it meant to be the tallest tree in the forest. Soon, his brow furrowed because every time he made a move, there would be at least a dozen attacks coming from all directions to stop him. On the other hand, the others didn't receive this kind of treatment at all. It seemed that everyone had reached an unspoken consensus that this guy must be stopped while the rest of them could do whatever they wanted. This time, the pressure on the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor's sect doubled. No matter how amazing his strength was, he was unable to compete with so many elites present and was forced into a difficult situation. Becoming angry out of shame, the indifferent man coldly snorted and stomped his feet on the ground. The fierce force behind his stomp seemed to cause the earth to tremble slightly as an astonishing energy fluctuation burst from his body. The remaining cultivators from the dozen or so forces all turned to look at this indifferent man in shock. What they saw was this indifferent man slowly throwing a punch, but in front of that punch, a huge column of energy visible to the naked eye shot out. "Not good, quickly stop this guy, he's crazy." Li Yunan shouted in horror again, his clothes instantly drenched in sweat and his face pale. The other party's punch was actually aimed straight at the red candle fruit. If such an attack really hit the red candle fruit, this heaven-defying spirit fruit would instantly be pulverized and disappear. How could Li Yunan not be anxious? Saying so, he immediately launched a fierce attack to block the huge column of energy from the Star Emperor sect disciple. The others didn't need him to remind them and quickly took action. Hong hong hong. A violent explosion rang out as the huge column of energy was blocked and weakened by one attack after another on its way forward, but what shocked everyone was that the column of energy didn't disappear and instead continued to bombard the red candle fruit. Chapter 12:28. Li Yunan's face went ashen and he almost fell to the ground. He thought that the red candle fruit was doomed and would definitely be poisoned. At that moment though, a bolt of lightning struck and the power of the energy column weakened significantly, but it was still not completely eliminated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the energy column slammed into the red candle fruit, causing everyone's soul to fly out of their bodies. Shio. The red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the battle, was sent flying straight out of the mountain valley under the impact of the energy column. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fragile and delicate heaven-defying spirit fruit was actually unscathed under that blow. Everyone was overjoyed and used their movement skills to rush out of the mountain valley. An even more dangerous battle was about to begin. Just now, when the red candle fruit was in the mountain valley, the red energy had filled the air. Everyone had simply stood on top of the mountain and used various methods to collect this spirit fruit, but now that the red candle fruit had left the mountain valley, the scene had become more and more chaotic. With so many sect elites colliding, there was bound to be a fierce battle. Over at the Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai still hadn't opened his eyes, making him feel quite depressed. Just as he was wondering if he should let Dong Xiener stay behind to protect him, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three of you can go, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Guchang smiled happily and nodded slightly before also flying out with Dong Xiener and Dai Yuan. As long as Yang Kai wasn't immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, there was no need to worry about him being ambushed or suffering an accident. After Wei Guchang and the others left, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as a hint of joy flashed across them. He had finally managed to clear up his fuzzy thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over his Saint Qi had reached a new height, now was not a good time to test it. Turning his head to look a few dozen meters away, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown at the scene before him, even though he had experienced great storms and waves. Several dozen elite third-order Saint King cultivator were desperately using their martial skills and artifacts, fighting in groups of 3 or 5, each of them ruthless and showing no mercy. Although the scene was extremely intense, almost every force had 1 or 2 people paying attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. Strangely enough, after the red candle fruit was blasted out of the mountain valley by the Star Emperor Sex cultivator, it had yet to fall. Every time it was about to land on a certain cultivator, some subtle energy fluctuation would sweep it aside at the right moment, allowing it to continue flying through the air. The performance of the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor Sect was particularly eye-catching. Fang Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, and Chu Changfeng formed a 3-pronged formation and completely restrained him, not allowing him to intervene in the red candle fruit's matter. This guy was also displaying great strength, not falling into a disadvantageous position even when fighting 1 against 3. Although this was not a life or death battle, being able to single-handedly fight against 3 rising stars was still amazing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and immediately understood that this guy from Star Emperor Sect was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this red candle fruit's ownership would not be decided in a short time. At the very least, a few people would have to die before everyone's strength could be fully unleashed. Only then would it be possible to settle this matter. But in the end, it was hard to say who would obtain it. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't interested in the red candle fruit. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was an Origin King grade high rank that even he had never seen before. If he used it in alchemy, it would definitely be of great benefit to his alchemy skills. On top of that, after being refined into a pill, it could help a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the Origin King realm. Such a spirit fruit, in the right hands, could create at least 4 or 5 Origin Kings. However, the scene of the battle was simply too chaotic. Yang Kai knew that even if he broke in, his chances of snatching the red candle fruit were less than 10%, so it was not worth it if he didn't get to eat the lamb meat and ended up getting scratched instead. What's more, this thing was also a hot potato. Only a few dozen elites would be able to obtain it, but if the red candle fruit fell into the hands of Yang Kai, who did not have a huge backer, it would only lead to disaster. As such, Yang Kai had long since made up his mind to not get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit. It was precisely because he had such an idea that he had chosen to remain here and comprehend the situation, not showing the slightest interest. However, although he didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit, that did not mean Yang Kai had no other plans. Glancing around the mountain valley filled with red energy, Yang Kai grinned silently and mysteriously. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he slipped directly into the mountain valley, disappearing into the red energy. The red candle fruit was indeed precious and rare, but the rhizome that grew from it was also a rare treasure. The rhizome of the red candle fruit was called the red candle stalk. If it was placed in a place with rich world energy, it could absorb this world energy and then bear spirit fruits similar to the red candle fruit. Of course, the fruit born in this way was not a real red candle fruit, nor did it have the effect of helping an Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the next realm, but it had the ability to help a cultivator temper their physique. What Yang Kai was interested in was precisely this ability of this spirit fruit. The benefits of having a powerful physique were self-evident. Yang Kai's physique was countless times stronger than that of a cultivator in the same realm. Even an ordinary Origin returning realm cultivator could not compare with him in terms of physical strength. As his strength improved, and as the level of the cultivator he came into contact with increased, Yang Kai found that his physique was faintly holding him back. Over the past few days, he had been injured many times, which was enough to make him vigilant. Moreover, after using the power to tear space, Yang Kai needed an extremely strong physique to support him, otherwise, he would not be able to resist the strangling power of the void crack. If he could obtain the red candle stalk and take one of those spirit fruits from time to temper his physique, it would be perfect. As long as he was given enough time, he could improve the strength of his physique again. At that time, whether it was fighting or tearing space, it would be extremely convenient. The red candle fruit was not of any use to him for the time being, and Yang Kai believed that with his ability and everything he had now, breaking through to the Origin King realm should not be a problem. All he lacked was the accumulation of time. However, the red candle stalk was what he needed right now, so Yang Kai did not want to participate in the competition for the red candle fruit and instead planned to secretly take away the red candle stalk. Yang Kai's wishful thinking had never crossed his mind before, but unexpectedly, someone else had the same idea as him. When he sneaked into the mountain valley and searched for the red candle stalk in the red aura, he saw a vague figure happily putting something into his space ring. As for who this person was, Yang Kai did not know, but he knew that what this person was taking away was definitely the red candle stalk. Being able to stay behind and collect the red candle stalk at this time showed that this person had a very deep understanding of the red candle fruit. Dai Yuan was fighting outside while Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect was also fighting outside, so it couldn't have been these two. Therefore, the person who stayed here was most likely a member of Medicine Pill Sect who had received instructions from Li Yunan long ago, so he deliberately stayed behind. When Yang Kai discovered him, this person obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Shocked, he pushed his Saint Chi violently, but before he could use any kind of killing move, a puffing sound rang out and the man let out a brief scream before falling silent. A bloody smell filled the air, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Activating his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai flew over to the person who took away the red candle fruit, snatched the other party's space ring, and quickly retreated. Kai Yang's movements were incomparably fast. Taking advantage of the moment he closed in, he saw a scene that made his blood run cold. The one who took away the red candle stalk was indeed a disciple from Medicine Pill Sect, something Yang Kai had guessed correctly. However, from this disciple's chest, an arm was protruding out, and this arm was holding the Medicine Pill Sect disciple's heart, which was beating powerfully. Moreover, this arm was very unusual. It looked extremely withered, like a piece of dead wood, but it was actually able to absorb the blood essence of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple. Before Yang Kai retreated, he clearly saw the body of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple rapidly wither and turn into a dried corpse. There was a third person. No matter who this third person was, being able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator in an instant using such a strange method was absolutely extraordinary. Almost at the same moment he snatched the space ring, another hand also reached out, but after grabbing empty air, a light gasp rang out. Poo. The sound of something exploding rang out, and in front of Yang Kai, the corpse of the Medicine Pill Sect disciple scattered, but there was no one behind him. The third person who had killed him before had strangely disappeared, as if he had completely blended into the surrounding environment. In this mountain valley filled with red energy, one's line of sight was blocked, making it impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candle stalk. The red candle stalk was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. Chapter 1229. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the black demonic flame wrapped around Yang Kai's fist dissipated as if it had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards by a powerful force. Somewhere in the originally empty void, a faint figure strangely appeared, and just as Yang Kai's figure retreated, the sound of bones breaking rang out as the figure let out a muffled snort, seemingly quite annoyed. "It's you!" Yang Kai shouted. After exchanging a few blows with this person, he instantly recognized who this person was. It was actually Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, who had left long ago. Yang Kai had seen him leave this mountain valley with his own eyes and quickly leave, but Yang Kai didn't know what method the other party had used to secretly remain here without anyone noticing. After the red candle fruit matured, this Lu Yi had infiltrated the mountain valley and targeted the red candle stalk just like Yang Kai. Needless to say, Yang Kai was certain that Medicine Pill Sect's disciple had also been killed by this other party. While Yang Kai was shocked by the other party's methods, Lu Yi also seemed a little puzzled. The faint figure didn't disappear this time but instead stood in the red mist and observed Yang Kai for a while before saying, "You're a bit strange." Yang Kai sneered, "You're also very strange." Lu Yi never thought that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could survive his sneak attack and even exchange blows with him unscathed. Yang Kai also hadn't expected Lu Ye's methods to be so mysterious, almost impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense being far stronger than ordinary people's, his fate would have been no better than that of the Medicine Pill Sect disciple who was killed. At this moment, both of them felt a trace of dread towards each other, increasing their determination to kill the other. "I haven't offended Flowing Cloud Valley, nor have I offended you, so why are you targeting me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in his heart. He had provoked such an enemy for no reason, and although he wasn't afraid of him, Yang Kai still wanted to understand the whole story. "Humph, Flowing Cloud Valley." Lu Yi coldly snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his tone, causing Yang Kai to be stunned, but he didn't say anything and simply said coldly, "You can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. If not for that, you would have been a much better talent than those vulgar people outside." Yang Kai's expression became strange, faintly feeling that this guy's tone was bigger than the heavens. The feeling Lu Yi gave him was completely different from Dai Yuan's description before, like a completely different person. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what he had taken that would cause the other party to be so concerned about him. In Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of good things, several of which were no less valuable than the red candle fruit, some of which were even more valuable, but the other party didn't even try to compete for the red candle fruit. Obviously, he didn't need such a heaven-defying spirit herb, so what exactly was it that made him target him again and again? However, Yang Kai didn't intend to ask, because even if he did, given how important that thing was to him, the other party definitely wouldn't answer him. Now that there was only him and Lu Yi in this valley filled with red mist, a fight was bound to break out. Asterisk chi-chi. Asterisk a slight sound came from behind him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Even though he had been mentally prepared, this unexpected sneak attack still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Not even thinking about it, Yang Kai quickly condensed a layer of demonic flame around his body and turned his head in the direction of the sound. Inside the red mist, a vague figure strangely appeared and a giant hand that resembled a dead tree secretly stabbed towards Yang Kai like a sharp sword. A long sword covered in demonic flames appeared and Yang Kai slashed out with his profound heavenly sword. When the sword wave collided with the giant dead tree hand, the giant dead tree hand shattered and the vague figure disappeared, but the profound heavenly sword wave also collapsed. "Your Saint Chi is quite interesting, actually possessing such power. I really didn't expect there to be a Saint King realm cultivator like you in this world." Lu Ye's voice came from behind again with a hint of mockery. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he turned around again, only to see that the other party was actually standing there without moving, as if the giant hand and the vague figure that had just attacked him weren't him at all. What kind of method is this? Yang Kai was shocked and no longer dared to act carelessly. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless vague figures he had seen before suddenly appeared from all directions. These figures were all identical, as if they had been cast from the same mold, and all of them rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, unleashing a series of powerful martial skills towards Yang Kai. Each of these martial skills was a real attack, without the slightest bit of illusory feeling. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he directly summoned his purple shield and placed it beside him to protect himself. At the same time, he sent out a series of shocking sword waves to form an impenetrable defense around himself. Astra's Chichigitha star. Wherever the sword wave passed, the blurry figures were reduced to nothingness one by one, and all of their attacks were blocked. However, there seemed to be no end to the blurry figures around Yang Kai, as if there was no end to them, constantly attacking him one after another, causing Yang Kai to feel a headache coming on. Yang Kai had never seen such a strange method before, so he couldn't find a way to break it for a while. But after exchanging blows with his opponent for a while, Kai Yang also faintly felt that something was wrong. Each of these vague figures had Lu Ye's aura, making them seem like afterimages of Lu Ye's body, but at the same time, they also seemed like Lu Ye's, both real and illusory, making them difficult to grasp. Sending out another sword wave to stop these blurry figures from approaching, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to bite his index finger and drip a drop of golden blood, which Yang Kai quickly smeared onto his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation reappeared, and an invisible majesty spread out from it. Yang Kai's left eye was no longer as hazy as before, instantly piercing through the red mist and allowing him to see everything clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. They were indeed Lu Yi, each of them was Lu Yi, but under the divine technique of the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions, these figures all gave off an abnormal faint red glow. Only one figure in the distance remained the same from beginning to end. Yang Kai's eyes instantly locked onto this figure, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was Lu Ye's real body. The previous figures were all created by him through some special method. Oh, a heavenly talent? A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Ye's face as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's left eye, as if he had discovered something incredible, a look of greed appearing on his face. With his knowledge and experience, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's left eye was not a result of some kind of secret technique, but rather an innate divine technique. This kind of innate divine technique was extremely rare, and even he had never possessed one before. The golden pupil was narrow and slender, and at first glance, it was obvious it was a precious treasure. After staring at it for a moment, Lu Yi actually felt his soul become turbulent in his knowledge sea, as if it was about to be sucked away. Panicking, he hurriedly stabilized his mind and calmed the tumbling of his knowledge sea. While feeling great fear in his heart, Lu Ye's expression also became excited. If he could seize Yang Kai's left eye, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for him. He really hadn't expected that this First-Order Saint King cultivator would give him so many pleasant surprises. Moreover, the other party's eye seemed to be able to see through illusions, so Lu Ye's original plan could not be carried out. With a single thought, all the scattered illusory figures shook and transformed into streams of light that returned to his body. The next moment, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ye's body, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai only felt that the defenses of his knowledge sea were about to be broken at this moment, and in a great shock, he didn't dare to hold back, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit to block the other party's attack. Although he had managed to block it, Yang Kai still felt a little dizzy, and his divine sense had been slightly damaged in that instant. It seemed that before the red candle fruit ripened, Lu Yi had not used his full strength when he attacked him. This guy's soul cultivation was even higher than his own. The moment he felt dizzy, Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good and quickly waved his sword, sending out a burst of demonic flames that broke through the red fog and shot towards the void. A red curtain of light covered Yang Kai's head, one that was filled with a thick evil aura. Lu Ye's strange laughter rang in his ears, causing his blood to boil. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's unguarded state to capture Yang Kai in one fell swoop so he could unearth all the secrets hidden on Yang Kai's body. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? With a single thought, the demonic flames he had sent out before suddenly transformed into pitch-black beams of light that shot towards a certain point on the red light curtain like arrows released from a bow. Yuan control technique. Lu Ye's face sank as his expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's performance had always amazed him. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his Saint Qi, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy were all different from ordinary people. Now, he was actually able to display Yuan control technique, which was far beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Although the other party's Yuan control technique seemed a bit crude, as if he had just comprehended it, this was not a skill that a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and gaining a certain degree of understanding of Shi would it be possible to achieve this. Even so, there were very few origin returning realm masters who could control their Saint Qi outside their body, and each one of them was a shocking genius who would have great prospects in the future. The Yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Qi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes, Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Qi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Qi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Qi but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it, otherwise Yuan control technique would be a joke. Chapter 12:30. One of the foundations of Yuan control technique's use of divine sense was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai. Now that he was facing Lu Yi, Yang Kai intended to test the fruits of his comprehension over the past few days, and as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Under Yang Kai's control, the burning black fireballs turned into sharp arrows that directly pierced a hole in the red curtain and shot up into the sky. At the same time, the evil Qi and demonic Qi which had been soaring to the sky seemed to have been greatly reduced due to the appearance of this hole. Yang Kai grinned as the sound of wind and thunder erupted from behind him. Without waiting for Lu Yi to react, Yang Kai appeared in front of him and swung his demonic flame sword in a beautiful arc towards Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi had already experienced the terrifying power of the demonic flame, so although he wouldn't be burned to death by it, it was best to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Lu Ye's cackling came to an abrupt end and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he began forming a series of inexplicable seals with his hands, causing the red curtain to squirm and transform into a giant red hand that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Unexpectedly, he also understood Yuan control technique, and the degree to which he was able to control it was not inferior to Yang Kai, who had just comprehended this divine ability. In fact, it was even superior. The moment the red hand slammed down, it was as if the world itself had been sealed, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai's movements even paused slightly. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he madly pushed the Saint Qi in his body, breaking free from this quagmire, not even bothering to look back as he sent out a palm strike. Similarly, a giant hand appeared. The Nine Heavens Divine Skills heaven-covering hand met Lu Ye's red hand. When the two palms collided, the world energy around them shook violently, causing the entire mountain valley to crack and crumble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai leapt forward and swung his demonic flame sword. Under the influence of his Yuan control technique, the black flames transformed into a variety of attacks that madly shot towards Lu Yi. Yang Kai could see that this Lu Ye's divine sense was stronger than his own, but there was a limit to it. As long as Yang Kai was vigilant enough, this Lu Yi wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to his divine sense. However, Lu Ye's Saint Qi wasn't as pure and vigorous as his own, and his physical strength was far inferior. This was why Yang Kai chose to engage in melee combat, as it was his greatest strength. Not only that, but in order to prevent Lu Yi from escaping, Yang Kai also poured his Saint Qi into his purple shield. After absorbing enough Saint Qi, the purple shield immediately released a yellow aura, Yang Kai's hand's Qi, and a massive sandstorm in the mountain valley. This was one of the powers contained within the purple shield that Yang Kai was using for the first time. The purple shield was refined from the shell of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Yang Kai had deliberately integrated the monster core of this ninth-order monster beast into the purple shield, giving it one of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's abilities when it was alive. The sandstorm was one of the purple shield's abilities. As the sand and dust swirled around, Yang Kai's figure became more and more unpredictable. Under this violent sandstorm, Lu Yi had no choice but to divert a part of his attention to resist this strange attack, allowing Yang Kai to take the initiative and suppress him. Lu Yi was annoyed. He had never expected that after regaining his freedom after tens of thousands of years, the first enemy he would encounter would be so powerful. This wasn't an existence he could easily deal with. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Yang Kai had only just comprehended it and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Saint Qi wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Saint Qi he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Yang Kai's demonic flame. His Saint Qi was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Yang Kai didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't hold back. Yang Kai didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Yang Kai was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by his space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death." Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, but when it appeared, Yang Kai's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. The sandstorm that had been filling the mountain valley was suddenly cut off and the sound of the wind came to an abrupt end. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At this moment, he noticed that the Saint Qi in his body was unable to circulate freely. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use much strength, and even his knowledge sea was blocked. In the darkness, something seemed to be smashing towards him, and a deathly aura rushed towards him, one that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. I can't catch it. I can't block it. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind flashed with all kinds of methods and ideas, realizing that whether he used his Saint Qi or spiritual energy, he would not be able to block this shocking blow. Even if he wanted to escape, with both his Saint Qi and spiritual energy completely suppressed, he couldn't move or tear space. In the blink of an eye, a drop of golden blood condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip, and a shocking vitality aura spread out. Immediately after, the drop of golden blood turned into a streak of golden light and pierced into the darkness. The aura of vitality and world annihilation collided with each other, but unexpectedly, there was no sound at all. Only the golden light and the black light collided in the mountain valley, seemingly evenly matched. How is this possible? Lu Ye's complexion finally changed. Although he had been suppressed by Yang Kai before, he hadn't used all of his means and hadn't panicked, but now that he had used such a powerful artifact, he was determined to kill Yang Kai and believed that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to block his blow. To Lu Ye's surprise though, the scene of flesh and blood being splattered did not appear as he had imagined. Instead, Yang Kai's blood force surged like a sea and blocked his attack. This boy must be killed as soon as possible. Lu Yi thought to himself, and his face became extremely fierce. This boy was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, yet he was already able to compete with him. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he be invincible in this world? Nipping all dangers in the bud was Lu Ye's experience over the past 10,000 years and his code of conduct. At this moment, he really regarded Yang Kai as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh that he had to get rid of. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he spat out another mouthful of blood essence to contend with the golden light. The black light, which had been evenly matched with the golden light for a while, suddenly soared and overshadowed the golden light. It seemed like this black light was about to sweep towards Yang Kai and swallow him whole. Yang Kai flicked his finger and another drop of golden blood sputtered out. The golden light once again shone fiercely and pierced through the black light's blockade. Ah! Lu Yi cried out in surprise as the black light collapsed inch by inch and light reappeared. Inside the mountain valley, both Yang Kai and Lu Yi stood in place, but at this moment, Lu Yi's body was swaying and his face was extremely pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly injured. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, was quite ugly, but he was unscathed and still full of energy. Through the red mist, Yang Kai stared at Lu Yi, a cold light flashing across his eyes, like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. Lu Yi couldn't help but shiver. A dark blade-like attack suddenly struck from the front, and before Lu Yi could react, it had already reached him. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly twisted his body to avoid being hit, but at the same time, a slight tingling pain suddenly came from his left arm. Turning his head to look, Lu Ye's soul nearly left his body as he discovered that one of his arms had been cut off by the attack just now. What kind of attack was this? Even he hadn't noticed it or felt any aura at all, yet how could it be so powerful? What frightened Lu Yi even more was that his severed arm, which had fallen to the ground, was obviously missing a bit and couldn't fit perfectly with his wound. He didn't know what was going on. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide and was about to take advantage of his heavy injuries to kill him when Lu Ye's figure flickered and he suddenly turned into a red light and sped away. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, but by the time Yang Kai's divine sense detected him, the other party was already 35 kilometers away. Chapter 12:31. In the sandy Lu Yen Desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Yi was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods, but at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yang Kai had even used his space blade but had failed to cut the other party in half and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact? And why was it being carried by Lu Ye? Although Yang Kai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ye while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Ye recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people, all of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Changfeng's angry shout, Fang Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, In Su Dai's cry, all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then, a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and directly reached out to grab it because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit?" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now, this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it, but they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Changfeng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spirit fruit couldn't be stored in an ordinary jade box. If he wanted to maintain its medicinal efficacies, he had to use a wood attribute box. Fortunately, Yang Kai had such a wood attribute material in his space ring, so after a while, he found a piece of azure spirit wood and used his Saint Chi to create a simple wooden box. Placing the red candle fruit inside, he closed the lid and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have prepared a wooden box a long time ago and would not have panicked so much. Although the wooden box made of azure spirit wood was quite good, if it was left like this for a long time, the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit would inevitably disappear. Yang Kai needed to find some time to deal with it to prevent this from happening. But right now, he didn't have the time to do such a thing, so he could only wait until he had time. Moreover, after being delayed like this, Yang Kai had to give up on his plan to hunt down Lu Ye. The other party had long since escaped the range of his divine sense and was now hiding somewhere. Outside the mountain valley, the pieces of red candle fruit that did not belong to anyone eventually fell into the hands of several forces after a chaotic scramble. The elites who managed to snatch the red candle fruit were all overjoyed, while those who failed to do so thumped their chests and sighed, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. On the battlefield where the red candle fruit had originally been, 7 or 8 corpses were left behind, each of them in an incomparably miserable state. It was impossible to tell who had killed them in the process of snatching the fruit. The scene just now was so chaotic, with all kinds of artifacts and martial skills being used. Everyone was using their full strength and no one had the time to pay attention to the situation of others. So even though the forces that had just lost a few people knew that their enemy was right in front of them, they couldn't determine their target, so they didn't dare act rashly and could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill in their hearts. After the pieces of red candle fruit were taken into their space rings, everyone rushed over to the mountain valley at the same time. It seemed that they had all seen the piece of red candle fruit that had just flown over, and only now did they find the time to continue scrambling. However, the mountain valley was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. After releasing their divine senses, all kinds of divine senses intersected with one another, and from time to time, muffled groans could be heard, making it difficult for everyone to release their divine senses too far. After searching for more than half a day, until the red mist in the mountain valley gradually dissipated, no one had found the last piece of red candle fruit that had flown in, so they could only look at the others suspiciously, secretly feeling that every force other than themselves might have obtained the last piece of red candle fruit, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. He had been considering how to escape after obtaining the piece of red candle fruit, but he hadn't expected that the red mist in this mountain valley would help him so much. Now that everyone who was still alive had gathered here, he could naturally fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Yang Kai and frowned secretly. She remembered that when they were fighting for the red candle fruit, Yang Kai had still been in the process of comprehending it, so if the red candle fruit had flown over here, the one most likely to obtain it would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. However, she didn't have any conclusive evidence, so it was impossible for her to betray Yang Kai, so she only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and standing there calmly. Dai Yuan wasn't the only one who had such suspicions, but like Dai Yuan, none of them could determine the truth of the matter. Although some of them wanted to inquire about Yang Kai, in the end, Yang Kai was with Wei Guchang, so none of them dared to act rashly. Everyone. Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect smiled bitterly and suddenly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Everyone, please listen to this Li's words." Everyone looked at him indifferently. Those who had obtained the red candle fruit wore vigilant looks, while those who hadn't obtained any benefits remained indifferent, but they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene remained silent. Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spirit fruits in that it cannot be placed in a jade box, and now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, it can't be placed in a jade box. Once it is placed in this jade box, its medicinal efficacies will quickly dissipate. I'm afraid that before you can leave the Lu Yen Desert, this heaven-defying spirit fruit will lose its effect and become a pile of waste. It can't be placed in a jade box. Chu Changfeng's face changed slightly as he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as this jade box appeared, many people immediately showed greedy eyes as they stared at Chu Changfeng. It seemed that this Heaven's Pride of Heaven battling union really had some skill. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was still able to grab one of the pieces. Fang Tianzhong in Su Dai, and a burly man with a rough appearance but an astonishing aura also heard this and stared at Li Yunan intently. If it can't be placed in a jade box, then what should be used? You should know, right? Chu Changfeng asked bluntly. Li Yunan showed a complacent expression and nodded lightly. Naturally, this Li knows. Please enlighten us, Brother Li. Fang Tianzhong cupped his fists slightly. Li Yunan grinned meaningfully and returned the courtesy. This Li wouldn't dare. It's just that this Li has studied alchemy since childhood and knows more about alchemy than any of you here. Although I can tell you how to store it, in the battle just now, this Li's junior brother was seriously injured and almost lost his life. As for who was behind this Li knows in his heart, so I won't point it out here. Saying so, Li Yunan swept his eyes around, his posture clear and confident. Only then did everyone understand what he was up to. The several elites of Medicine Pill sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Li Yunan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect for no reason, but that was then and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit just now, who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury, it wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, the cultivator from Medicine Pill sect was much luckier. Although they all snorted in their hearts, no one said anything at this time. Fang Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, "If Brother Li is willing to tell this Fang the method to store it, after leaving the Lu Yen sand field, Thunder Typhoon sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 Saint Crystals as a reward." Chapter 1232. Million. Li Yunan chuckled lightly before turning to Fang Tianzhong and saying, "Does Brother Fang think this red candle fruit is only worth 1,000,000? If that's the case, this Li will take his leave." 5,000,000. Fang Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered directly increased 5-fold. Li Yunan's raised foot fell as he revealed a look of excitement. Although his Medicine Pill sect failed to grab the red candle fruit this time, if every great force that managed to grab the red candle fruit offered him 5,000,000, the harvest from this trip would not be small. What's more, the value of the red candle fruit that had been cut open was no longer as heaven-defying. As such, Fang Tianzhong hesitated for a while, wondering if he should continue to raise the price. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Yin Su Dai suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sect's side, her red lips moving slightly as if she was sending a message to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still sent a message back. The next moment, Yin Su Dai's charming face filled with a happy expression as she giggled and said, "Several brothers, please continue your discussion. This junior sister will take her leave first." Saying so, he quickly left with several of Colored Glass Sect's elites. Everyone was extremely surprised because just now, Yin Su Dai had also used her ribbon-like artifact to snatch a piece of the red candle fruit, so no one had expected that she would actually leave without obtaining a method to preserve it. But soon, everyone felt relieved. In terms of proficiency in the Tao of Alchemy, besides Li Yunan, an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect, there was also Dai Yuan. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had learned some information from Dai Yuan, which was why she had simply retreated. With such a precious treasure in hand, Yin Su Dai naturally did not want to remain in this dangerous place. For a time, several people cast burning gazes towards Dai Yuan, seemingly wanting to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan knew that if he didn't agree now, he wouldn't get his share of the 5,000,000. He had been so depressed before that he had completely forgotten about Dai Yuan's existence. Although this woman was from Colored Glass sect, for some special reason she had been studying medicinal herbs, so she definitely knew how to preserve the red candle fruit. Feeling annoyed, Li Yunan quickly nodded to Fang Tianzhong. "Good, 5,000,000 it is, we'll do as Brother Fang says." Fang Tianzhong gently nodded, not showing any intention of going back on his word. Li Yunan quickly sent a few words to Fang Tianzhong, causing him to ponder for a moment before silently leading Thunder Typhoon sect's group away. On the other side, Chu Changfeng and the burly man with an astonishing aura hesitated for a while before also sending Li Yunan a message, both of them contentedly leaving. "Let's go too." Wei Guchang grinned. He had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Although very few people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, Only he and Dong Xianer had come, his luck was simply unstoppable. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but when the Star Emperor sect disciple cut open the red candle fruit, a piece of fruit flew over to him and he immediately collected it. It could be said that this was an extremely simple and easy process. Compared to the others who had to fight for a piece of the red candle fruit, Wei Guchang's luck was simply off the charts. It was as if the bad luck he had felt since entering Lu Yen Sand Field's third layer had suddenly dissipated. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had a close relationship, so naturally, she wouldn't be stingy with telling him how to preserve this fruit, so there was no need for him to make any kind of deal with Li Yunan. "Brother Wei, please wait." Li Yunan saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped him. "What's wrong? Does Brother Li have something to say?" Wei Guchang's footsteps paused as he suddenly turned around, his expression becoming cold as he secretly condensed his strength, preparing to attack at a moment's notice. Seeing him act like he was facing a great enemy, Li Yunan immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood him and waved his hand. "Brother Wei doesn't need to be so nervous. Although this Li and Brother Wei haven't had many dealings, this Li is not a scheming person. Brother Wei should be clear about this." Wei Guchang heard this and the vigilance on his face relaxed slightly as he gently nodded. This Wei naturally understands Brother Li's character, but, haha, this place is not a good place to stay for long. Saying so, he swept his eyes around. All around, the many cultivator who had failed to obtain anything from the red candle fruit this time were all staring at Wei Guchang, seemingly considering whether they should make a move to keep him here. Seeing this, Li Yunan raised his voice and said, "Everyone, please calm down. If it was a complete red candle fruit, it would be worth fighting over, but now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces, and Brother Wei has only obtained a single piece, it is unknown how much medicinal efficacy it will have. Don't tell me you want to provoke a powerful enemy over something so uncertain?" Li Yunan actually spoke up for Wei Guchang, pulling him out of this whirlpool of right and wrong, causing Wei Guchang's expression to become extremely strange. "Brother Li, I just want to ask, can a cut red candle fruit have the effect of allowing an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles?" A young man in white robes frowned and asked. On the chest of this young man's white robes was embroidered a white cloud. This was the symbol of Floating Mist Palace. "Good question, Brother Tang." Li Yunan nodded. "However, I cannot answer this question because this Li has only heard of the red candle fruit and has never seen it before. I believe that even my master cannot give an exact answer to this question, but the medicinal efficacy of the red candle fruit itself is enough to allow an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles. It is only a possibility, but now that it has been cut into several pieces, this possibility, I don't think this Li needs to explain, but Brother Tang should be clear about it." The Floating Mist Palace youth surnamed Tang frowned and pondered for a while before nodding. "I understand, farewell." Saying so, he immediately left with the disciples of Floating Mist Palace. The cultivator from the other forces saw that Tang Yong of Floating Mist Palace no longer had any ideas about the red candle fruit and could not help sighing in their hearts before leaving one after another. Soon, only the people from Medicine Pill sect remained in the mountain valley. Wei Guchang looked at Li Yunan with a faint smile. From beginning to end, he did not say anything, but his smile was full of meaning. He did not believe that Li Yunan would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had some ulterior motive, but since the other party did not say anything, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to ask. "Now can Brother Wei have a good talk with this one?" Li Yunan looked at Wei Guchang with a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his ability to send everyone away with just a few words was quite amazing. "If Brother Li has something to say, please speak." Wei Guchang nodded slightly. "This one would like to ask if Brother Wei has any intention of selling that piece of red candle fruit?" Li Yunan did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Sell?" Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed. "Brother Li wants to buy it?" Li Yunan nodded seriously. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, "Didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before?" Why does Brother Li want to buy it? Li Yunan shook his head and said solemnly, even if the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before, it is still a heaven-defying spirit fruit that only appears once every 10,000 years. My medicine pill sect has always been dedicated to the research of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines as well as the refinement of pills. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself before this Li, if this Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders of Medicine Pill Sect after returning to Medicine Pill Sect. After buying this piece of red candle fruit, perhaps the elders of Medicine Pill Sect will be able to research something that will greatly improve my alchemy skills. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle fruit to this Li can guarantee that not only will Medicine Pill Sect provide sufficient compensation to Shadow Moon Hall, but also that the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect will agree to Brother Wei's request to refine pills 5 times for free. Wei Guchang originally had a disapproving look on his face, but after hearing the last condition, his expression changed immediately and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit was only rumored, and no one knew what its true value was. Perhaps it was worthless after being cut open, but an opportunity for the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect to refine pills for free was extremely rare. Over the years, the 5 elders had rarely acted in alchemy, and every time they did, other great forces would have to pay a huge price to invite them to do so. Comparing the two of them, Wei Guchang found it a little difficult to choose. But soon he said, Brother Li, even if this Wei doesn't say it, presumably you know that this is not a decision I can make. If you really want to buy this piece of red candle fruit on behalf of Medicine Pill Sect, you might as well wait until we leave the Lu Yen Desert and let the elders of Medicine Pill Sect come to Shadow Moon Hall in person to discuss the matter. Whatever the two of us say here is useless. Naturally, this Li understands. Li Yunan saw that Wei Guchang didn't immediately refuse and seemed to have a lot of room for negotiation, so he couldn't help smiling and saying, since that's the case, this matter will wait until the Lu Yen Desert closes and the elders of our sects can discuss it. That would be best, Wei Guchang nodded with satisfaction. If Brother Li has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Brother Wei, please. Li Yunan smiled warmly, naturally not stopping him. After there was no one else in the mountain valley, Li Yunan's expression gradually became dignified as he stared towards a certain spot in the mountain valley. There, he saw a withered corpse that seemed to have died many years ago. This was the junior brother he had sent to secretly collect the red candle stalk, but at this moment, this junior brother seemed to have suffered some kind of vicious attack and died so miserably that even his space ring had disappeared. Li Yunan's face became extremely gloomy, but he didn't mention this junior brother and instead just stomped his foot and said, let's go back to the sect. Brother Li, we're going back now? There are still 2 to 3 months before the Lu Yen Desert closes. One of the women looked at Li Yunan in surprise. There's no need to stay. The second layer's treasure area has been rummaged through countless times by those people, and the third layer is filled with danger. I'm afraid all the good things have already been taken. We should go back now and report the matter of the red candle fruit. Let's see if our martial uncles can go to those great forces to discuss the purchase of the red candle fruit. Li Yunan sneered softly, even if the red candle fruit is taken away by them, in the end, I'm afraid they will ask our Medicine Pill Sect for it. Besides our Medicine Pill Sect, no one else knows much about this kind of treasure, so they won't dare use it rashly, so we still have the advantage. Hearing what he said, the disciples of Medicine Pill Sect who had failed to grab any benefits from the red candle fruit all wore looks of shock, all of their previous frustration and gloominess thrown away, all of them smiling happily, as if they had suddenly found the great value of their sect's existence. Chapter 12:33. About 100 kilometers away from the mountain valley, in a desolate and secluded place, a group of 4 came to a stop. It was none other than Wei Guchang, Yang Kai, and the others. After walking out of the gorge, Wei Guchang had his divine perception enveloped the surroundings at all times, and he was extremely vigilant. But after walking for over 50 kilometers, he didn't see any ignorant person come looking for trouble with them, and it allowed him to finally heave a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, Dong Xianer, Dai Yuan, and Yang Kai did not say a single word as they continued onwards in silence. Only after arriving here did Wei Guchang stop, touch his space ring and turn around. "Brother Yang, what do you plan to do next?" He did not ask Dai Yuan but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that Wei Guchang suspected that he had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Because the two of them were now in the same situation, Wei Guchang had asked him this question. Yang Kai naturally would not reveal anything through his words. Although he still appreciated Wei Guchang, the red candle fruit was of great importance, so it was best to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any plans, I'm just going to explore the third layer and see if I can find anything good." Brother Yang still wants to go deeper? Wei Guchang's complexion changed slightly as he felt quite strange. It stood to reason that if Yang Kai really obtained the last piece of the red candle fruit, he should be extremely cautious and not take any risks to explore any deeper, but Yang Kai actually wanted to continue exploring. Not only did Wei Guchang feel strange, but even Dong Xianer showed a strange expression. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were thinking, but on the surface, he remained calm and simply said, "No one has ever entered the third layer flame area before, and even a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the red candle fruit has appeared. Perhaps there will be even better things beyond this layer." When Wei Guchang heard this, most of the suspicions in his heart disappeared, thinking that perhaps Yang Kai really did not obtain any pieces of the red candle fruit, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since Brother Yang has made such a choice, this way will not say anything more. I only hope that Brother Yang remains cautious in all matters and returns with a full harvest. Shinra and I will not stay here for long, we will be leaving Lu Yen sand field soon." Wei Guchang's choice did not surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit was too important, and anyone who carried such a spirit fruit with them at all times would feel uneasy. Wei Guchang definitely wanted to bring the piece of red candle fruit out of Lu Yen sand field as soon as possible. It wasn't just Wei Guchang who thought so. Yang Kai estimated that Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, In Su Dai, and even the burly man would all think so. Moreover, they would not let others handle this matter and would definitely take the piece of red candle fruit themselves and leave Lu Yen sand field directly. This was good news for Yang Kai. With so many of the sect's elites leaving at once, there would naturally be fewer people remaining. With fewer people, there would be less competition. And Brother Wei and Sister Xian should also be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang then turned his eyes to Dai Yuan and asked, "What about you, little sister Dai Yuan?" Dai Yuan smiled, "I didn't get anything good this time, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Naturally, I'll stay and see if some good luck happens in the next few days." "In that case, you should also be careful." Wei Guchang naturally would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Dong Xianer stepped forward and said a few words to Dai Yuan before bidding farewell to Wei Guchang and Xian, and hurrying back. After Lu Yen's sand field opened, it wasn't impossible to leave, but no one had done so before. After all, even if one's strength was low, they could still hunt for fire spirit beasts in the first layer flame area and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, the appearance of the red candle fruit this time had caused several of Shadowed Star's most powerful sect elites to leave early. This was something that had only happened once in 10,000 years. After the figures of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer disappeared from sight, Dai Yuan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai. Just like Wei Guchang, she had suspected that Yang Kai had obtained the red candle fruit, but now that Yang Kai had chosen to stay and even continued to explore deeper, she was no longer sure of her guess. Just as she was contemplating though, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her and said, "Since this matter is over, I will take my leave. I hope Sister Dai Yuan will have good luck in the next few days." Dai Yuan felt anxious and immediately called out, She had never expected that Yang Kai would actually want to part ways with her so directly. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't have any malice towards Dai Yuan. Although the other party was congenitally deficient, she had a pure heart. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai had a good impression of her, but he didn't understand why she had still called out to him after he had made himself so clear. Dai Yuan bit her red lips as a trace of hesitation flashed across her face, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Junior brother Yang, I also want to continue exploring. I wonder if I can accompany you? With me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although he didn't know much about Dai Yuan, from the first time he met her, Yang Kai felt that she was a woman who liked to travel alone. This may have something to do with her appearance, so Yang Kai had never thought that she would actually ask to accompany him. This made Yang Kai feel a little awkward. He wanted to continue exploring the third layer because he wanted to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, but if he were to travel with Dai Yuan, it would inevitably interfere with his plans. Seeing Yang Kai frown, Dai Yuan also seemed a little embarrassed, knowing that her proposal had made things difficult for him, but for some reason, she really didn't want to give up this opportunity to be alone with Yang Kai. What's more, she really did want to explore the third layer. The third layer was very different from the first layer, so Dai Yuan wasn't confident that she would be able to survive alone. If she could accompany Yang Kai, they would be able to take care of each other even if they encountered danger. So even if she felt embarrassed, Dai Yuan still looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes, secretly praying that he wouldn't be unreasonable and refuse her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been so worried. Since a long time ago, she had never forced anyone to do anything, nor had she begged anyone. She had made up her mind to only rely on herself, but this time, she had broken her own perseverance. After a while, Yang Kai's brow relaxed and he grinned, "Good." Hearing this, Dai Yuan's face filled with joy and a look of gratitude flashed across her beautiful eyes. "But there are some things I need to make clear." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "I presume Sister Dai Yuan is aware of the situation in the third layer. If we really encounter some kind of barrier or danger that even I can't deal with, you and I will have to find our own ways to deal with it. If Sister Dai Yuan dies here, don't blame me for not lending a helping hand." "Of course." Dai Yuan gently nodded. "If we really encounter that kind of fatal danger, it can only be said that Dai Yuan's fate is not good." Seeing her agree so readily, Yang Kai was satisfied and said, "There is one more thing I need to do in the third layer. When I do that, I will have to separate from you. I can't stay with you until the Lu Yen sand field closes." Dai Yuan showed a look of surprise, but she quickly reacted and smiled. "What kind of secret technique does junior brother want to use here to practice?" She took it for granted that this was an environment that couldn't be found outside, so if Yang Kai had to come here to do something, it was naturally related to this. "You can say that." Yang Kai didn't comment. "If you don't have any problems with this, we can travel together." Naturally, Dai Yuan readily agreed. The 2 points Yang Kai raised weren't really requests, so there was no reason for her to refuse. "In that case, I'll have to trouble Sister Dai Yuan to take care of me for the next few days," Yang Kai grinned. "It's Dai Yuan who is bothering junior brother Yang." After making this decision, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, checked the direction, and together with Dai Yuan, they headed deeper into the third layer. The heat of the third layer was so fierce that Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the fire poison, but Dai Yuan's situation was much simpler. She seemed to be wearing an artifact armor underneath her clothes, and all she needed to do was slightly push the power of this artifact armor to release a faint blue halo around her body. This halo gave off an icy aura that prevented the fire poison from getting within 3 meters of her. Along the way, Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. Although from the first time she saw Yang Kai, she knew that he had been using his Saint Qi to resist the fire poison and wasn't wearing an artifact armor like the elites of other sects, she still couldn't help feeling shocked. She didn't know how much consumption Yang Kai had to consume from using his Saint Qi so recklessly, but even now, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Dai Yuan really wanted to know how much Saint Qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to squander like this. Fortunately, after walking for a day, Yang Kai proposed that they meditate to restore themselves, allowing Dai Yuan to feel much better. Using Saint Qi like this, it would be strange if they didn't need to restore themselves. Even if Yang Kai hadn't suggested it, she would have taken the initiative to ask. So, the two of them found a secluded place and each found a suitable place to meditate. Of course, Yang Kai didn't need to meditate to restore himself. The small amount of Saint Qi he consumed to resist the fire poison was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. He just wanted to find an opportunity to deal with the red candle fruit he had obtained. Although he had hurriedly made a spirit wood box to store the red candle fruit in the mountain valley, time was of the essence at the time and the crafting was a bit rough, so he couldn't completely guarantee that the medicinal efficacies would not dissipate. Two hours later, Yang Kai finished processing the red candle fruit and threw it into the black book space before leisurely getting up and walking over to where Dai Yuan was meditating. Chapter 12:34. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of her. After adjusting her breathing, Dai Yuan's spirit had improved significantly. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously sensing his presence, but she showed a hesitant look on her face, making Yang Kai very curious. "Junior brother Yang, I've used up all of my recovery pills. Do you have any extra? I can buy some for St. Crystals." When Dai Yuan opened her mouth to speak, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this point. Although it was strange that this woman had actually used up all of her recovery pills, thinking about it for a moment, he figured that she probably hadn't expected him to enter the third layer, so it was reasonable for her to consume so many pills. So without any suspicion, Yang Kai took out a bottle of pills from his space ring and tossed it over, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need for St. Crystals, it's just a bottle of pills, they aren't worth much." Dai Yuan caught the bottle and showed a look of gratitude, nodding. "Then Dai Yuan will thank junior brother Yang." "Good, let's continue on our way," Yang Kai said before leading the way. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan opened the bottle of pills and swept her gaze over them. After seeing the appearance of the pills inside clearly, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. When she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's back again, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism, and she immediately put away the pills without saying a word before hurriedly following after him. The third layer flame area was indeed countless times more dangerous than the first layer. Although the environments of the two layers were similar, the dangers lurking inside were completely different. When Yang Kai walked through the first layer, with the exception of encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts in the strange mountain valley where he had to spend some effort to resolve the situation, he was basically taking a leisurely stroll through the second layer without any burden, not even needing to circulate his Saint Qi to protect himself. However, in the third layer, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the heat waves and fire toxins. Not only that, but the fire spirit beasts here weren't low in grade, all of them being 7th order or 8th order existences. In addition to these fire spirit beasts that could emerge from underground cracks, there were also various strange barriers. These fire spirit beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan. As long as there weren't too many of them, the two of them could easily kill them and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, after witnessing Wei Guchang's group fall, Yang Kai had become more vigilant towards some seemingly dangerous places. Once he discovered such places, he would avoid them as far as he could, and if he couldn't, he would secretly use his demons of annihilation to see if there was any danger. Along the way, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for his demon eye of annihilation, a divine technique that allowed him to see through illusions, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 different barriers over the past few days. These barriers were extremely well hidden and weren't something a Saint King Realm cultivator could discover. Once these barriers were triggered, Yang Kai estimated that his end wouldn't have been any better. Because Yang Kai had been secretly using his demon eye of annihilation to lead Dai Yuan through these dangerous places, This woman from Colored Glass sect didn't notice anything, but she secretly felt that the third layer flame area didn't live up to its name. She didn't understand the dangers here at all and simply followed behind Yang Kai with ease. However, although the Demon Eye of Annihilation was great demon god's divine technique, Yang Kai had only obtained it later and refined it for his own use, so it wasn't omnipotent. The two of them eventually fell into a barrier that even Yang Kai hadn't noticed. As soon as this barrier was triggered, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally extremely hot territory of the flame area suddenly became bitterly cold and howling winds blew past them while large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The environment suddenly became completely different from before. Inexplicably formed icicles attacked from all directions. There were also wind dragons gathered in the surroundings. They spat out cold chi that could freeze one's entire body. They hid the cold chi in their wind blades, making it very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were both alchemists, one of whom cultivated a yang attribute secret art while the other cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so their Saint Chi was able to restrain the barriers here. However, it still took them 2 to 3 days to forcefully break the restriction and escape from it. During this process, Dai Yuan suffered some injuries, and if it weren't for Yang Kai saving her at a critical moment, her injuries would have been much more serious. Being injured in this place, unable to advance or retreat, was basically no different from waiting for death. After this incident, Dai Yuan no longer dared to underestimate the mysteries and dangers of this third layer and carefully followed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also injured, but compared to his restorative ability, these injuries were not worth mentioning. After leaving this barrier, Yang Kai immediately took Dai Yuan to a nearby mountain wall and opened up a cave. Inside this cave, the two of them silently licked their wounds like wounded beasts. It wasn't until 3 days later that Dai Yuan's injuries were completely healed that the two of them continued their journey. The various methods Yang Kai displayed and the combat effectiveness he displayed made Dai Yuan finally understand that this First Order Saint King was indeed different from the ones she had met before. His true combat power was not below hers, and the various methods he had displayed were already not something she could contend with. So what was there to say about what he had yet to show? No wonder Wei Guchang, who was so proud and arrogant, was so polite to him. It was likely he already knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary. Along the way, Dai Yuan occasionally encountered a few rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Every time this happened, Dai Yuan would take the initiative to pick these spirit grasses and spirit medicines and store them with the most suitable materials. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he found that this woman seemed to be very interested in these herbs. Every time she came back from picking them, she would talk endlessly about them, from their medicinal properties, pill recipes, methods to condense medicinal liquids, and even the use of spirit arrays in alchemy. It was as if there was nothing she didn't know, and she didn't shy away from anything. It was as if she was a completely different person from her usual taciturn self. At this time, Yang Kai remained silent and listened quietly. If it were any other time, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan. He could also see that this woman was very skilled in the alchemic way, and although her alchemy level was not as high as his, there was no harm in communicating with her. Unfortunately, at this moment, his mind was focused on refining the profound in sunflower water and he really wasn't in the mood to talk about these things, so he could only miss the opportunity to exchange alchemy with this woman. Yang Kai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little disappointed. She secretly thought to herself, could it be that things weren't as she thought? Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not say a word to these spirit grasses and spirit medicines, or even show any signs of excitement? She even deliberately misstated some information about these herbs, but Yang Kai didn't show any intention of correcting her, causing her to hesitate. Dai Yuan naturally didn't monopolize the spirit grasses and spirit medicine she picked, and she was also very self-aware that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been able to safely travel so far, so when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep a small portion for herself while giving the majority to Yang Kai. In this regard, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He and Dai Yuan didn't have a deep friendship and had only cooperated on this trip to the third layer, so naturally, he would accept the benefits that were given to him with a clear conscience. The two of them traveled all the way to the third layer for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan was already struggling to move forward. The intense heat all around her was like someone was using a fire attribute attack, constantly bombarding her tender body. Even with the protection of her artifact armor and the pink veil she had formed around her body, Dai Yuan was still sweating profusely, her clothes sticking tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using the Li Bai handkerchief to cover her figure, at this moment, she feared that her body would have already been exposed. Fortunately, there was only her and Kai Yang here, and Kai Yang was walking in front, so he didn't have any intention of looking back. With every step she took, she had to expend a huge amount of energy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black gas lingering around her. This was the unique fire poison of Lu Yan's desert, and Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison. Now that some of it had already invaded her body, the situation would only worsen if she continued forward. After reaching this point, Dai Yuan already had thoughts of retreating, secretly regretting that she had come so far. However, she also had difficulties she couldn't voice out. She and Yang Kai had already been in the third layer for more than 10 days, and even if she wanted to retreat now, she didn't know if she could do so safely. In the current situation, she was riding a tiger. She could only stand strong and follow behind Kai Yang without saying a word. Although Yang Kai's situation wasn't as difficult as hers, he wasn't feeling very good either. His skin was burning as if it was on fire, and the heat and fire poison were pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel like his bones were being crushed. If it weren't for the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai would have had to find a place to quickly restore himself. Walking in front, Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly monitoring Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's difficult appearance naturally couldn't escape his perception, so Yang Kai didn't rush to help her. The environment here was extremely harsh, but by walking in this harsh environment, one could temper the purity and density of one's Saint Qi, which was of great benefit to a cultivator. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison was only a small matter, but if he lost this opportunity to become stronger, the gains wouldn't be worth it. Moving forward bit by bit, the pair's speed was now as slow as a turtle's crawl compared to a few days ago, and the deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Yang Kai's eyes gradually showed some excitement because he needed this kind of hot environment, so naturally, he couldn't wait for it to get worse. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. According to his observations over the past few days and the changes in the environment, he should only need to walk forward for another 5 days to find a suitable location. At that time, he could begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water. The only problem was how to deal with the woman behind him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.